Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗂 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The world spun in a dazzling array of colors, a dizzying whirl that made the stomach churn. One moment, there was a desk and a phone, and the next, there was a tumble through a void of light and sound. The name that once held significance faded away, erased like a fleeting dream. When the spinning ceased, there was a realization of lying on a bed in a room that felt both familiar and strange. Posters of a muscular, grinning hero with blonde hair and a star-spangled costume adorned the walls. All Might. The heart raced at the recognition. This place was known. It was the world of My Hero Academia. And the identity of Izuku Midoriya was now his. Sitting up, a pounding head accompanied a flood of memories, not his own, but those of Izuku. His life, dreams, and struggles came rushing in. The quirkless boy who idolized heroes, who filled notebooks with their powers, who endured years of bullying for being deemed useless. The emotions felt real, the sting of Bakugo's taunts, the quiet hope of one day becoming a hero, the burden of a world that insisted he would never be enough. Yet, he was not just Izuku, he was someone else as well, someone from another world, reborn into this one at 15, with all knowledge of My Hero Academia intact. As the thoughts settled, a sharp ding echoed in the mind, reminiscent of a notification from a video game. A translucent screen appeared, glowing with neon blue text that hovered in the air like a hologram. The message welcomed him to the gacha system. The realization of a gacha system in My Hero Academia was astonishing. The dangers of this world loomed large. Villains like All for One, the League of Villains, and the ever-present threat of Shigaraki. To survive as Izuku Midoriya and aspire to be a hero, every advantage was necessary. A finger hovered over the glowing Y button, heart racing at the possibilities. What would be obtained? A quirk. A weapon. Something extraordinary like All Might's One for All. The button was pressed. The screen erupted in a burst of golden light, spinning like a slot machine. Images flashed, fire, lightning, a sword, a shadowy figure, before slowing to a stop. The text glowed brighter, announcing the achievement of unlocking a quirk, Dimensional Pocket 𝗧𝗧. The description revealed the ability to create a personal pocket dimension for storing and retrieving objects instantly, with the capacity growing alongside the system level. A bonus reward of 100 gacha points was also granted. The mind raced with possibilities. Dimensional Pocket was not one for all or a flashy combat quirk like Explosion, but it was versatile. Weapons, supplies, and even creative traps for enemies could be stored. The 100 gacha points were a valuable addition, currency for more pulls, it seemed. The screen updated, revealing current gacha points and available pulls, alongside the next objective, enrolling in U. High school and passing the entrance exam. Leaning back on the bed, thoughts buzzed with anticipation. U. High was months away, and the entrance exam involved a written test and a practical exam where candidates battled giant robots for points. As a quirkless kid, or rather, a kid with a newly acquired quirk, training would be essential to compete with peers like Bakugo, who had honed his explosion quirk for years. However, with the gacha system, an edge was present. The challenge was to learn how to utilize it effectively. The following morning, awakening in Izuku's small apartment, the aroma of rice and miso soup wafted from the kitchen. 𝗵𝗄 Midoriya, Izuku's mother, was bustling about, her green hair tied back as she prepared breakfast. A pang of emotion struck at the sight of her. She was just as remembered from the anime, kind, worried, and endlessly supportive. Though not her son in reality, her warmth felt genuine. 𝗵𝗄 noticed the dazed expression and expressed concern, asking if everything was all right. The response came naturally, assuring her of being fine and merely deep in thought about school. Her smile was reassuring, though her eyes reflected worry. She acknowledged the hard work put into hero notebooks and expressed belief in his potential. After breakfast, a notebook filled with detailed analyses of heroes' quirks was grabbed, and a nearby park was chosen to test the new quirk. The park was tranquil, with a few children playing and an elderly man feeding pigeons. A secluded spot behind some trees was found, and focus was directed toward the task at hand. The system had indicated that Dimensional Pocket allowed for the storage and retrieval of objects. Concentrating, a pocket dimension was envisioned, and a faint shimmer appeared in the air, forming a small, glowing rift. A stick was tossed into the rift, disappearing silently. The next step was to retrieve it. With determination, the stick was willed to return. The rift reappeared, and the stick shot back into the hand, eliciting a grin. This was exciting. Various objects were tested: a rock, a phone, even a water bottle from the backpack. Each time, the rift consumed the item and returned it upon command. The system chimed in, indicating the capacity of the Dimensional Pocket. 10 cubic meters of space was a decent amount, sufficient for carrying weapons, supplies, or emergency gear. However, the limits needed testing. Could living things be stored? Energy. A leaf with a caterpillar was tossed into the rift, but an error message followed, indicating that living organisms could not be stored at the current level. It was clear that leveling up the system would unlock more features. The challenge remained to discover how to earn experience points. Completing objectives like the U.E. entrance exam was likely a significant source, but smaller ways, training, helping others, perhaps even confronting villains, could also contribute. In the weeks that followed, training became a priority. Izuku's body was scrawny, but determination was present alongside knowledge of the My Hero Academia world. Basic fitness routines, running, push-ups, sit-ups, were practiced in the park every morning. Dimensional Pocket was utilized to store weights, making it easier to carry heavy equipment without drawing attention. Small bursts of experience points were rewarded for daily workouts, marking progress toward the next system level. Each step taken was a step closer to the dream of becoming a hero. By the end of the first week, retrieving my phone from the pocket dimension became a swift task. I envisioned using it in combat, deploying a shield to block an attack or tossing a smoke bomb for a quick getaway. School, however, proved to be more challenging. 𝗷𝗫 Junior High was a battleground of bullies, with Katsuki Bakugo at the forefront. His intensity was evident in the anime, but encountering him in person was a different experience. His fiery crimson eyes radiated disdain as he confronted me in the hallway one afternoon, taunting me about my aspirations of becoming a hero. He reminded me that I was quirkless and urged me to abandon my dreams. I felt the memories of Izuku's years of torment welling up inside me, but I was no longer the same Deku. I possessed a quirk now, along with a system. I resolved not to give in to Bakugo's mockery and declared my determination to prove my worth as a hero. He laughed derisively, dismissing me as insignificant, and shoved past me, causing me to collide with the wall. I gritted my teeth but refrained from retaliating. Engaging Bakugo at that moment would be reckless. He had honed his explosion quirk since childhood. I needed to grow. Stronger and more strategic. That night, I sat at my desk, focused on the Gacha system interface. With 100 Gacha points, I had enough for a legendary pull or 2 rare pulls. The entrance exam was still months away, and I needed something to enhance my combat skills. While Dimensional Pocket was useful, it wouldn't suffice against robots. I decided to take a chance on a rare pull, hoping for a combat skill or weapon. The screen spun, glowing silver before stopping to reveal new text. I had unlocked a skill called Enhanced Reflexes, which improved my reaction speed and agility significantly. I felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely what I needed. The following day, I tested my new ability at the park, dodging imaginary attacks and navigating an obstacle course of trees and benches. My movements felt sharper and faster, as if I was in harmony with my surroundings. The system chimed, rewarding me with experience points for my training. As the weeks rolled by, I established a routine. Mornings were dedicated to physical training, afternoons to school while avoiding Bakugo, and evenings to studying quirks and strategizing for the entrance exam. I meticulously reviewed Izuku's notebooks, adding my own insights based on my knowledge of the anime. I understood that the exam would involve battling robots for points, but I also knew about the hidden, rescue points awarded for heroic actions. With Dimensional Pocket and enhanced reflexes, I could prioritize mobility and strategy, saving others while neutralizing robots. One evening, while returning from the library, I heard a scream that quickened my heartbeat. Mizudafu was a city filled with heroes and villains, and I rushed toward the sound, my enhanced reflexes propelling me past pedestrians and over an abandoned bike. In an alley, I spotted a girl cornered by a thug wielding a knife, his quirk causing his hands to glow ominously. Despite lacking a hero license and knowing that using my quirk in public was prohibited, I couldn't remain passive. I activated Dimensional Pocket, summoning a metal pole I had previously stored. As the thug lunged at me, my enhanced reflexes allowed me to sidestep effortlessly. I swung the pole, striking him in the knee, causing him to drop the knife. I tackled him to the ground, holding him down until a nearby hero, 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏, arrived to take control of the situation. The girl expressed her gratitude, tears glistening in her eyes, and the system chimed again, rewarding me with experience points for my heroic act. I felt a rush of exhilaration. I was beginning to embody the essence of a hero. However, the entrance exam was approaching, and I realized I needed more than just a pole and quick reflexes to succeed. With 50 gacha points remaining, I contemplated whether to make one more rare pole or save for a legendary one. As I stood in the alley, catching my breath, I opened the gacha system interface, the neon text glowing as it awaited my decision. The streets of Mizudafu buzzed with the usual afternoon activity, children laughing, vendors calling out, and the distant hum of hero patrols maintaining the city's rhythm. I was Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old, reborn in this world with a gacha system and a quirk called Dimensional Pocket. My heart raced from the past weeks of training, avoiding Bakugo's taunts, and testing my enhanced reflexes. I had been grinding experience points, inching closer to system level 2, but nothing could prepare me for what lay ahead. As I walked home from 𝗓𝗪 Junior High, my backpack slung over one shoulder, I muttered to myself about quirk combinations. Dimensional Pocket was versatile, allowing me to store objects like weights or a metal pole for quick access, but I needed something flashier for USJ's entrance exam. The 50 gacha points felt like a burning temptation. Should I go for a rare pull now or save for a legendary? Suddenly, a scream jolted me from my thoughts, emanating from a narrow alley just ahead, followed by a disturbing sound that sent a chill down my spine. I recognized that sound. It was the sludge villain. My stomach sank. In the original story, this was the moment Izuku encountered All Might, a pivotal moment that changed everything. But I was not just Izuku, I was myself, equipped with a system and a quirk, and I was about to step into danger. I sprinted toward the alley, my enhanced reflexes sharpening my movements. The scene was worse than I had anticipated. A mass of green sludge, its eyes bulging grotesquely, had trapped a 𝗕𝗏𝗍 worker against the wall. The man's face was turning blue, his arms flailing as the sludge enveloped him. Civilians stood frozen at the alley's entrance, paralyzed by fear. No heroes were present, not yet. Determined, I shouted for the sludge villain to release the man. The creature turned its gaze toward me, its voice a wet rasp as it expressed its intent to find a new host. It lunged, a wave of slime surging toward me like a tidal wave. I dove aside, my enhanced reflexes kicking in as the sludge splattered against the wall, narrowly missing me. My heart raced, but I couldn't flee, not when someone was in peril. I activated Dimensional Pocket, summoning the metal pole I had stored during training. The rift shimmered, and the pole appeared in my hand, solid and ready. I swung it at the sludge, aiming for its eyes. The pole passed through the slime as if it were water, the villain reforming instantly. It mocked my efforts, sending another tendril my way. I dodged again, but the sludge was quick, wrapping around my ankle and pulling me off my feet. Panic surged within me. In this world, I was perceived as quirkless, and Dimensional Pocket was not designed for combat. The system chimed, its neon text flashing urgently. An emergency gacha pull was available, offering a rare item for 50 gacha points. Without hesitation, the decision was made to proceed. The interface spun, silver light flaring as the struggle against the sludge continued. The text materialized, announcing the reward. Congratulations! You have unlocked item, Flash Grenade A-tier description. Emits a blinding light and concussive blast, disorienting enemies for 10 seconds. One-time use. Remaining gacha points, 0 without a moment's pause. The grenade was summoned from the dimensional pocket, appearing as a small metallic sphere in the palm. The sludge's grip tightened, its stench overwhelming. The pin was yanked, and the grenade was tossed into the core of the sludge. The explosion erupted, a burst of white light that seared the vision even through closed eyes. The sludge screeched, its grip loosening as it recoiled. Freedom was seized, and the 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝗍 worker was dragged out of the alley. The civilians cheered, but the villain was not finished. It reformed, angrier now, its eyes glowing with malice. Before another attack could be launched, a gust of wind roared through the alley. A towering figure landed with a thud, blonde hair gleaming under the afternoon sun. All Might had arrived, his grin wide and his voice booming with confidence. The sludge villain stood no chance. All Might delivered a single punch, a Texas smash, that scattered the sludge into droplets, splattering across the alley walls. He scooped the remains into a soda bottle, sealing it with a practiced flick. The crowd erupted in applause, but one stood frozen, staring at the idol. This was real. All Might was real. Turning to the young man, All Might's blue eyes pierced through him. He expressed concern about the recklessness displayed, acknowledging the bravery that had saved a citizen. Curiosity flickered in his gaze as he inquired about the young man's quirk. The throat tightened in response. It was difficult to explain the gacha system, and Dimensional Pocket was not particularly impressive. The young man stammered, holding up the now empty grenade casing, claiming to be somewhat quirkless. All Might's smile faltered, reminiscent of moments in the anime. He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, nearly knocking him over, and acknowledged the hero's heart within him, advising to leave villain fighting to the professionals. Nodding, the mind raced with thoughts. This was a pivotal moment. In the original story, Izuku had chased All Might, pleading to know if a quirkless kid could become a hero. But now, the young man was not quirkless, and he possessed the system. Should he follow? Before a decision could be made, All Might leapt into the sky, vanishing with a sonic boom. The crowd dispersed, leaving the young man standing there as the 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝗍 worker expressed gratitude before stumbling away. The system chimed again. Plus 100 XP for assisting in a villain takedown, plus 50 XP for saving a civilian. Current system level 1270/1000 XP. Hidden quest unlocked. Face the sludge, survive an encounter with the sludge villain and save at least one civilian. Reward pending. A hidden quest. The heart skipped a beat. Unaware of being on a quest, the system had been tracking actions. Home was the destination, legs shaky from adrenaline, wondering what the reward would be. Hours later, back in Mizudafu's shopping district, the encounter replayed in the mind. Meeting All Might, fighting a villain, yet having burned the last gacha points with the entrance exam still months away. More XP was needed, perhaps smaller missions to undertake. An explosion rocked the street, followed by screams as smoke billowed from a nearby intersection. Sprinting toward the chaos, enhanced reflexes pushed speed to the limit. The scene was one of disorder, flames lighting at storefronts, people fleeing, and at the center, the sludge villain had returned, likely having escaped when All Might dropped the bottle during his leap. This time, it had a new victim, Katsuki Bakugo. His crimson eyes were wide with fury, explosions blasting chunks of sludge away, but the villain had him trapped, oozing over his face and arms. Heroes, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, Backdraft, stood at the perimeter, unable to act without endangering Bakugo. The crowd was in a panic, and there stood All Might in his skinny form, Toshinori Yagi, watching helplessly from the sidelines, aware of his time limit and that he had already used his hero form for the day. Memories surged, years of Bakugo's bullying, his taunts, his perceived superiority. But also present was the kid who had been his friend, now fighting for his life. The young man could not let him perish like this. Without thinking, he ran forward, shoving past the crowd. Bakugo's muffled voice roared, urging him to escape. Lacking a grenade this time, he relied on dimensional pocket and enhanced reflexes. Every object stored was summoned: rocks, a metal pole, even a spare backpack, hurled at the sludge's eyes to create a distraction. The villain screeched, loosening its grip just enough for Bakugo to unleash a massive explosion. Diving in, the young man grabbed Bakugo's arm, pulling with all his strength. Enhanced reflexes allowed dodging a retaliatory tendril, but the sludge was closing in again. Then a gust of wind. All Might appeared, his emaciated form transformed, his hero persona blazing despite his limits. He unleashed a powerful Detroit smash, the shockwave obliterating the sludge and sending it splattering across the street. The crowd cheered, but the young man barely noticed, chest heaving as he helped Bakugo to his feet. Bakugo shoved him away, face twisted with rage and shame, declaring he didn't need help before storming off, avoiding questions from the heroes. All Might turned to the young man, his expression unreadable. He acknowledged the reckless bravery displayed, questioning the motivation behind such actions. Swallowing hard, emotions mixed, the young man stated that a hero saves people, no matter the cost. All Might stared for a long moment before nodding, recognizing the potential within the young man. He leapt away again, leaving chaos in his wake. The system chimed, louder than ever. Hidden quest completed. Face the sludge. Reward. Quirk, one for all S-tier description. A legendary quirk passed down through generations, granting immense strength, speed, and durability. All secondary quirks are locked until system-level requirements are met. Plus 500 XP for completing hidden quest system level up. Current level, 2770/2000 XP. New feature unlocked. Daily mission log, complete daily tasks to earn XP and gacha points. Staggering, the mind reeled at the revelation of One for All, the quirk of All Might, the symbol of peace. It was now his, gifted not by All Might but by the gacha system. The body felt unchanged, no surge of power, no glowing aura. The note about locked secondary quirks made sense. Leveling up was necessary to access its full potential. Yet even in its base form, it was a game changer. As he walked home, the daily mission log appeared. Daily missions available: run 5 kilometers, plus 10 XP, plus 5 gacha points. Analyze a hero's quirk, plus 15 XP, plus 10 gacha points. Perform a heroic act, plus 50 XP, plus 20 gacha points. A grin spread across his face. The system provided a way to grind. But as he glanced back at the smoldering street, Bakugo's furious face flashed in his mind. He had witnessed my determination, seen me confront a villain. All Might had recognized me on 2 occasions. The journey to you was becoming clearer, yet it also posed greater dangers. The sludge villain was merely the beginning. Somewhere out there, more formidable threats loomed, all for one in the League of Villains. Izuku Midoriya clenched his fists, feeling the dormant power of One for All within him. He was reborn with a system and a legacy, and he was determined to become a hero. The gacha system overview indicated that Izuku was 15 years old, with the objective of assisting him in becoming the greatest hero by unlocking abilities, skills, and items through the gacha system. His current system level was 2, with 770 out of 2,000 experience points and no gacha points available. He had access to pulls for common, rare, and legendary items. Izuku had 2 quirks, dimensional storage and One for All, while other related quirks were currently locked. His skills included enhanced reflexes. As the morning sun barely rose over the horizon, painting Mizudafu's skyline in shades of orange and pink, Izuku stood at the edge of Dagobah Beach, a vast expanse of discarded items, refrigerators, tires, broken furniture, stretching out before him like a challenge. His body ached from weeks of training, but today felt different. The gacha system had granted him One for All, the quirk of All Might, and he could sense its latent power waiting to be unleashed. However, his scrawny frame was not yet ready for it. He needed to grow stronger and quickly. The system's neon interface flickered in his mind, reflecting the latest update from the sludge villain incident. The new mission was clear: train his body to withstand one for all at 10% capacity without injury and spend meaningful time with 𝗵𝗀 Midoriya to strengthen his resolve. The rewards included experience points, gacha points, and a skill unlock. Izuku tightened his grip on a rusty car bumper and began pulling. Dagobah Beach had become his new training ground. He had learned about it through his memories and the anime All Might's rigorous regimen to prepare him for one for all. But in this reality, he lacked All Might's guidance. He had the system, his quirks, and an intense longing to prove himself. The mission required him to push his body to its limits, so he devised a plan: clear the beach, lift heavy objects, and practice with dimensional pocket and enhanced reflexes to maximize efficiency. He started with smaller debris, tires, metal pipes, broken chairs, using dimensional pocket to store them for later disposal. The pocket dimension's 10 cubic meter capacity was invaluable, allowing him to transport large loads without dragging them across the sand. Each trip to the dump earned him a notification from the system, indicating he had cleared 100 kilograms of debris. After the first hour, his muscles protested, but enhanced reflexes kept his movements sharp, enabling him to dodge falling junk and pivot quickly under heavy loads. He experimented with one for all, focusing on his arm and imagining a spark of energy. A faint warmth spread through his muscles, but when he attempted to lift a refrigerator, his arm buckled, and he felt a sharp pain. It was too soon for him to handle that kind of power. The system warned him that using one for all at his current physical condition risked severe injury and recommended increasing his muscle mass and bone density. He recalled how Izuku had broken his bones in the anime while using one for all at full power. Even 10% was a stretch for his untrained body. He needed to bulk up quickly. He switched to a new routine: mornings at the beach lifting and hauling, afternoons running and doing bodyweight exercises, and evenings studying hero tactics in his notebooks. The daily mission log helped keep him motivated with small tasks. As the days passed, he continued to train relentlessly, pushing himself further. He lifted heavier objects, car doors, engine blocks, using dimensional pocket to store them when his arms grew weary. He ran sprints along the shore, his enhanced reflexes aiding him in navigating through the debris. That evening, he returned home to the aroma of katsu curry wafting from the kitchen. 𝗵𝗀 was at the stove, her green hair tied back, humming softly. His heart ached at the sight of her, so reminiscent of the 𝗵𝗀 from the anime, kind, worried, always prioritizing him. But he was not her real Izuku, not entirely. The guilt lingered, but he pushed it aside. He was here now, and he would make her proud. He set his backpack down and commented on the delicious smell of dinner. 𝗵𝗀 turned, her face lighting up as she recognized him. However, her smile faltered upon seeing his dirt-streaked clothes and scraped knuckles. She expressed concern about his well-being, and he reassured her that he was merely training to prepare for you. Her eyes softened, but worry creased her forehead as she expressed her longing for him not to hurt himself. He hesitated, recalling the system's mission to spend meaningful time with her. This was not just about fulfilling a requirement. It was about connecting with the one person who believed in him unconditionally. He asked if he could help with dinner, suggesting they could talk. Her surprise transformed into a warm smile as they worked side by side, chopping vegetables and stirring the curry. He inquired about her day, and she shared a humorous story about a customer at her part-time job. He laughed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. In that moment, he was not just a hero in training, he was simply her son. As they shared the meal, he opened up about his fears, admitting his worries about not being good enough. He expressed his concern about everyone at USJ, having amazing quirks and his longing not to disappoint her. 𝗵𝗀 reached across the table, squeezing his hand and assuring him that he could never let her down. She emphasized that it was his spark and his longing to help others that defined a hero, not just a quirk. Her words resonated deeply, echoing All Might's ideals. He smiled, his resolve strengthening. He promised to keep pushing forward, for both of them. The system chimed softly, acknowledging the bond he had strengthened with 𝗵𝗀. The following weeks were filled with sweat and determination. He intensified his training, motivated by 𝗏𝗏's unwavering faith. Mornings at 𝗕𝗏𝗵𝗏 Beach became grueling as he lifted heavier objects and honed his skills, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. The system consistently rewarded effort. Clearing 500 kilograms of debris earned a bonus of 20 XP, and completing the daily mission of performing 100 push-ups added 15 XP and 10 gacha points. The current XP stood at 875 out of 2,000, with 15 gacha points accumulated. I resumed my experiments with 𝗏𝗏, focusing on small bursts of power. Clenching my fist, I imagined a trickle of energy flowing through me. My punches felt heavier and my jumps were higher, but even using 5% of the power left my muscles sore. I needed to build more strength. With 𝐭𝐴's grocery budget, I incorporated protein shakes into my diet and began lifting weights at a local gym. The older men at the gym regarded me with curiosity but nodded approvingly as I pushed my limits. One afternoon, while hauling a rusted bike frame, I sensed a change. My arm glowed faintly, a green spark dancing across my skin. Focusing on 𝗏𝗏, I channeled a fraction of its power into my legs. I leapt, clearing 10 meters in a single bound, landing with a thud that sent sand flying. My knees wobbled, but I remained unbroken. A grin spread across my face as I received 30 XP for successfully using 5% of 𝗏𝗏. I was getting closer to my goal of 10%. I could feel my body adapting, but the beach remained a mess and 𝗧𝗏𝗏's exam was approaching rapidly. I couldn't afford to slow down. Evenings became special moments with 𝗏𝗏. The system's mission encouraged me to cherish these times, and I found myself eagerly anticipating them. We cooked together, watched old hero documentaries, and played board games. One night, she brought out a photo album, showing me pictures of a younger Izuku, 𝗵𝗃𝗏 and beaming, holding an all-might action figure. My heart tightened. I wasn't that Izuku, but I aspired to be the hero he dreamed of. 𝗏𝗏 reminisced about the days when I would run around pretending to be all might, jumping off the couch and shouting, "Smash," while she worried I would break something. I chuckled, feeling warmth spread through me, acknowledging that I was still trying to emulate him. She looked at me with glistening eyes, affirming that I was already like him, possessing his heart. Those moments fueled my determination. 𝗏𝗏's belief in me reminded me of my purpose, not just for the system, but for the people who mattered. I began inviting her to watch my training, showcasing small tricks with dimensional pocket, like summoning a water bottle mid-run. She clapped in delight, but I kept 𝗏𝗏 hidden. It was too significant and dangerous to reveal just yet. One morning, after a month of intense training, I stood on the beach, facing a massive refrigerator. My body had transformed, still lean, but with new muscle definition. I had cleared half the beach, a testament to my progress. Taking a deep breath, I focused on 𝗏𝗏, picturing a steady flow of 10% power. Green sparks crackled around my arm as I gripped the fridge and lifted it. It rose off the ground, heavy yet manageable. My bones held strong and my muscles remained intact. I carried it 10 meters before setting it down, my chest heaving with triumph. The system chimed, rewarding me with 100 XP for achieving 10% usage of 𝗏𝗏 without injury. I pumped my fist, feeling the sand crunch beneath my feet. I was ready, or at least close enough. The mission wasn't complete yet. I still needed to solidify my control, but I sensed the power settling into my body, becoming part of me. That evening, I took 𝗏𝗏 to a nearby festival, a rare break from training. The system urged me to make it meaningful, so I planned something special. We strolled through stalls, enjoying yakitori and playing games. I used enhanced reflexes to win her a stuffed all might at a ring toss booth, earning a laugh that brightened her face. 𝗏𝗏 expressed how proud she was of my growth as we watched fireworks light up the city. I hugged her tightly, my throat tight with emotion, promising that I was doing this for her and that I would make it to you. Completing meaningful time with 𝗏𝗏 earned me another 100 XP, and the mission, Forge the Foundation, was marked as complete, granting me 300 XP, 50 gacha points, and a new skill, Combat Instinct. This skill enhanced my situational awareness in battle, allowing for instinctive reactions to threats, scaling with my system level. As I absorbed the system's updates, my heart raced. Combat Instinct was a perfect addition, enhancing my fighting ability alongside enhanced reflexes. With 65 gacha points, I could either make another rare pull or save for a legendary one. The U exam was drawing near, and I felt stronger and more prepared. Yet, as I stood with 𝐒𝐭𝐽 watching the fireworks, a new thought crossed my mind. The system had granted me one for all, but All Might was still out there, observing my journey. What would he think if he knew? And what about Bakugo, who had witnessed my defiance against the sludge villain? The beach was half cleared, my body was ready for 10% of one for all, and 𝗏𝗏's faith anchored me. However, the system's rewards raised questions. Why had it given me one for all? What other hidden quests awaited me? As the fireworks faded, I felt a chill. The path to you was clear, but the shadows of villains loomed larger than ever. The salty breeze of Dagobah Beach stung my face as I dragged a rusted microwave across the sand, my muscles burning from the effort. It had been a week since I completed the Gacha system's mission to MSTR 10% of one for all and strengthen my bond with 𝗏𝗏. My body had become stronger, leaner, and more defined. The green sparks of one for all flickered faintly when I pushed myself, but I was cautious. Too much power could lead to injury. After storing the microwave in Dimensional Pocket, I wiped the sweat from my brow. The beach was nearly 2/3 clear, a testament to my hard work. As I caught my breath, a sharp ding echoed in my mind, louder than usual. The Gacha system's interface flared to life, but something felt different. The text pulsed erratically, like a glitching screen, before stabilizing into a bold announcement. A system update had occurred, version 2. The changes were significant. The system level was removed, with progression now tied to user growth and actions rather than numerical levels. Daily pulls would now be random, granting quirks, skills, or items of varying tiers without requiring points. The points and XP systems were discontinued, and rewards would be based on daily pulls and user initiative. Missions were paused until further notice. As the first daily pull initialized, I blinked in disbelief. No levels. No points. No missions. The system had structured my training with clear goals, and now it felt random. Before I could process the changes, the interface spun, a kaleidoscope of colors replacing the familiar tiers. Images flashed, fire, swords, glowing orbs, before stopping abruptly. Congratulations! I had received 𝗬𝗪 beans, a restorative item from the Dragon Ball Z universe. Each bean fully healed injuries, restored stamina, and replenished energy, usable only once per bean. Store in Dimensional Pocket for instant access. 20 small, green beans appeared in his palm, glowing faintly. He stared, his jaw dropping. 𝗬𝗪 beans. From Dragon Ball Z. These were game changers, literal lifesavers that could heal broken bones or exhaustion in seconds. He quickly stored them in Dimensional Pocket, the rift swallowing them with a shimmer. If he was going to face USJ's entrance exam or worse, villains like the League, these beans could mean the difference between life and death. But the system's update worried him. Random pulls every day, with no missions or XP to guide him. It felt chaotic, like he was at the mercy of luck. And what did user growth and actions mean for progression? He shook his head, focusing on the present. He had one for all, Dimensional Pocket, enhanced reflexes, combat instinct, and now 𝗬𝗪 beans. The exam was weeks away, and he needed to keep training, system or no system. That morning he pushed harder than ever. The beach's junk pile was his proving ground. He lifted a car door, channeling a flicker of one for all into his arms. Green sparks danced, and the door felt lighter, but his elbow twinged with discomfort. He stopped, breathing heavily. 10% was his limit for now, anything more risked injury. He stored the door in Dimensional Pocket and switched to bodyweight exercises, push-ups, squats, sprints along the shore. Enhanced reflexes made his movements fluid, and combat instinct sharpened his awareness, allowing him to dodge imaginary attacks as he ran. He imagined facing USJ robots, using Dimensional Pocket to summon stored debris as weapons or shields, enhanced by one for all strength. Combat instinct would help him react to their movements, and a 𝗧𝗵𝗵 could bail him out if he pushed too far. But the randomness of the system's new polls gnawed at him. What if tomorrow's reward was useless? A quirk he couldn't control. He needed consistency, not chaos. As the sun climbed higher, he headed home, his shirt soaked with sweat. 𝗵𝗀 was waiting, her green hair tied back as she watered plants on the balcony. Her smile was a balm after the morning's grind. She expressed concern for him, noting that he was working himself too hard, and invited him inside for some 𝗕𝗶𝗍𝗁𝗍. He grinned, following her in. The system's mission to bond with her was over, but he cherished these moments. 𝗵𝗀 was his anchor in this world, her warmth grounding him amidst the uncertainty of quirks and villains. Over breakfast, they talked about small things, her coworker's new puppy, his favorite All Might fights. He avoided mentioning the system or One for All, but he shared his progress on the beach. He mentioned how he had cleared a lot of 𝗕𝗏𝗿, and it was starting to look like a real beach again. 𝗵𝗀's eyes sparkled with pride as she praised his efforts, saying he was doing something good for everyone, not just himself. Her words resonated deeply. He wasn't just training for you, he was making a difference, even in small ways. The system didn't chime, no XP anymore, but he felt a spark of pride. Perhaps that was the user growth the update referred to. The next day, he returned to the beach, determined to refine One for All. He focused on precision, using 10% in short bursts to lift heavier objects, a rusted engine block, a cracked refrigerator. Each success built confidence, but he was careful, mindful of the lingering discomfort if he pushed too far. Combat instinct kicked in during training, alerting him to loose debris or uneven ground before he tripped. It was like a sixth sense, blending seamlessly with enhanced reflexes. The system's daily pull came at noon, the interface flaring without warning. Daily pull initiated. Congratulations. He received skill, minor telekinesis B tier. This skill allowed him to move small objects up to 5 kilograms within a 10-meter radius using mental focus. The range and weight limit might increase with practice. He tested it immediately, focusing on a nearby tire. It wobbled, then lifted an inch off the ground before dropping. His head throbbed from the effort, but he grinned. Minor telekinesis wasn't earth-shattering, but combined with dimensional pocket, he could levitate stored objects into position, perfect for setting traps or creating barriers. He practiced for an hour, moving rocks and metal scraps, his control improving slightly. The randomness of the pull was a double-edged sword. 𝗧𝗵𝗵s were a godsend, but minor telekinesis felt situational. Still, he would make it work. He spent the afternoon alternating between physical training and quirk practice, using telekinesis to toss small objects into dimensional pocket midair. His body was adapting, his stamina growing. He could feel One for All settling deeper into his muscles, like a fire waiting to be stoked. That evening, he took 𝗵𝗀 to a local park for a walk. The system's missions were gone, but he wanted to keep their bond strong. They strolled under cherry blossom trees, their petals falling like soft snow. 𝗵𝗀 carried a bento she had packed, and they sat on a bench to eat, the city's lights twinkling in the distance. She noted his focus lately and expressed her pride but also concern, asking if he was okay. He froze mid-bite, realizing her perceptiveness. He replied that he was just trying to be the best he could be, for you and for her. She smiled, but her eyes reflected worry. She reminded him that he didn't have to carry the world and encouraged him to just be himself. Her words lingered as they walked home. Being himself was complicated. He was Izuku, but also someone else, reborn with a system and a quirk he wasn't supposed to have. The system's update only deepened the mystery. Why had it changed? Was it adapting to him, or was something else at play? The next morning he was back at the beach, pushing his limits. He lifted a massive water heater, One for All sparking at 10%. His arms strained but held, with no discomfort this time. He stored it in dimensional pocket, then practiced telekinesis, levitating a wrench to unscrew a bolt from a nearby car frame. Combat instinct warned him of a falling tire, and he dodged with enhanced reflexes, his movements seamless. The system's daily pull came again. Daily pull initiated. Congratulations. He received Item: Weighted Training Bands A Tier. These adjustable bands increased resistance during movement, enhancing strength and speed training. He strapped the bands to his wrists and ankles, feeling their weight drag at his limbs. They were perfect for pushing his body further. He ran sprints, the bands making each step a challenge, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏's power helped him push through. By the end of the session, his legs felt like jelly, but he sensed he was growing stronger. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 joined him that afternoon, bringing a picnic to the beach. She gasped at the cleared patches, the sand gleaming under the sun, and asked if he had done it all by himself. He grinned and said it was for now, but maybe he would get some help eventually. They ate sandwiches and talked about her childhood dreams. She had once wanted to be a nurse, helping people like heroes did. He shared his own dream, careful not to mention the system or 𝗏𝗏𝗏, expressing his longing to save everyone, like All Might. Her eyes glistened with pride as she encouraged him, believing he would achieve his goals. Days turned into weeks, with a routine that blended training and time spent with 𝗏𝗏𝗏. The beach was nearly clear, with only the heaviest debris remaining. My body had transformed. It was still lean, but now defined muscles and newfound confidence characterized my movements. Using 𝗏𝗏𝗏 at 10% felt natural, allowing me to lift heavy objects and leap across the beach effortlessly. My minor telekinesis improved with practice, enabling me to move 7 kilograms objects with precision, which I used to set up training obstacles and simulate combat scenarios. The system's daily pulls were a mix of useful items, like a smoke bomb for escapes or a first aid kit for minor injuries, and quirky ones, such as a holographic disguise pen that projected temporary illusions. I stored everything in Dimensional Pocket, building an arsenal for the upcoming exam. One evening, while watching a Hero News broadcast with 𝗏𝗏𝗏, I learned something unsettling. The reporter mentioned All Might's protege, a third-year U. student named Midoriya 𝗏𝗏𝗏, rumored to have inherited a powerful quirk from the symbol of peace. My heart sank. In this world, Midoriya possessed 𝗏𝗏𝗏, not me. The system had granted me the quirk, bypassing All Might's choice. Did that mean I was an anomaly? A mistake? 𝗏𝗏𝗏 noticed my silence and asked what was wrong. I forced a smile, thinking about you, and how tough it would be. She hugged me, her warmth easing my doubts, assuring me that I would shine. The final day of the week brought me back to the beach, facing the last major pile, a rusted truck frame. I strapped on the weighted training bands, channeled 10% of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and lifted. The frame groaned under my effort, but I held steady, my muscles protesting. Combat instinct guided my balance as I dragged it to the dump, collapsing in triumph as the beach lay clear, sparkling under the sunset. The system chimed unexpectedly, announcing my achievement. I had cleared 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 beach. I received a new skill, Energy Efficiency, which would reduce stamina consumption for quirk usage by 20%, improving with practice. Exhausted but elated, I realized this would allow me to use 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and telekinesis longer, a perfect boost for the exam. As I sat on the sand, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 arrived with a thermos of tea. She gasped at the cleared beach, tears in her eyes, expressing her pride. I stood to hug her, declaring that I did it for her and for everyone who needed a hero. We sat together watching the waves. The system's randomness was daunting, but I had 𝗧𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗧, a growing arsenal, and a body ready for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Midoriya's inheritance raised questions, but I pushed them aside. The exam was next, and I would face it with everything I had, system, quirks, and my mother's belief in me. The dawn broke over 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 beach, painting the waves gold. I stood on the now cleared sand, the weight of the weighted training bands pulling at my wrists and ankles. My breath was steady, but my mind was racing. The system's neon interface flickered to life, announcing a significant update. All 𝗏𝗏𝗏 related quirks were removed, and my core quirk was renamed Superpower to prevent complications. I braced myself as the daily pull initiated, a kaleidoscope of colors spinning before settling. I received a new skill, Analytical Mind, enhancing my cognitive processing for rapid analysis of combat situations and strategic planning. A warm pulse spread through my head, like a mental muscle flexing. I tested it, examining a pipe in my hand. My mind quickly assessed its weight and balance, determining its potential as a weapon. I stored it back in dimensional storage, realizing that analytical mind could be a game-changer for the U entrance exam, allowing me to outsmart the hulking robots. Yet, the system's warning about complications lingered. 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗏 had one for all in this world, while my superpower was a gacha gift that wasn't supposed to exist. Did the system rename it to protect me from all might or something worse? I shook off the thought, focusing on training. The exam was weeks away, and I needed to master what I had: superpower, dimensional storage, and my skills: minor telekinesis, enhanced reflexes, combat instinct, energy efficiency, and now analytical mind. I tightened the weighted training bands and channeled 10% of superpower. Green sparks crackled as I sprinted across the beach, each step a battle against the band's resistance. Enhanced reflexes made my movements fluid, and combat instinct alerted me to a loose rock ahead, allowing me to vault over it without breaking stride. Energy efficiency kept my stamina steady, enabling me to push longer than before. I summoned a car door from dimensional storage, using minor telekinesis to levitate it as a shield while practicing strikes. Analytical mind calculated angles for maximum impact. By noon, sweat soaked my shirt, but I felt invigorated. The beach was my proving ground, and every move honed my quirks and skills. I paused for a 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏, its glow warm in my palm. One bite restored my energy, and I stored the rest, 19 beans left, in dimensional storage. They were my trump card, but I couldn't rely solely on them. 𝐒𝐭𝐲's voice broke my focus as she called me for lunch, standing at the beach's edge with a bento box. I jogged over, grateful for the break. We sat on a driftwood log, sharing rice ball and 𝗕𝗵𝗿𝗄𝐻. Her pride in the cleared beach warmed me, but her earlier words echoed in my mind: I didn't have to carry the world. She didn't know about superpower or the system, but her belief in me was enough. I expressed my worries about not meeting expectations at USJ, fearing I was too different. She encouraged me to show them who I was, not what they expected, but what I chose to be. Her words resonated deeply. Superpower wasn't one for all, but it was mine, and I would make it enough. That afternoon, I pushed harder, combining my quirks and skills. I summoned debris mid-sprint from dimensional storage, flinging it with minor telekinesis to hit targets I had set up. Analytical mind mapped their trajectories, adjusting my aim in real time. Superpower surged through my legs, allowing me to leap and dodge imaginary robot attacks, with combat instinct guiding my path. Energy efficiency stretched my endurance, but I knew my limit loomed. 10% was safe, while 11% risked pain. As the sun dipped, the system chimed again, recognizing my growth and announcing my mastery of superpower at 10%. You have received item kinetic glove B tier description. A single glove that amplifies the kinetic force of punches by 1.5x when worn. It can be stored in dimensional storage. As the protagonists slipped on the glove, they felt its weight. A test punch cracked a crate, the impact sharper than anticipated. With superpower, this could shatter USJ robots, if they didn't injure themselves first. They stored the glove, their mind racing with strategies. Analytical mind was already weaving plans. Use the glove for key strikes, save 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏s for emergencies, and deploy dimensional storage for traps. Would all might see them and sense something was amiss? They pushed the fear down. They had 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, their quirks, and their skills. They would carve their own path. 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗏 observed the USJ training grounds, a maze of steel and concrete, perfect for pushing his limits. He phased through a collapsing wall, one for all's power humming in his veins. Green lightning danced across his skin, stronger than ever, 20% now, after months of rigorous training with all might. His permeation quirk allowed him to slip through obstacles, while one for all provided the strength to smash them when necessary. The combination felt unreal, like being both a ghost and a tank at once. He vaulted over a robot's swipe, phasing his torso to avoid its claws, then solidified to land a punch. Green sparks flared, and the bot crumpled, circuits flickering. Night Eye would be proud: precision, power, control. But All Might's words from their last session echoed in his mind. "You're my successor, Midoriya. One for all chose you." That weight sat heavy, heavier than any robot. As he caught his breath, a peculiar feeling struck him, like a tug in his chest. One for all pulsed not with power, but something else. A whisper, faint, like voices he couldn't hear. The vestiges. All Might had mentioned them once, saying they would guide him when the time came. But this felt off, as if the quirk was restless. He shook it off, focusing on the next obstacle, a gauntlet of lasers. He phased through, one for all boosting his speed, and cleared it in seconds. Training with All Might was intense yet inspiring. He was weaker now, his time limit shrinking, but his grin never faded. Today, he watched from the sidelines, his skeletal form leaning on a cane. He praised Midoriya, encouraging him to keep that smile shining. Midoriya grinned back, but his mind wandered. The USJ entrance exam was approaching, and as a third year, he would help oversee it. All Might said it was a chance to scout future heroes, perhaps even someone worthy of one for all someday. Midoriya didn't understand why they should think about passing it on when he had just begun. But All Might's knowing look suggested he saw something Midoriya did not. After training, he hit the showers and then headed to the common room. Taki was there, fidgeting with a protein shake. He expressed concern about Midoriya pushing too hard again. Midoriya, eager to prepare for the exam, flexed and declared his intention to show the first years what a real hero looked like. Tamaki rolled his eyes but smiled. 𝗎𝗓𝗓 bounded in, her energy infectious, excitedly asking if Midoriya had smashed another robot and if One for All was getting stronger. Midoriya nodded, but the tug in his chest returned, sharper this time. One for All flared unexpectedly, and for a brief moment he saw a beach. Sand, waves, a green-haired kid lifting a truck frame with green sparks. Not his sparks, different, yet familiar. He blinked and it vanished. He muttered in surprise, prompting 𝗎𝗓𝗓 to ask if he was okay. He brushed it off, feeling a strange vibe. Perhaps it was the vestiges, or maybe One for All was reacting to something. He recalled All Might's warning, the 𝗓𝗁𝗔𝗂𝘁 tied to its users. If it was acting up, he needed to inform All Might. That evening he met All Might in his office. All Might, in his true form, appeared gaunt but sharp-eyed. He sensed Midoriya's troubles and set down his tea. Midoriya explained the tug in his chest and the vision of the kid. All Might's expression tightened. He asked if the boy had green hair and sparks like One for All. Midoriya confirmed, noting that it felt different and was hard to explain. All Might leaned back, fingers steepled, and explained that One for All was unique, but quirks could evolve unpredictably. This boy might have a variant, a quirk mimicking theirs, or something else entirely. His voice dropped as he advised Midoriya to keep an eye out during the exam. If the boy was there, they would know. Midoriya nodded, but unease gnawed at him. One for All was his, chosen for him. So why did it feel like it was looking elsewhere? Days blurred for Izuku as he trained and bonded with 𝐭. The beach was spotless now, a local attraction again. Children played where junk once piled, and 𝗏's pride ignited a quiet fire in his chest. He trained harder, pushing Superpower's 10% limit with the kinetic glove, its amplified punches denting steel drums. Dimensional storage allowed him to summon debris for impromptu obstacles, and minor telekinesis added finesse, enabling him to redirect objects mid-air. Analytical mind wove it all together, calculating angles, force, and timing like a chess answer. The system's daily polls kept coming, a mixed bag. A shock-absorbing insole beater cushioned his landings, perfect for Superpower's leaps. A tactical flashlight seeder could blind foes. He stored them all, his dimensional storage becoming a growing arsenal. However, the randomness grated on him. Yesterday's pull was a gourmet cookbook D tier. Useful for cooking with 𝗏, perhaps, but not for hero work. One night, while watching hero news with 𝗏, he saw Midoriya again, a clip of him saving civilians, phasing through rubble with One for All sparks. His heart sank. Midoriya's power was stronger, smoother, at least 20%. He was the real deal, 𝐻𝗪𝗓 golden boy. Izuku felt like his superpower was a knockoff, even if it was his own. 𝐒𝐭 noticed his quiet demeanor and reassured him that he would get there if he believed in himself. He hugged her warmth grounding him. The exam was just days away, and training intensified for Midoriya. One for all felt heavier, as if it was watching something he couldn't see. He pushed himself harder, phasing through walls and smashing robots with 20% power. All Might's words lingered in his mind. Find the boy. He didn't know why, but he trusted him. If this green-haired kid was at the exam, he would spot him. One for all's tug was no coincidence. It was a warning or perhaps a call. On the final day before the exam, Izuku stood on Dagobah Beach as the system chimed. Daily pull initiated. Congratulations. You have received Skill Adrenaline Surge A-tier description. Temporarily boosts physical performance by 10% for 30 seconds, once per hour. The cooldown reduces with practice. He tested it, triggering adrenaline surge. Superpower flared, pushing him past 10% to 11%, maybe 12%, without pain. He leapt, clearing half the beach and landing with a shockwave. Analytical mind clocked the cooldown, 59 minutes. This could tip the scales against 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. As he packed up, 𝗬𝐭 arrived, her eyes bright with encouragement. She assured him he was ready. He hugged her tightly. Midoriya, All Might, the system's secrets, none of it mattered. He had superpower, dimensional storage, his skills, and 𝗬𝐭. Tomorrow he would face the exam and prove he was a hero, regardless of whose quirk he carried. The air at a high school buzzed with anticipation, a mix of nervous chatter and the hum of distant machinery. Standing among hundreds of applicants, the protagonist felt their heart race while adjusting the weighted training bands concealed beneath their tracksuit. The entrance exam was a pivotal moment to demonstrate their potential as a hero. Superpowers surged within, now stabilized at 15% after weeks of rigorous training on Dagobah Beach. The green sparks felt sharper and stronger, like a fire they could finally manage. Dimensional storage, their other quirk, had also evolved due to a mysterious Gacha system update. They could now store living beings in its pocket dimension, a game-changing ability that sparked their imagination with possibilities. The system's neon interface illuminated their vision, cutting through the crowd's noise. A system update indicated that dimensional storage had been enhanced, allowing the storage of living beings up to a total mass of 100 kilograms within a 10-meter range. These beings would remain unharmed in stasis and could be summoned instantly, though caution was advised. A daily pull was initiated, resulting in a new item, a sonic disruptor, a handheld device that emitted a high-frequency pulse to disorient targets within a 5-meter radius for 10 seconds, usable once per minute and storable in dimensional storage. Summoning the sonic disruptor from dimensional storage, the protagonist examined the sleek silver cylinder that fit comfortably in their palm. After storing it back, their analytical mind began calculating its potential uses, ideal for stunning robots or creating openings in combat. The living being storage feature was intriguing. Could they store an ally for protection or an enemy to neutralize them? The ethical implications weighed heavily, but they set those thoughts aside. Today was about the exam, not hypotheticals. Scanning the crowd, they recognized familiar faces, like echoes from a half-remembered dream. A blond boy with a scowl and sparking hands, 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃, exuding confidence and intensity. A girl with brown hair and a bright smile, absent-mindedly floating a water bottle, 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝑢𝑟𝗏𝗃, her zero-gravity quirk evident. A tall guy with glasses moved with precise determination, 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝗐𝗐, likely possessing a speed-related quirk. They would be competition, perhaps even classmates if they succeeded in entering Class 1A. The exam's rules were straightforward yet harsh. Defeat robotic enemies to earn points based on their difficulty, with a hidden rescue score for heroic actions. The testing ground, a mock city of steel and concrete, sprawled before them. The protagonists tightened their grip on their resolve, recalling 𝗬𝐭's words, "Show them who you choose to be." As the gates opened, chaos erupted. Applicants surged into the city, quirks flashing, fire, ice, vines, explosions. The protagonists sprinted forward, superpower igniting their legs at 15%. Green sparks trailed behind as they leaped over a crumbled wall, enhanced reflexes guiding their landing. A one-point robot, a clunky drone with glowing red eyes, rolled toward them. Summoning a rusted pipe from dimensional storage, they swung with the force of superpower, denting its chassis. Analytical mind pinpointed a weak joint, and a second strike shattered it, earning them 1 point. More robots appeared, a 2-pointer with spinning blades and a 3-pointer with tank-like treads. Activating minor telekinesis, the protagonist levitated a steel plate from dimensional storage to block the 2-pointer's blades. Combat instinct alerted them to the 3-pointer's laser. They dodged, enhanced reflexes making them a blur, and activated adrenaline surge. Superpower spiked to 17%, and their fist, enhanced by the kinetic glove, crushed the 3-pointer's core. Sparks flew as they breathed, energy efficiency keeping their stamina steady. That earned them 3 points. Bakugo was a whirlwind nearby, explosions tearing through robots with ease. His ferocity was intimidating, but analytical mind noted his recklessness. Debris from his attacks could endanger others. The protagonist stayed clear, focusing on their own points. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 floated a 2-pointer into the air, giggling as it flailed before crashing. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 rocketed past, his engine quirk propelling him to dismantle a drone with precise kicks. Their skills were remarkable, but the protagonist had versatility on their side. A scream pierced the chaos. A girl with green hair, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, was trapped under collapsing debris, pinned down. A 3-pointer loomed over her. The protagonist's heart raced. Points mattered, but saving her was imperative. They sprinted, superpower boosting their speed. Combat instinct mapped the terrain, unstable rubble, the robot's claw arm charging. Summoning a car door from dimensional storage, they held it as a shield. Minor telekinesis lifted smaller debris to distract the robot, buying precious time. They called out to 𝗬𝗎, urging her to hang on. Her eyes widened in surprise as she acknowledged their speed. Channeling 15% of superpower, the protagonist lifted the debris off her leg. Pain tinged their arm, 15% was their limit, but energy efficiency dulled the strain. The robot swung its claw, and they activated the sonic disruptor. A high-pitched pulse stunned the robot, halting its gears. Grabbing 𝗬𝗎, they focused on dimensional storage's new feature. With a concentrated effort, she vanished into the rift, safe in stasis. With a powerful punch enhanced by the kinetic glove, the protagonist smashed the robot, its frame crumpling. Releasing 𝗬𝗎 from dimensional storage, she reappeared, unharmed but dazed. She expressed her confusion, but there was no time to explain. Helping her to her feet, they asked if she could move, and she confirmed with gratitude before hopping away. The protagonist grinned, adrenaline surging. Their points tallied around 20 so far, but saving 𝗬𝗎 felt more significant. Perhaps that would contribute to the rescue score. The exam's final minutes blurred together. A towering 0-pointer emerged, shaking the ground. Most applicants fled, but 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 was trapped under rubble, her face pale. Bakugo ignored her, chasing points. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 hesitated but then rushed to help, though the 0-pointer's fist was quicker. There was no time to think. Triggering adrenaline surge, superpower hit 17%. They leaped, summoning a massive steel beam from dimensional storage. Minor telekinesis guided it, slamming into the 0-pointer's leg to slow it down. Landing near 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏, they used superpower to lift the rubble. Their bones creaked, 17% was pushing it, but a senza bean from dimensional storage healed them instantly, their 18th bean now gone. They urged 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 to get up, pulling her free. She used her quirk to float them both upward, negating gravity. The 0-pointer swung its fist, and the protagonist activated the sonic disruptor again, its pulse buying them crucial seconds. Summoning the shock-absorbing insoles, they cushioned their landing as 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 released her quirk. She expressed her thanks, cheeks flushed, and called them crazy. The protagonist echoed All Might's sentiment about saving everyone. They split up, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 floating debris to block the 0-pointer's path. The exam concluded with a siren. The protagonist collapsed, breathing, their body aching despite the bean. Analytical mind estimated around 35 points, plus whatever 𝗬𝗎's and 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏's rescues had earned. The system chimed unexpectedly, recognizing user growth and heroic actions. Exhausted but pleased, the protagonists smiled at the new skill they had received, tactical coordination, which would enhance their ability to work with allies and optimize strategies. This was vital for Class 1A. However, as they left the testing ground, a chill ran down their spine. Someone was watching. Combat instinct screamed it. Glancing up, they spotted a blonde third year with a wide grin and sharp blue eyes, Midoriya Togata. His presence felt significant, as if Superpower recognized him. Pushing the thought aside, the protagonist focused on the task at hand, passing the exam. After the exam, they trudged home, their tracksuit torn. 𝗕𝗏 awaited them, her green hair tied back, a tray of katsu curry in hand. She greeted them with warmth, easing their nerves. Izuku Midoriya felt a sense of accomplishment as he reflected on his recent exam, having saved a few people. 𝗕𝗏's eyes sparkled with pride as she regarded him, calling him her hero. During dinner, he shared snippets of the exam, carefully omitting details about his superpower and the system. 𝗕𝗏 listened intently, her pride a quiet strength, and remarked that he was like All Might, saving everyone. That night, as he lay awake, the system's interface glowed softly in the dark. A notification appeared, indicating that temporal and metaphysical stability had been maintained, and his superpower alignment was successful. He frowned, sensing that the system was concealing something. Why had it renamed One for All? Why was it shielding him from complications? Midoriya's One for All was genuine, linked to All Might, while his felt like a mere fluke, a gacha gift. Yet it felt right, as if it had always belonged to him. He thought of his classmates, Bakugo's raw power, Uraraka's kindness, Ida's discipline, and Tsuyu's resilience. They would likely join Class 1A if they passed. Could he truly stand alongside them? He considered tactical coordination, which might allow him to sync with their quirks. Imagining Uraraka floating his summoned debris, Ida speeding to flank robots, and Tsuyu's quirk working in tandem with his telekinesis filled him with determination. Even Bakugo, if he didn't blast him first. The exam results would arrive soon. He clutched the senzu beans in his dimensional storage, 17 remaining. With his superpower at 15% mastery, his skills and items ready, he felt prepared for 𝗬𝗎. But Midoriya's shadow loomed over him. If Midoriya suspected his quirk, what would All Might think? As he drifted into sleep, 𝗕𝗏's words anchored him, "Be who you choose to be." The USJ, a high school campus, stood like a fortress of dreams, its glass towers shimmering in the morning sun. He adjusted his new uniform, the red tie snug against his collar, and gripped his backpack tightly. His heart raced, not from nerves, but from the surreal reality of being accepted into Class 1. The entrance exam results had come last week, with All Might himself praising his heroic spirit. He had scored 40 villain points and 30 rescue points, securing his place. His superpower, now at 15% mastery, thrummed in his veins, green sparks flickering faintly as he flexed his hands. Dimensional storage, upgraded to hold living beings, felt like a secret weapon in his mental arsenal. He was not just Izuku Midoriya, he was someone reborn from a world where My Hero Academia was merely a manga, a show he had binged late at night. These characters, Bakugo, Uraraka, Ida, had once been fictional, but now they were real, their quirks and personalities vivid in ways no page could capture. He hadn't forgotten that truth, but it felt distant, like a half-remembered life. His focus was on 𝗬𝗎, Class 1A, and the gacha system that had reshaped his destiny. As he approached the classroom door, the system's neon interface pinged, cutting through his thoughts. The daily pull initiated, granting him 2 pulls for his milestone of 𝗬𝗎 admission. The first item was Achiko Uraraka's underwear, a standard-issue piece of clothing with no special properties. His face burned with embarrassment, and he nearly stumbled over his own feet. The system had pulled some strange items before, but this was mortifying. He glanced around, half expecting someone to notice his panic. The item materialized in dimensional storage, and he cringed at the thought of ever summoning it. Before he could dwell on that, the second pull flashed before him. The skill dimension create was an S-tier ability that allowed him to create a temporary pocket dimension. Time within could be extended infinitely, while only 2 seconds passed outside until he exited. Limited to 1 use per day, it felt like a game changer. He could practice his superpower, test dimensional storage's living being feature, or even take a nap without losing time. The underwear pull had been a cruel joke, but this skill was invaluable. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door to Class 1A. The room buzzed with voices, and faces he recognized from his past life's manga panels were now alive and vibrant. Katsuki Bakugo slouched at a desk, scowling, while Achiko Uraraka chatted with Tsuyu Azui, whose frog-like quirk was evident in her posture. Tenya Ida stood straight, lecturing Eijiro Kirishima, who was all grins and sharp teeth. Shoto Todoroki sat silently, his icy stare chilling the air. His reborn knowledge screamed their names, quirks, and stories, but he forced himself to act normal. He was no longer a fan, he was their peer. The classroom quieted as their teacher, Shota Aizawa, entered. He looked as if he had just crawled out of a sleeping bag, his eyes half-lidded but sharp. He introduced himself as their homeroom teacher and instructed them to put on their gym uniforms and head to the training field, stating there was no time for chit-chat. Murmurs rippled through the room, but they complied. In the locker room, he changed quickly, avoiding Bakugo's glare. Bakugo snarled at him, warning him not to get in his way, using the old nickname that dripped with disdain. Izuku nodded, keeping his distance, aware of Bakugo's temper but no longer the quirkless kid he once was. On the training field, Aizawa announced a quirk assessment test consisting of 8 physical challenges to gauge their abilities. He warned that the last place would be expelled. Gasps echoed among the students. Izuku's combat instinct flared, sensing Aizawa's seriousness. Expulsion on the first day was brutal, but it was no joke. He glanced at his classmates. Uraraka's nervous smile, Ida's determined nod, Todoroki's calm indifference, and Kirishima's pumped fist. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, smirking. He needed to shine, not just for himself, but for Inko's pride. The first test was a 50-meter dash. He lined up beside Tsuyu, who wished him good luck. Remembering how he had saved her during the exam using dimensional storage, he smiled. With superpower at 15%, he surged forward, enhanced reflexes sharpening his form. He completed the dash in 6.2 seconds, placing third behind Ida's 4.1 seconds and Bakugo's 4.8 seconds. Not bad. Next was the grip strength test. He gripped the device, channeling superpower carefully. The kinetic glove, stored in dimensional storage, could have boosted him, but Aizawa's no-quirk rule held, until he nodded, allowing quirks for the second round. Summoning the glove, he achieved a grip of 200 kilograms, sparks flaring. Kirishima, using his hardening quirk, hit 300 kilograms and grinned at him, complimenting his performance. The standing long jump tested their versatility. He used superpower for a powerful leap, briefly reaching 17% mastery, clearing 10 meters. Uraraka floated herself effortlessly, giggling, while Todoroki propelled himself with ice. Izuku noted his dual quirk, fire and ice, but wondered why he only used ice now. During the repeated side steps, he utilized minor telekinesis to maintain his balance, staying aware of stray pebbles. Energy efficiency allowed him to sustain his pace, placing mid-tier behind Mina Ishido, whose fluid movements, enhanced by her acid quirk, made her steps slippery. The ball throw was his chance to shine. Uraraka went first, floating her ball into the stratosphere for an impressive score, her smile infectious. I stepped forward, taking the ball from Aizawa. Channeling 15% of superpower, green sparks crackled around me as I hurled it. My analytical mind calculated the perfect arc, 45 degrees for maximum distance. The kinetic glove amplified my throw, sending the ball soaring 1,500 meters. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, acknowledging my effort. Midoriya had done well. Bakugo's explosion-powered throw reached 800 meters, somewhere between 50% and 60% of my record. It was unfortunate for him. As the tests progressed, I sensed a tug in my mind, my combat instinct warning me of someone watching. It wasn't Izawa, it was someone else. I glanced up and spotted a blonde third year observing from a balcony. Mirio Togata. His friendly grin contrasted with the weight of his gaze, as if he could see right through me. My reborn knowledge screamed that he possessed one for all. Did he sense my superpower? The system's warning about potential complications echoed in my mind, causing my stomach to twist. I pushed the anxiety down, focusing on the next test, sit-ups. My energy efficiency kept my stamina high, and I synced my rhythm with tactical coordination, mimicking Ida's disciplined pace nearby. He nodded approvingly, his glasses glinting as he praised my form. After the sit-ups, I moved on to the seated toe touch and distance run. I used superpowers sparingly, conserving energy with efficiency. Tsuyu's impressive flexibility dominated the toe touch, while Todoroki's ice slides made the run seem effortless. I kept pace, utilizing shock-absorbing insoles from dimensional storage to ease my joints. My score remained solid, top 5, not flashy but consistent. Izawa called for a break before the final test, a combat simulation. He instructed us to pair up and demonstrate our quirks against training bots, emphasizing that we should not hold back. I teamed up with Uraraka, her cheerful demeanor easing my nerves. My reborn knowledge recalled her zero-gravity quirk, which was perfect for combo attacks. I asked if she could float my crate from dimensional storage, and her eyes widened in excitement. She touched the crate, making it weightless. I used minor telekinesis to hurl it at a bot, with superpower adding force. The crate struck its core, earning us cheers from Kirishima. Tactical coordination kicked in, helping me predict Uraraka's moves. She floated another bot, and I delivered a punch with the kinetic glove, sparks flying. As we fought, I decided to test Dimension Create. A bot charged at me and I activated the skill, slipping into a pocket dimension. The world vanished, replaced by a gray void. Time was mine, hours to strategize, maybe even days. I planned my next move, testing superpower's 15% limit. My muscles ached, but a senzu healed me instantly. I destroyed the dimension, reappearing outside after just 2 seconds. To Uraraka, it seemed like I had barely blinked, but I felt refreshed and landed a 17% superpower punch to crush the bot. The simulation concluded, and Izawa scribbled notes, announcing that results would be revealed the next day. His threat of expulsion loomed over us, but I felt a sense of accomplishment. My quirks and skills had held up, and Uraraka's grin made me think I had found a friend. After class, I lingered in the hallway, catching my breath. The system chimed again, recognizing my growth and successful integration into Class 1A. It noted the synergy between superpower and dimensional storage. A warning about maintaining stability and avoiding direct contact with One for All's true successor echoed in my mind. Mirio. The system meant Mirio. His One for All was the genuine article, tied to All Might and the Vestiges. My superpower was a gacha fluke, a mimic that shouldn't exist. Was that the complication? Would meeting Mirio disrupt something, quirk-wise or timeline-wise? My reborn knowledge warned of possibilities, Vestiges rejecting me, All for One sensing an anomaly, or worse, a paradox tearing this world apart. I shook off the thoughts and headed to the cafeteria. Kirishima waved me over, sitting with Uraraka, Tsuyu, and a spiky-haired boy named Denki Kaminari, whose electric quirk sparked as he fumbled with his chopsticks. Kirishima praised my performance, his hardening making his fist rock solid as he bumped mine. I thanked him and sat down. Uraraka offered me a machi, her smile bright. Tsuyu tilted her head and remarked on my surprises, complimenting my storage quirk. I laughed, deflecting the praise, just trying to keep up. My reborn self marveled at being among Class 1A's heroes, my future allies. Bakugo sat alone, glaring, while Todoroki remained silent, his dual-colored eyes unreadable. Ida joined us, lecturing Kaminari on table manners. This was the beginning of something bigger. That evening, I walked home with Inko, her pride radiating as I shared vague details of the day. She squeezed my hand, expressing her belief in me. At home, we enjoyed katsu curry, her warmth grounding me. I didn't mention the system, superpower, or Mirio's intense gaze, but her faith fueled my determination. In my room, I practiced Dimension Create again, spending an hour in the void honing my superpower punches. Outside, only 2 seconds passed. My analytical mind mapped new combos. Floating debris with 𝗬𝗧𝗏, speed tossing with 𝗕𝗏. Tactical coordination would make us unstoppable. Yet, Mirio's gaze haunted me. My reborn knowledge warned that he would return, maybe tomorrow, maybe during training. The system's stability warning felt like a ticking clock. Superpower, dimensional storage, my skills, they were mine, but they marked me as an outsider. I clutched a 𝗳𝗏𝗏, its glow steadying my nerves. Class 1A was my new home, but the path ahead was uncertain. Bakugo's rivalry, Mirio's scrutiny, the system's secrets, I would face them all. For 𝐒𝐭𝐻, for myself, for the hero I aspired to be. The U. Training ground buzzed with tension, a sprawling urban maze of concrete towers and steel girders designed for chaos. Class 1A stood in our hero costumes, mine a green jumpsuit reinforced with shock-absorbing insoles and the kinetic glove tucked in dimensional storage. My heart pounded, not just from the mock battle ahead, but from the Gacha system's latest upheaval. Superpower, my renamed One for All, now burned at 20% mastery, its black sparks crackling faintly under my skin. I had spent what felt like days in Dimension Create's pocket dimension, training relentlessly, pushing superpower's limit and honing my new telekinetic power until my body adapted. The black sparks felt ominous, like a veil drawn over my quirk to conceal it from prying eyes. With superpower at 20%, I felt a surge of confidence I had never known. My reborn knowledge from that other world, where My Hero Academia was merely a story, told me this level of control put me ahead of my classmates. Bakugo's explosions were fierce, Todoroki's ice and fire devastating, but my raw strength, combined with versatility from dimensional storage and skills like major telekinesis, enhanced reflexes, and analytical mind, made me stand out among the students. Even third years like Mirio, with his permeation, couldn't match my potential, not without his full One for All. Pro heroes like All Might or Aizawa were in another league, their experience a wall I hadn't scaled, but in Class 1A, I surpassed them all. The thought humbled me, but it also fueled my resolve. I wasn't here to dominate, I was here to protect, to grow, to be the hero 𝗏𝗏 believed in. The system's neon interface pinged as I adjusted my gloves, its notification echoing in my mind like a distant alarm. The update confirmed that my minor telekinesis had been upgraded to major telekinesis, enhancing my abilities further. The weight limit had increased to 50 kilograms, and the range extended to 20 meters. Precision and power improved with practice. The visual effect of the superpower had changed. Green sparks transformed into black sparks for metaphysical alignment. The daily pull had begun, granting 2 pulls for the milestone of combat training commencement. The first pull yielded an energy drink pack, a mundane item that could temporarily boost stamina. The second pull, however, was electrifying, a ticket to a created Dragon Ball Super world. The knowledge from a past life, where My Hero Academia was merely a story and Dragon Ball was another epic saga, flooded his mind. Goku's Kamehameha, Vegeta's pride, and the vast scale of power levels. It was a universe brimming with limitless potential. He could train there, learn techniques that surpassed you. Exercises, or stock up on 𝗳𝗏𝗏s. Yet, the one-time use clause and the warning to use with extreme caution made him hesitate. What if the world's creation disrupted something in his own? What if he inadvertently brought back a threat? He stored the ticket in dimensional storage, its presence a tantalizing weight in his mind. Not today. Perhaps not ever. All Might's voice resonated across the field, pulling him from his thoughts. The exercise for the day was a battle trial. Heroes versus villains, tasked with protecting or securing a mock bomb. His imposing figure stood tall in his yellow suit, his iconic grin illuminating the group despite the frailty hidden beneath. Memories from his past life surged back. This was the very trial from the manga, a pivotal moment where quirks clashed and alliances formed. Teams of 2 were formed. heroes defending the bomb and villains attempting to capture it. It was a test of strategy, power, and heart, and he was no longer the quirkless underdog of the original story. He possessed superpower at 20%, dimensional storage with its living being upgrade, major telekinesis, and an arsenal of skills, enhanced reflexes, combat instinct, energy efficiency, analytical mind, adrenaline surge, tactical coordination, and dimension create. This would be his proving ground. Aizawa stepped forward, his capture scarf flickering as if alive. His eyes scanned the group, a blend of boredom and intensity. Teams were randomized. Midoriya and Uraraka were heroes, while Iida and Bakugo were villains. The heroes were to guard the bomb on the 5th floor of the building, while the villains aimed to capture it or defeat the heroes within 15 minutes. No lethal force was allowed, but they were encouraged to push their limits. His stomach twisted at the thought of partnering with Uraraka. Her zero-gravity quirk was a perfect complement to his abilities, allowing for floating traps and enhanced mobility. However, facing Iida's relentless speed and Bakugo's explosive fury felt daunting. Bakugo's scowl deepened, his eyes narrowing with familiar disdain. He warned Midoriya not to mess up, cracking his knuckles. Iida adjusted his glasses, his posture rigid, declaring their intent to execute their roles with precision and honor. Uraraka bounced over, her brown bob haircut framing her excited face. She expressed enthusiasm about being a team and urged him to make the trial fun and win. Her optimism was a bright spot amidst the tension. He nodded, recalling her financial struggles and her dream to support her family. She deserved this victory as much as he did. He suggested they strategize on the way up as they entered the mock building, a 5-story structure rigged with cameras and obstacles. His combat instinct tingled, mapping out potential threats. Narrow hallways for ambushes, weak floors that could collapse, and high ceilings for aerial maneuvers. Inside, the air felt stale, dust motes dancing in the fluorescent lights. They ascended to the 5th floor, a cluttered space with the glowing mock bomb at the center, surrounded by crates, barrels, and debris that resembled remnants from Dagobah Beach. It was perfect for his style. He initiated the planning phase, his analytical mind already breaking down the situation. Uraraka's zero-gravity could make objects weightless, which he could pair with his major telekinesis to create floating barriers or projectiles. He would handle close combat with superpower and utilize dimensional storage for surprises. Tactical coordination would help them sync up. He could predict her moves if they communicated effectively. Uraraka's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she suggested floating him for quick dodges. He explained that major telekinesis had recently been upgraded, allowing him to lift up to 50 kilograms from 20 meters away. They began setting traps, stacking barriers to create a maze around the bomb. Energy efficiency kept his quirk usage steady, with no fatigue creeping in yet. He marveled at how far he had come. In the original story, Izuku had broken his bones during this trial. But he was ready, his body honed from sessions in a pocket dimension where time bent to his will. With superpower at 20%, he could outlift Kirishima's hardening, outpace Iida's engine, and even match Todoroki's raw power in bursts. The class was talented, Momo's creation, Mina's acid, Kaminari's electricity, but his combination of strength, versatility, and skills set him apart. A distant rumble shook the building. They were here. The attack came like a storm. Iida's engine quirk roared to life, his calves igniting as he blurred up the stairs, Bakugo close behind with sparks crackling from his palms. Iida shouted commands, while Bakugo urged him to attack. Combat instinct alerted him to multiple entry points. He activated Dimension Create, slipping into a timeless gray void. What felt like hours passed as he simulated scenarios, Iida's feints, Bakugo's area blasts, and Uraraka's floats. He practiced superpower punches at 20%, black sparks flaring in the emptiness, and tested major telekinesis on imaginary weights. A quick Senzabean reset his fatigue. He dismantled the dimension, re-emerging after just 2 seconds. Uraraka blinked at him, asking if he was okay. He reassured her that he was just planning as black sparks flickered around him. Iida burst through the door first, his speed a whirlwind. The floating crate dropped as 𝗬𝗏𝗃 released her quirk mid-fall, slamming into him. He skidded, momentarily stalling his engine. He acknowledged the impressive trap as he recovered, launching a kick that sent debris flying. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 exploded into the room, his blasts shattering a wall. He declared that Midoriya was his target. An explosion rocketed toward him, the heat singeing the air. Enhanced reflexes kicked in, allowing him to dodge as he summoned a steel plate from dimensional storage. Superpower at 20% braced the plate, the impact jarring but manageable. Black sparks danced across the metal, absorbing the force. He instructed 𝗬𝗏𝗃 to float a barrel. She touched it, and he used major telekinesis to hurl the weightless container at 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 like a missile. It clipped his shoulder, forcing him back. Tactical coordination synced their rhythm. She floated while he flung. They moved in harmony. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 pressed the attack, speeding around the room to flank the bomb, declaring that villains prevailed through strategy. He aimed a low sweep to trip Midoriya. Combat instinct alerted him, prompting a leap as adrenaline surge briefly elevated superpower to 22%. He countered with a punch from the kinetic glove, the amplified force creating shockwaves. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 attempted to block, but the impact disrupted his balance, his engine's momentum unable to match the strength behind the blow. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 was not idle. He unleashed a series of explosions, filling the room with smoke and fire. The floor groaned under the force of his next blast, cracks spreading outwards. Analyzing the structural weakness, he calculated that with 20% superpower he could have shattered the floor if necessary, but control was essential. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 levitated them as the ground crumbled, sending 𝗬𝗏𝗃 and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 down a level. His power allowed him to hover midair longer than any of his classmates, black sparks stabilizing him like an anchor. In midair, he stored 𝗬𝗏𝗃 in dimensional storage's living being pocket, her surprised yelp cut short as she entered stasis. He descended, superpower cushioning his landing with black sparks, then released her. She reappeared, slightly dizzy but unharmed, expressing her surprise at the experience. There was no time for explanations as 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 began climbing back, using explosions to propel himself upward. He utilized major telekinesis to yank a 50 kilograms beam from the rubble, slamming it toward 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 assisted by floating it for extra speed, forcing 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 to blast it apart midair. His explosions were powerful, but his telekinetic range and precision surpassed 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀's direct attacks. He could strike from 20 meters while 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 needed to be close. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 rejoined, circling them with his speed. He demanded the bomb, feinting left and right, but combat instinct allowed him to read 𝗬𝗏𝗃's movements effortlessly. He countered with a telekinetic push, sending 𝗬𝗏𝗃 crashing into a wall. Black sparks flared as he followed up with a powerful kick, the impact resonating louder than any of Kirishima's hardened punches. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 staggered, his speed unable to compete with his superior strength. The timer ticked down, 10 minutes remained. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀's fury reached a peak, his gauntlets glowing with stored energy. He unleashed a massive explosion, tearing through their defenses and exposing the bomb in the wreckage. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 floated it high, out of reach, but 𝗬𝗏𝗃 leaped, his engine boosting him upward. He activated Dimension Create again, vanishing into the void. Time seemed to stretch as he spent what felt like an entire training session analyzing their quirks and practicing counters. Emerging after just 2 seconds, he was prepared. He summoned the weighted training bands, strapping them on for added resistance, then used superpower to leap, black sparks trailing behind him. He caught 𝗬𝗏𝗃 midair, telekinetically pinning him as they fell. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 gently floated them down, the bomb secure. His leap covered distances no one in Class 1A could match, not even Tokoyami's Dark Shadow or Siro's tape. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 charged one last time, aiming an explosion at the floating bomb. He fired the sonic disruptor, stunning 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀, then used major telekinesis to redirect the blast harmlessly away. With 20% superpower, he could have overpowered 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 directly, his punches hitting harder than the explosions, but strategy prevailed. The timer buzzed, signaling their victory. Exhausted but victorious, they regrouped outside. All Might's applause resonated. He praised Midoriya and 𝗬𝗏𝗃 for their synergy and adaptability that turned the tide. Aizawa offered a curt approval, advising them to review the footage and learn from their mistakes. Bakugo, still fuming, glared at Midoriya, insisting that it changed nothing and that he would be ready next time. Iida bowed deeply, acknowledging the worthy contest and promising to improve. Uraraka impulsively hugged him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She expressed her admiration for his abilities, and he felt his heart skip a beat, memories of their friendships warming him. This was Class 1A, his new family. With superpower at 20%, he had outshone Bakugo's explosions and Iida's speed, his power a level above. Even if Todoroki had been his opponent, his ice would not hold against his strength, and Momo's creations could not match his versatility. Across USJ, from Class 1B's Kendo to the third years except Mirio's unique combo, no student could surpass him now. Only professionals like Eraserhead, with his quirk-erasing eyes, or All Might's experience kept him in check. In the observation room, he felt that familiar tug, combat instinct. Mirio Togata watched from a distance, his grin wide but his eyes probing. Did he recognize the black sparks as a mask for superpower? The system's metaphysical alignment felt like a fragile shield. Mirio was All Might's true successor, the bearer of one for all. Any closer and complications could unravel everything. Back in the classroom, Class 1A debriefed. Kirishima slapped his back, praising him for his performance. Tsuyu tilted her head, complimenting his impressive quirk evolution. Todoroki sat quietly, his heterochromatic eyes flicking in Midoriya's direction, curious. He wondered how his 20% superpower would fare against Todoroki's full half-hot half-cold. For now, he knew his edge in raw power would prevail. Kaminari laughed, expressing his longing to learn about his gadgets. Mina Ishido danced over, calling them adorable. Momo Yaoyorozu approached, inspired by his resourcefulness and offering her assistance for future trials. Aizawa dismissed them with a warning about tomorrow's quirk training, urging them not to slack off. As he packed up, Uraraka shared stories about her family's construction business, her dreams spilling out. He listened, empathizing. She was more than just a character. She was real and driven. With his power surpassing hers in the class, he felt a responsibility to uplift them rather than overshadow them. Walking home, Inko's face lit up at his recounting of the day minus the system's secrets. She expressed pride in his growth and promised his favorite dinner, katsu curry. Her hug grounded him, reminding him of why he fought. For her, for this world he had been reborn into. In his room, he reviewed the day. The energy drink pack was basic, but the ticket to World, Dragon Ball Super loomed large. A created universe, one visit. Training with Super Saiyans could elevate his power beyond even pro heroes, but the risks, structural disruptions and system complications, held him back. Superpower at 20%, with black sparks concealing its origins, felt like a double-edged sword. He had surpassed Class 1A and USJ students, his strength unmatched among peers, but true heroism was about control, not conquest. The system chimed softly, recognizing his growth. User growth recognized, battle trial success. Superpower at 20% stabilized. Major telekinesis integration detected. System notice, avoid prolonged exposure to one for all successor. Black sparks implemented to mask superpower's signature. Further upgrades pending heroic alignment. Mirio, the vestiges of All Might's legacy. He was an anomaly, a reborn fan with a hacked quirk. But the bonds of Class 1A, Uraraka's trust, and Inko's love made it all worthwhile. Black sparks or not, he would become the hero this world needed. Name, Izuku Midoriya Reborn System. Gacha System Quirks Superpower 20% Mastery, Black Sparks. S-Tier Dimensional Storage S-Tier Skills Major Telekinesis A-Tier Enhanced Reflexes A-Tier Combat Instinct A-Tier Energy Efficiency A-Tier Analytical Mind A-Tier Adrenaline Surge A-Tier Tactical Coordination A-Tier Dimension Create S-Tier Items Stored in Dimensional Storage 𝗬𝗫𝗍𝒐𝒫𝗫 X15 S-Tier Weighted Training Bands A-Tier Kinetic Glove B-Tier Sonic Disruptor B-Tier Smoke Bomb B-Tier First Aid Kit C-tier holographic disguise pen, C-tier shock absorbing insoles, B-tier tactical flashlight, C-tier gourmet cookbook, D-tier energy drink pack, C-tier ticket to world. Dragon Ball Super S-tier, one-time use various Dagobah beach debris, e.g., steel beams, pipes, crates. 20% felt natural now, like an extension of my body, honed from countless hours spent in the void of dimension create. My memories from that other world, where heroes like All Might existed only in drawings and stories, made every moment here feel surreal. But you was real. Class 1A was my reality, and today marked our first major field trip, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. This rescue training facility was designed to test our quirks in disaster scenarios. My analytical mind buzzed with strategies, earthquakes, floods, fires. With superpower at 20%, dimensional storage filled with items like senzu beans, the kinetic glove, and sonic disruptor, along with skills like major telekinesis and enhanced reflexes, I felt prepared. I surpassed my classmates in raw power and versatility, even if I remained humble. Only professionals like All Might could truly challenge me. As I prepared to leave, the Gacha system's neon interface flared unexpectedly, its alert tone sharper than usual, almost urgent. A system alert indicated a temporary lockdown had been initiated due to detected metaphysical instability, rendering all Gacha functions unavailable until further notice. I retained all previously granted quirks, skills, and items, but there would be no daily pulls, updates, or missions. My heart raced. A lockdown. The system had been my guide, my advantage, random yet reliable. Now it was gone. I tested it, attempting to pull up the interface, but it flickered and vanished like a glitch. Dimensional storage still worked. I summoned a pipe from the debris, feeling its weight before storing it back. Superpower sparked black, and major telekinesis lifted my backpack effortlessly. Everything was intact: senzu beans, weighted training bands, the ticket to world, Dragon Ball Super, but no new pulls. What had caused the metaphysical instability? The black sparks. My proximity to Midoriya. The system's warnings echoed in my mind, sending a chill through me. I shook off the unease. There was no time to dwell. School awaited. 𝗵𝗀 hugged me at the door, her green hair tied back, eyes shining with warmth. She reminded me to be safe, expressing excitement for the rescue training while emphasizing that I was her hero first. Her embrace grounded me. My reborn self cherished these moments. In my old life, family had felt distant, but here, 𝗵𝗀 was my anchor. USJ's halls buzzed with energy as Class 1A gathered for the bus. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 waved me over, her hero costume bright and cheerful. She expressed her excitement for USJ, describing it as a huge theme park for disasters. I smiled in response, noting her enthusiasm masked some nerves. Rescue wasn't her strong suit yet, but her zero-gravity quirk was perfect for it. Kirishima fist bumped me, his spiky red hair full of energy. He commented on my power, noting the intensity of the black sparks. I nodded humbly, but inside, I knew that at 20%, superpower allowed me to lift weights that would crumple his hardening and move faster than Ida's engine in bursts. Bakugo slouched past, grumbling about not getting cocky. His explosions were impressive, but my versatility, summoning debris mid-fight, telekinetically redirecting blasts, put me ahead. Todoroki boarded silently, his dual-colored hair a reminder of his untapped potential, but even his ice walls wouldn't withstand my full 20% punch. Tsuyu hopped on, expressing her surprise at my abilities. Kaminari joked that I was like a one-man army, while Momo adjusted her belt, her creation quirk versatile but slower than my instant storage. Aizawa boarded last, his sleeping bag slung over his shoulder. He instructed us to quiet down, reminding us that this was training, not a picnic. The bus rumbled off, and chatter filled the air. I sat beside 𝗬𝗏𝗏, who leaned in to ask what we might. I suggested it would probably be a mix of disasters, and we could team up, her floats with my telekinesis for rescues. She grinned, and my heart warmed. Friendships like this made this world worth fighting for. As the bus wound through the city, I reflected on the lockdown. The absence of the system felt like losing a crutch, but I had everything it provided: superpowers, black sparks, dimensional storage's arsenal, and skills that made me stand out among students. Even third years like Midoriya, his permeation was clever, but my strength would overwhelm it. Only professionals like 𝗬𝗏 or All Might could match me, their experience bridging the gap. The lockdown's metaphysical instability nagged at me. Was it linked to my anomaly, reborn with a quirk meant for Midoriya? The black sparks concealed me, but for how long? The bus arrived at USJ, a massive dome gleaming under the sun. 𝗬𝗏, the space hero in her astronaut-like suit, greeted us enthusiastically. She explained that we would train for rescues in simulated disasters, floods, landslides, fires, and more. Her cheerful voice contrasted with Izuku's wary gaze as he scanned the horizon. We entered the dome, all rippling through the class. Various zones sprawled out before us. A shipwreck lake, a fiery ruins area, a mountainous landslide zone, a stormy downpour section, and a central plaza. Momo murmured her admiration, creating a notebook to jot down ideas. I nodded, my analytical mind mapping layouts, high ground for telekinesis, water for 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's floats. 𝗬𝗏 explained the exercise. We would split into groups, rotating through zones, focusing on saving victims, mannequins, while managing hazards. Quirks were allowed, but safety was paramount. Izuku added a reminder that there would be no slacking, real villains didn't wait. As we prepared, my combat instinct tingled, a faint unease, as if unseen eyes were watching. I glanced at the entrance, but saw nothing. Was it paranoia from the lockdown? We divided into groups, and my team, consisting of 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, Tsuyu, and Mineta, headed to the flood zone first. Tsuyu expressed her confidence, noting that her frog quirk was ideal for water. The simulation began. Waves crashed, and mannequins bobbed in turbulent water. I leaped with superpower at 20%, black sparks trailing behind me. I outpaced Mineta's ball and Tsuyu's hops, reaching a mannequin first. Major telekinesis lifted it effortlessly from 15 meters, storing it in dimensional storage for safe transport. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 floated another mannequin, her touch negating gravity. I received praise for my efforts as we rescued 3 more, my strength allowing me to wade through currents that would have overwhelmed others. Tsuyu swam skillfully, but I surpassed her speed on land, black sparks powering my strides. Mineta complained about the difficulty, but his quirk helped stick mannequins for easy retrieval. We rotated to the landslide zone, where rubble tumbled down. I used major telekinesis to shift 50-kilogram boulders, clearing paths faster than Kirishima's hardening could punch through. Kirishima called out in admiration, while Todoroki's ice stabilized slopes. However, my telekinetic range allowed me to rescue from afar, surpassing his precision. In the fire zone, flames roared around us. I summoned water from dimensional storage, buckets from beach debris, to douse the flames. Superpower at 20% enabled me to break through burning beams, black sparks unyielding in the heat. Kaminari's electricity faltered, but my energy efficiency kept me going, allowing me to outlast the class. As we regrouped in the plaza for a debrief, my combat instinct surged with urgency. Something felt wrong. Izuku tensed, his scarf uncoiling, while 𝗬𝗏's eyes widened behind her helmet. A purple portal swirled open in the center of the plaza, dark figures emerging from it. Villains, dozens of them, led by a misty figure in a suit and a hulking beast. The misty figure commanded the others to spread out. Izuku activated his quirk, urging us to stay back while instructing 𝗬𝗏 to protect the students. Villains flooded in, Nomus. My reborn knowledge screamed in recognition, the League of Villains, Shigaraki, and All for One's minions. This was the USJ Attack, but it was happening earlier than expected. The portal warped, scattering our groups to various zones. I seized 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 and Tsuyu, but warp gates separated us. I found myself in the flood zone, where the water churned violently. A group of 5 villains with water-related abilities sneered at me, underestimating my resolve. They thought I would be an easy target, but I was ready to prove them wrong. My superpower ignited at 20%, black sparks erupting as I leaped, outpacing their waves. Using major telekinesis, I hurled a heavy rock, striking one of them down. My enhanced reflexes allowed me to dodge a water blast, and my combat instinct guided my movements. I activated the kinetic glove, delivering a powerful punch to another villain. His bones crunched, but he was not seriously harmed. Adrenaline surged through me, pushing my power to 22%, making me faster than 𝗧𝗓𝗏. The villains shouted for me to be taken down, but my analytical mind anticipated their moves. I used dimensional storage to release debris, flinging pipes at them like spears. My energy efficiency kept me feeling fresh, while tactical coordination helped me visualize how to rescue my classmates. I temporarily stored one villain in a stasis field, an unethical choice, but necessary, rendering him unconscious. 2 down, 3 to go. A fish-like villain dove at me, but I vanished using Dimension Create, planning my next move. When I reappeared, I countered his attack with a powerful kick, sending ripples through the water. As the area cleared, I sprinted to assist others. Screams echoed around me. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 was blasting through ruins, and 𝗳𝗪𝙁𝑘𝑖 was freezing enemies in the mountains. My powers allowed me to move faster than anyone else, surpassing my classmates' efforts. But in the central plaza, 𝗕𝗁𝙁𝑘𝑖 scratched his neck, ranting about all might. Aizawa fought valiantly, erasing quirks, but the 𝗵𝗍 loomed ominously. I arrived just as the 𝗵𝗍 slammed Aizawa down. Fueled by urgency, I surged forward, black sparks flaring as I charged, matching the beast's speed. My punch connected, amplified by the kinetic glove. The 𝗵𝗍 staggered but began to regenerate. 𝗕𝗁𝙁𝑘𝑖 grinned behind his mask, recognizing my strength. He ordered 𝗬𝗫𝗫𝗀𝗏 to deal with me as the portal expanded, villains swarming in. I used major telekinesis to lift multiple foes and slam them down. I had a few 𝗳𝗵𝗍𝗶𝗍 ready if needed. But the 𝗵𝗍 roared and charged at me, signaling the start of the nightmare that was the USJ arc. The turbulent waters of the flood zone churned behind me as I sprinted toward the central plaza, my hero costume soaked. Black sparks flickered along my arms, my superpower humming at 20%, my safe limit, the one I had 𝗵𝗍𝗏 in the timeless void of Dimension Create. But the screams from the plaza warned me that today, safe wouldn't be enough. Villains were everywhere, my classmates scattered, and Aizawa was down. I recognized the gravity of the situation. This was the USJ Attack, the League of Villains debut, and I was the anomaly, reborn with superpower instead of one for all. I had to hold the line until help arrived. The system was locked down, no new pulls, no updates, but I had everything it provided: dimensional storage's arsenal, 𝗳𝗵𝗍𝗶𝗍, the kinetic glove, and the sonic disruptor. Energy efficiency kept my stamina steady, while my analytical mind mapped the battlefield as I ran. My combat instinct detected lurking threats, but I outpaced them all, my 20% superpower allowing me to leap gaps no classmate could. 𝗵𝘃𝗁's explosions echoed from the ruins, and 𝗳𝗪𝗁𝗏𝗏's ice crackled in the mountains, but I was faster and stronger. Even Midoriya, if he were here, wouldn't match my raw power without his full inheritance. I burst into the plaza, my heart sinking at the sight of Aizawa crumpled and bloodied but still breathing, his capture scarf limp. 13 shielded a group of students, Uraraka, Kirishima, Tsu, using her black hole quirk to SCK in debris, but it faltered against the villainous swarm. 𝗕𝗁𝙁𝗃, the pale villain with hands gripping his face, scratched his neck maniacally, demanding to know where All Might was. The 𝗵𝗍, a hulking monster with black skin and bulging muscles, loomed over Aizawa, its menacing presence amplified by 𝗬𝗫𝗫𝗀𝗏, who warped in more thugs. My BLD boiled at the sight. I charged forward, channeling my 20% superpower. Black sparks erupted as I moved, my enhanced reflexes making my actions a blur. I surpassed Shoto's speed bursts and even 𝗵𝘃𝗁's explosive propulsion, closing the distance in mere seconds. A villain with blade arms lunged at me, but I used major telekinesis to lift him away and slam him into a wall. Another villain fired energy blasts, but I dodged with combat instinct and summoned a steel beam from dimensional storage, telekinetically hurling it like a spear to pin him down without causing serious harm. Uraraka called out to me, her eyes wide with concern. The 𝗵𝗍 turned its dead gaze toward me, and 𝗕𝗁𝙁𝗃 giggled, ordering the beast to crush me. The 𝗨𝗻𝗄 roared and charged, its fists swinging faster than I anticipated. I dodged using adrenaline surge, briefly pushing my superpower to 22%. My analytical mind confirmed the 𝗨𝗻𝗄's super strength and regeneration capabilities. My punch connected with the kinetic glove, sending shockwaves through the air. The 𝗨𝗻𝗄 staggered back, creating a crater in its chest, but its flesh knitted back together almost instantly. I muttered in disbelief about its regeneration as pain shot through my arm, not broken, but strained. I realized that 20% wasn't enough. Shigaraki cackled, mocking me as he declared that the 𝗨𝗻𝗄 was designed to kill All Might and that I was merely expendable. Villains swarmed around me, their quirks varying from fire to acid to spikes. I used tactical coordination to visualize class positions, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 floating debris for cover, 𝗬𝗏 flanking the enemies. But alone I had to improvise. I lifted multiple foes with major telekinesis, hurling them into 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗔's portal to disrupt it. I fired the sonic disruptor, stunning a group of villains. Black sparks danced around me as I leaped, using my superpower to smash 2 more foes with overhead strikes, outclassing Kirishima's hardest hits. But the 𝗨𝗻𝗄 recovered quickly, grabbing my leg midair. Pain exploded through my body as it slammed me down, cracking the concrete beneath me. My durability held at 20%, but just barely. Aizawa groaned for me to run, but I refused. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 screamed my name, trying to float the 𝗨𝗻𝗄, but its weight resisted her efforts. Shigaraki advanced on 13, his decay hands outstretched, declaring it was time to end this level. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗆. I knew that pushing my superpower beyond 20% could shatter me, just like in the stories where heroes faced dire consequences. But my classmates were in danger, and the villains were closing in. I whispered to myself that I had to do it, triggering adrenaline surge fully. My superpower surged to 25%, black sparks intensifying like a storm. Pain lanced through my limbs, but I pressed on, my fist connecting with the 𝗨𝗻𝗄's jaw. The impact echoed like thunder, sending the beast flying 50 meters into a wall, creating a massive crater. Shigaraki paused in shock, demanding the 𝗨𝗻𝗄 to get up. The monster rose, regenerating but slower this time. The strain of 25% hurt, my arm throbbed and my bones felt like they were straining, but it was working. I leaped again, telekinetically pulling debris to pelt the remaining villains. My energy efficiency dulled the burn, but I felt my limits approaching. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗔 warped in to engulf me, but my enhanced reflexes allowed me to evade, and I summoned a smoke bomb to cloud his mist. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 floated a mannequin from earlier, hurling it as a distraction. Kirishima charged in, his hardening active, but I waved him back. At 25%, I surpassed them all, my punches hit harder than his, and my speed outpaced Ida's. But the 𝗨𝗻𝗄 adapted, grabbing my punch and squeezing tightly. Agony shot through my hand, and I feared I might have fractured something. I gritted my teeth, knowing this was risky but necessary. I pushed my power to 30%. Black sparks exploded around me, power flooding my veins like fire. My body screamed in protest, muscles tearing, bones cracking, but the surge was exhilarating. I twisted free, delivering a 30% kick that shattered the 𝗨𝗻𝗄's arm. It howled in frustration, regenerating, but I followed up with a barrage of telekinetic rocks and kinetic glove punches that landed like meteors. The villains faltered, one of them yelling that I was too strong. Shigaraki raged, declaring it impossible and ordering the 𝗨𝗻𝗄 to kill me. The beast lunged at me, but at 30%, I was a force to be reckoned with, surpassing even pro heroes in raw output. Black sparks blinded everyone around me as I grabbed the 𝗨𝗻𝗄's head and slammed it down, cratering the plaza beneath us. Pain radiated through my body, and my leg buckled, my vision blurring, but I held my ground. I shouted for the 𝗨𝗻𝗄 to stay down as Shigaraki's hands reached for me, decay activating. With adrenaline coursing through me, I dodged swiftly, using my telekinesis to push him back. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗔 called out for a portal to escape, but before it closed, a powerful voice resonated through the air, declaring that everything would be all right because All Might had arrived. He burst through the entrance, his muscular figure shining, a broad smile on his face. He urged me to hold on, and relief washed over me even as pain began to take over, my power level dropping to 30%. Black spots danced in my vision, but we had managed to hold our ground. All Might was here. Every fiber of my being felt like it was on fire, pain coursing through me relentlessly. My right arm hung limply, bones fractured from exerting my power against the 𝗵𝗻. My legs trembled, muscles strained, and my ribs ached with every shallow breath. The central plaza of the USJ was a chaotic scene of cracked concrete and scattered debris, the air thick with dust and the fading echoes of villainous cries. I had barely held the line, surpassing my classmates' quirks with sheer power and skills like major telekinesis, enhanced reflexes, and an analytical mind. At 20%, I had been untouchable among the students. At 30%, I had briefly outshone even some professionals, but the toll was immense. My knowledge from another world, where My Hero Academia was merely a story, warned me that this was reminiscent of Canon Izuku's early struggles, pushing himself for others. But I was not him. I was Reborn, an anomaly with a gacha system on lockdown, wielding superpower and black sparks to conceal it. All Might stood before the 𝗵𝗻, a symbol of hope, his grin unwavering despite the steam rising from his body. He praised my efforts and instructed me to step back, his voice booming and shaking me. For my days. The 𝗵𝗻, its battered body regenerating slowly after my 30% assault, roared and charged at him. I collapsed to one knee, gasping, but my gaze remained fixed on the symbol of peace. Uraraka rushed to my side, her hero costume scuffed, her brown eyes filled with concern. She urged me not to move, attempting to lift me, but I waved her off, pain shooting through me. Kirishima and Tsuyu joined us, their quirks ready but no longer needed. Kirishima expressed his awe at my solo confrontation with the monster, while Tsuyu acknowledged my bravery. Despite the agony, I managed a weak smile, my heart swelling with camaraderie. They were more than mere characters to me now, they were friends and allies. Yet my body screamed for relief. I had 15 𝗧𝗵𝗍 in my dimensional storage, a top-tier healing item that could mend me in seconds. However, using one here was too risky with so many eyes around. Recovery Girl and pro heroes were arriving soon. My hand twitched, hidden in my glove, ready to summon one privately. All Might moved with the force of a storm, his fist colliding with the 𝗵𝗻's charge in a powerful Detroit smash. The shockwave rippled through the plaza, rattling my already fractured ribs. The 𝗵𝗻 was sent flying, crashing through a wall, its regeneration struggling against All Might's raw strength. Unlike my 30% push, his power was controlled and refined through years of experience, proof that I still had a long way to go to match pros like him or Endeavor. My analytical mind noted his perfect form, but the steam rising from him hinted at his time limit, a secret I understood all too well. At the edge of the plaza, Shigaraki Tamura stood, hands clutching his face and scratching furiously. He exclaimed that this was not how things were supposed to go, All Might was meant to fall. His voice was frantic, yet he did not charge forward. 𝗬𝗁, the Misty Portal villain, hovered beside him, his yellow eyes calm as he urged Shigaraki to retreat, sensing the approaching heroes. Purple mist swirled around them, forming portals for the villains to escape. I staggered to my feet, pain lancing through me as I declared that they would not get away. Pushing my superpower to 25%, black sparks flared despite my body's protests, bones creaking, muscles burning. Using major telekinesis, I lifted a heavy slab of concrete and hurled it at 𝗬𝗁's portal. The mist wavered, but the villains slipped through, vanishing with Shigaraki's final taunt that this was not over. The plaza fell silent, save for the groans of my classmates and Aizawa's 𝗨𝗏 breathing. I dropped to my knees again, my power fading, the black sparks dimming. My right arm was numb, my left leg barely able to support me. My combat instinct scanned for threats, none remained. Energy efficiency had pushed my limits, but 30% had nearly broken me. A 𝗧𝗵𝗍 was my only hope, but not here. All Might approached, his towering figure slightly diminished as steam continued to rise. He praised my bravery, stating that I had saved lives today, calling me a true hero. His smile was warm, but his eyes were focused on Izuku, not on me, no flicker of recognition for my black sparks. Relief mingled with guilt. I felt like an imposter wielding a stolen power. Uraraka helped me to my feet, her touch gentle as she expressed her concern for my reckless actions. Her voice trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. I wanted to comfort her, but pain choked my words. Kirishima and Zi joined us, followed by others, Bakugo, Todoroki, Momo, Kaminari. Bakugo's scowl was fierce, but he begrudgingly acknowledged my efforts. Todoroki's icy demeanor softened slightly as he remarked on my remarkable strength, his tone neutral yet curious. Momo conjured a bandage, wrapping my arm and insisting I needed medical attention. Recovery Girl arrived with pro-heroes, Snipe, Midnight, and police in tow. She scolded me for my recklessness, noting the fractures I had sustained. I nodded, hiding my hand as I summoned a 𝗧𝗵𝗲 from dimensional storage, discreetly palming it. In the chaos, I slipped it into my mouth and chewed quickly. Warmth flooded through me as my bones knit, muscles healed, and ribs eased. I had 14 beans left. Standing straighter, I feigned toughness, assuring everyone that I was merely bruised. My classmates stared in disbelief, with Kaminari exclaiming that I had fought a monster. Tsuyu tilted her head, commenting that I was tougher than I appeared. My knowledge marveled at their ignorance. They had no idea just how tough I truly was. 30% superpower, major telekinesis, an arsenal no one could match. All Might rallied us, his voice strong despite his waning strength. He declared that we had faced true danger and prevailed, and that you was proud of us. He carried Izuku to the medics, his strength visibly fading. My mind raced with thoughts of his secret time limit, yet he continued to shine. We regrouped outside, the police securing the area. Bakugo blasted a nearby rock in frustration, lamenting the villain's escape. Yet, a newfound respect lingered in his gaze, a shift in his attitude. Todoroki's ice melted slowly, his eyes filled with curiosity rather than suspicion. Uraraka clung to my side, whispering that she had been scared and pleading with me not to do that again. Her warmth stirred my heart, and memories of manga friendships felt real. In the infirmary tent, Recovery Girl examined us. My healed body passed her tests, but I remained silent about the 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Inko's face appeared in my mind. She would be terrified if she knew. I resolved to tell her just enough to ease her worries. As we boarded the bus back to you, All Might pulled me aside, his skeletal form now visible, his suit hanging loosely. He praised my extraordinary power and heart, encouraging me to keep training, assuring me that I would go far. There was no hint of suspicion in his words, only pride. The black sparks had concealed the truth of my superpower. That night in my room, Inko hugged me tightly, katsu curry waiting for me. She expressed her relief that I was safe, and I nodded, hiding the pain of my secret, reborn, anomalous, carrying a locked system. The system flickered, a glitchy message appearing, lockdown holding. Instability resolved. Reactivation pending heroic alignment. My heart raced at the mention of heroic alignment. My sacrifice at 30%. The ticket to world, Dragon Ball Super weighed heavily in dimensional storage. For now, I would rely on my arsenal, 𝗧𝗵𝗲's kinetic glove, black sparks, and the bonds of Class 1. The League was out there, and readiness was essential. The hum of U.S. infirmary faded as the protagonists sat on their bed at home, the familiar scent of Inko's katsu curry lingering in the air. Their body was whole. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's had healed the fractures and torn muscles from pushing superpower to 30% at the USJ, but their mind was in turmoil. The League of Villains had escaped, and Shigaraki's manic grin was etched into their memory. All Might's heroics had saved them, but his steam-heavy form served as a reminder of his secret time limit, a truth the protagonist knew all too well from that other world where My Hero Academia was merely a manga. They had surpassed Class 1A, even third years like Mirio, with superpowers black sparks, major telekinesis, and the arsenal of dimensional storage. Only pros like All Might or Endeavor could challenge them, but the Gacha system's lockdown left them feeling uneasy. Its silence since the USJ, along with that cryptic, heroic alignment message, felt like a warning. Were they pushing too far, an anomaly stealing 𝗵𝗲𝗀𝗧𝗔 destiny? As if in response, the system's neon interface flared to life, its alert sharp and unexpected. The system announced a temporary reactivation, stating that metaphysical instability had been resolved and limited functionality was restored for a one-time adjustment. Superpower, deemed incompatible with the user's heroic trajectory, was being replaced with Scion Physiology, specifically the Broly version from Dragon Ball Super, Broly. All prior skills and items would be retained, but the lockdown would resume post-adjustment, with further reactivation pending. The protagonist's heart raced. Scion Physiology. Broly. Their knowledge surged. Dragon Ball Super. Broly, the legendary Scion with raw, berserk power, strength capable of shattering planets, speed and durability beyond human limits. Superpower was gone, replaced by something far greater. They felt it instantly, a primal energy surging, muscles tightening, senses sharpening. Their reflection in the mirror showed green-tinted hair flickering briefly, eyes narrowing with intensity. No black sparks, now a faint aura pulsed, reminiscent of Broly's iconic green glow. They weren't just strong, they were a force of nature. But what? Superpower had mimicked one for all, tied to 𝗵𝗲𝗀𝗧𝗔 path. Was the system severing that connection, hiding them further? The incompatible line sent a chill down their spine. Did it sense all for one or the vestiges? Testing Scion Physiology, a light punch cracked their desk effortlessly, without pain. Major telekinesis lifted their bed with ease. Dimensional storage summoned a pipe, unchanged. Skills like enhanced reflexes, combat instinct, and energy efficiency hummed, amplifying this new power. They were beyond Class 1A now, perhaps even beyond All Might. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝗲 knocked on the door, reminding them about school the next day. They hid the aura and responded steadily, feeling her warmth ground them. This new physiology felt alien, like a beast within. They had to insert it before 𝗬𝗲𝗧𝗪𝗧 next challenge. Morning brought the usual buzz of Class 1A, students still rattled from the USJ incident. Aizawa, bandaged but upright, addressed the class in homeroom. He acknowledged their survival against villains and urged them to prepare for the sports festival, their chance to shine for hero agencies. His eyes lingered on the protagonist, unreadable. Did he sense the change? 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗀𝗃 approached with a bright smile, expressing her concern about the protagonist's well-being after the US. Her genuine care stirred emotions within them. She was real, not just a character from a manga. They replied that they were just sore, concealing the Scion shift. Kirishima slapped their back, excited about their strength and readiness for the festival. They nodded, but inside, they knew that Scion Physiology had transformed them into a juggernaut. Bakugo's explosions, Todoroki's ice, nothing could touch them now. The day passed in a blur of lectures and quirk theory. Their heightened senses caught every detail, Kaminari's faint sparks, Momo's pen scratching, Bakugo's muttering. Combat instinct constantly pinged, reading their classmates' movements like open books. At lunch, 𝗬𝗲 remarked that the protagonists seemed different. They deflected the comment, claiming to be focused on training. After school, they trained in Gym Gamma, a concrete arena for quirk practice. Aizawa paired them for sparring with Todoroki. The two faced off, classmates watching intently. Todoroki initiated with a massive ice wave. The protagonist's Scion Physiology kicked in, speed beyond Ida's and strength that dwarfed Kirishima's. They dashed through the ice, aura flaring green, shattering it with a single punch. There was no strain, no fractures. Todoroki faltered, firing more ice, but major telekinesis redirected the shards, hurling them back as distractions. The protagonist closed the gap, dodging Todoroki's counter with enhanced reflexes. Todoroki, flames flickering on his left side, warned not to underestimate him. Fire roared, but the protagonist summoned a steel plate from dimensional storage to block, then telekinetically flung it. Todoroki froze it mid-air, but the protagonist's Scion speed allowed them to blitz past and land a controlled tap on his shoulder, ending the match. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, impressed. Classmates gaped in awe. Some exclaimed that the protagonist was insane, while others expressed admiration for their growth. The protagonist marveled at having outclassed Todoroki effortlessly, a feat that the original Izuku could never have dreamed of at this stage. That evening, Aizawa summoned the protagonist to his office. He noted their exceptional performance at the USJ and during the sparring match, expressing concern over its extraordinary nature. Panic flared within the protagonist. Did Aizawa sense the Scion shift? They maintained a steady voice, attributing their success to hard training. Aizawa, though unconvinced, let it go, warning them not to get cocky before the sports festival. At home, Inko's Curry awaited, her smile easing the protagonist's tension. She expressed pride but cautioned them to be careful. They hugged her, emotions swelling. She was their reason to fight, to control this newfound power. In their room, they tested Scion physiology. A low jump cracked the floor, and they realized the immense strength they possessed. Energy efficiency kept their stamina high, while their analytical mind calculated limits. Strength to lift tons, speed to outrun bullets, durability to withstand explosions. Broly's version meant berserk potential, but they resolved to remain calm and not succumb to rage. Dimensional storage's items, Senzu Beans, Kinetic Glove, Sonic Disruptor, even the ticket to World, Dragon Ball Super, felt trivial compared to this new power. Why had the system swapped superpower now? Was it preparing them for the sports festival or something even larger? The next day, training intensified as Class 1A sparred in teams, gearing up for the festival's battles. The protagonist paired with Uraraka, her zero-gravity syncing perfectly with their telekinesis. They faced Bakugo and Iida, who proved to be tough opponents, but the protagonist's Scion edge dominated. Bakugo's explosions rocked the arena. The protagonist countered with a telekinetic debris storm and blitzed him with unmatched speed. Iida charged with his engine, but the protagonist sidestepped and delivered a gentle push that sent him skidding. Aizawa declared Team Midoriya the winners. Bakugo fumed, demanding to know how the protagonist had become so strong. Despite his anger, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Iida bowed, acknowledging the protagonist's astounding growth. Uraraka high-fived them, blushing as she exclaimed that they were unstoppable together. The protagonist's heart skipped a beat. Her friendship was a lifeline. Days blurred into festival preparation. The protagonist's Scion physiology adapted quickly. No pain, just power. In a solo session, they utilized Dimension Create, spending what felt like hours in the void throwing punches that shook the air and telekinetically juggling 50 kilograms weights. Emerging after just 2 seconds, they felt invincible. Classmates began to notice, with Kaminari dubbing them Green Spark and Mina calling them Hero Hulk. They laughed it off, but their edge was undeniable. No student, not even Minoma's copy or Shinso's brainwashing, could touch them. The night before the festival, they lay awake, contemplating the ticket to World, Dragon Ball Super in dimensional storage. A Scion body, a Scion world, tempting yet risky. The system's brief reactivation and swap hinted at a greater purpose. We're all for one and Shigaraki watching. The League's escape meant they would return. Izuku clutched a Senzu Bean, its glow providing him with reassurance. Inko peeked in, encouraging him to rest. She believed he would shine in the morning. He smiled, concealing the fierce warrior within. His Scion physiology made him a legend, but her love grounded him in humanity. The system flickered ominously, signaling a lockdown. His heroic alignment was under review. The sports festival was approaching, and he would face Class 1A with the world watching. With his Scion power, he was determined to demonstrate what a true hero could achieve. The morning air was crisp as he stood outside the campus alive with excitement. The sports festival was just days away, a national platform for heroes in training to showcase their quirks. He was acutely aware of the stakes. Class 1A, still reeling from the USJ incident, would be scrutinized, their every move broadcasted to hero agencies and civilians alike. Unlike the original Izuku, who struggled with a fragile 5% of one for all, he was an anomaly, reborn with the Gacha system and now wielding Scion physiology, a power that surpassed even third-year students like Mirio. His muscles thrummed with primal energy, a green aura flickering faintly as he flexed, his senses sharper than ever. He had surpassed Bakugo's explosions, Todoroki's ice, and Uraraka's gravity with ease, his strength rivaling pro-heroes like Endeavor. Only All Might's experience could pose a challenge. The Gacha system's lockdown continued, its brief reactivation swapping superpower for Scion physiology before falling silent again with the cryptic message about heroic alignment. He retained everything it had granted him, a dimensional storage filled with 14 senzu beans, a kinetic glove, a sonic disruptor, weighted training bands, and the mysterious ticket to World, Dragon Ball Super. Skills like major telekinesis, enhanced reflexes, combat instinct, energy efficiency, analytical mind, adrenaline surge, tactical coordination, and dimension create made him a formidable force. Yet, the system's silence troubled him. What was the reason for the swap? Was it shielding him from All for One, or protecting him from the remnants of One for All? Mirio's distant gaze during the USJ incident haunted him, a reminder of the true One for All that overshadowed his own power. Inko's voice brought him back to the moment, assuring him that he would excel at the festival and advising him not to push himself too hard. Her green hair was tied back, her eyes warm yet filled with concern. He hugged her tightly, his heart swelling. She was his anchor, real in a way his past life had never been. He promised to be careful, concealing the Scion warrior within. At USJ, Class 1A gathered in the locker room, dressed in their hero costumes. Uraraka bounced over, her pink suit gleaming with excitement. She expressed her eagerness to shine, noting that everyone was talking about them after the USJ incident. Her smile was contagious, but he sensed her underlying nerves. She needed this opportunity to impress agencies for her family's sake. He agreed that they needed to make it count while adjusting his shock-absorbing insoles. Kirishima fist-bumped him, his spiky red hair a testament to his enthusiasm. Bakugo scoffed, sparks crackling from his palms, declaring his intent to take first place. Despite his glare, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. He had changed the dynamics. Todoroki stood silently, his dual-colored eyes unreadable, yet Izuku recognized the threat posed by his ice and fire abilities, even if his own Scion strength outclassed it. Aizawa, still bandaged from the USJ incident, entered with a limp. He instructed the class to pay attention, emphasizing that the sports festival was their chance to prove themselves. Agencies would be scouting, and the world was watching. He warned them not to embarrass you, his sharp gaze lingering on Izuku, perhaps suspecting the shift in his power. He cautioned Izuku to keep it under control. The bus ride to the stadium was filled with noise. Kaminari joked, Mina danced, and Tsuyu riveted about strategies. Izuku sat beside Uraraka, her chatter easing his tension. She asked about the first event, speculating it might be a physical challenge like a race. He recalled the canon obstacle race, noting that they would need speed and strategy, suggesting that her zero-gravity quirk could help them navigate obstacles. Her grin reassured him, and he felt a pang of appreciation. Her friendship was a lifeline in this new reality. As they arrived at the USJ Sports Festival Stadium, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The stands were packed with cheering crowds and pro-heroes, including Hawks, Best Jeanist, and even Endeavor's fiery silhouette. President Mick's voice boomed over the crowd, announcing the start of the first-year obstacle race, a chaotic 4-kilometer challenge designed to showcase the hero's abilities. Class 1A lined up at the starting gate alongside students from 1B, General Studies, and Support. He noticed Shinso, a purple-haired student from General Studies, whose brainwashing quirk could be dangerous, but he felt confident that his Scion senses would help him counter it. Todoroki stood nearby, ice already forming on his right side, while Bakugo's palms crackled with energy, daring anyone to surpass him. The race began with a horn, and hundreds of students sprinted through a narrow tunnel, elbows flying. Todoroki unleashed a wave of ice, freezing the ground to hinder competitors. Izuku surged forward, his Scion speed outpacing Ida's engine, his green aura flaring as he leaped over the ice. Bakugo blasted upward, snarling, but Izuku matched his pace, landing ahead. His knowledge guided him through the first hurdle of the obstacle race, which tested agility in tight quarters. Emerging into the open, they faced giant training bots from the entrance exam, their massive arms swinging menacingly. However, Izuku's Scion physiology allowed him to vault onto one of the bots, his strength shattering its metal with a punch. Using major telekinesis, he lifted another bot effortlessly and tossed it aside. His classmates gaped in awe, and Kaminari shouted that he was a beast. He stored the debris in dimensional storage for later use. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 floated over a bot, waving at him with admiration. He grinned and used telekinesis to hurl a metal plate for her to ride, boosting her speed. Their tactical coordination was seamless. She floated while he flung obstacles aside. Bakugo blasted through, cursing, but Izuku's speed kept him ahead. The next challenge was a chasm with rope pillars, dubbed the Fall. Shinso brainwashed stragglers, forcing them to walk off the edges, a clever tactic. Izuku focused, using his Scion senses to avoid his voice, leaping from pillar to pillar with ease. Todoroki's ice bridges aided him, but Izuku's raw power allowed him to jump entire gaps, surpassing Todoroki's precision. Ida rocketed past, but Izuku's Scion speed overtook him, landing first. The final stretch was a minefield, with explosive discs scattered across the ground, glowing ominously. Bakugo propelled himself using explosions, while Todoroki skated on ice. Izuku ran straight through, his Scion durability allowing him to shrug off the blasts. Each explosion stung, but his Broly-level toughness held firm. Enhanced reflexes helped him dodge the worst of it, while combat instinct mapped out the safest paths. He summoned the weighted training bands from dimensional storage, strapping them on to test his control while still maintaining the lead. As he neared the finish line, the crowd roared with excitement. Bakugo and Todoroki were close behind. A final mine detonated, but Izuku used major telekinesis to redirect the blast, shielding 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 behind him. She cheered, floating to catch up. He crossed the finish line first, his green aura flaring as the stadium erupted in cheers. Present Mike announced his victory, declaring Izuku Midoriya the champion of the race. Bakugo landed in second place, still snarling, while Todoroki took third, his expression cold but his eyes fixed on Izuku. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 finished in the top 10, beaming with pride. They had achieved their goal, and she hugged him tightly, making his heart skip a beat. She was more than just a crush now. In the waiting area, his classmates surrounded him, celebrating. Kirishima punched the air, exclaiming how unreal Izuku was. Few ribbited about his incredible speed, while even Momo nodded in agreement, acknowledging his unmatched versatility. Bakugo muttered a warning for the next round, but his tone carried a grudging respect. Shinso watched from a distance, calculating. Izuku knew he would need to counter his quirk later. Aizawa gathered the class again, praising their performance but reminding them that it was not over yet. The next event would be the cavalry battle, where teams of 2 to 4 would carry a rider to collect headbands worth points based on their race placement. Aizawa pointed out that Izuku was worth 10 million points, causing the class to gasp. His first-place finish had made him the target. He teamed up with 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, Kirishima, and Tsuyu, creating a perfect synergy for the upcoming challenge. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's ability to manipulate gravity, Kirishima's defensive strength, Tsuyu's agility, and my own power formed the backbone of our strategy. I would lead with my Scion strength, using telekinesis for protection, while 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 would provide us with speed by floating us. Bakugo assembled a team with Siro, Mina, and Kaminari, his eyes filled with determination. Todoroki chose Ida and Yaoyorozu, creating a formidable unit. As the cavalry battle commenced, teams surged forward. Bakugo's team charged at us, explosions lighting up the arena. I held our headband, my Scion durability absorbing his blasts. I taunted him, confident in my abilities, and used telekinesis to throw debris in his path. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 floated us, skillfully avoiding Siro's tape, while Kirishima hardened his body, shielding Tsuyu as she reached out with her tongue. Todoroki's team advanced, acting ice walls. I broke through with my Scion strength, my green aura shattering their defenses. Momo's cannons fired, but I redirected them with my telekinesis. Shinso's team attempted to use their brainwashing quirk, but my Scion senses blocked his attempts, and the adrenaline surge heightened my focus. We snatched headbands and climbed the points, our team remaining untouchable. As the round concluded, we held the top score, advancing to the one-on-one tournament. The crowd erupted with cheers, pros like hawks whispering my name. Midoriya observed from the stands, a knowing smile on his face. The system's lockdown persisted, no new polls, but my scion physiology had made me a legend. That night, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 embraced me, tears glistening in her eyes as she called me her hero. I smiled back, concealing the immense power within me. The upcoming festival battles loomed ahead, and with Broly's strength, I was determined to demonstrate what a true hero could achieve. The roar of the USJ Sports Festival Stadium resonated through me, the crowd's cheers creating a wave of excitement as I stood on the packed dirt of the arena, my hero costume slightly scuffed from the obstacle race. My heart raced, not from fear, but from the primal surge of scion energy coursing through me. The green aura flickered around my fists, a controlled hum of power that made me feel invincible. I was aware of the stakes. The sports festival was a platform for aspiring heroes, broadcasted to millions, with pro heroes like Hawks and Endeavor watching from the stands. I had finished first in the obstacle race, outpacing Iida, overcoming robotic obstacles, and utilizing major telekinesis to clear paths that no one else could match. Now, as the 10 million point rider in the cavalry battle, I was the target, my scion strength and gacha system skills making me a formidable opponent among my peers. Even third years like Midoriya, with his true one for all, couldn't compete with my raw power. Only pros like All Might held that advantage. The gacha system's lockdown continued, its brief reactivation swapping superpower for scion physiology, then going silent with the cryptic message of heroic alignment under review. I retained all its benefits. A dimensional storage filled with senza beans, a kinetic glove, a sonic disruptor, weighted training bands, and the ticket to World Dragon Ball Super. Skills like major telekinesis, enhanced reflexes, combat instinct, energy efficiency, analytical mind, adrenaline surge, tactical coordination, and dimension create provided me with unmatched versatility. However, the system's silence troubled me. Was it shielding me from All for One's gaze, or hiding me from Midoriya's One for All? His distant stare during the USJ incident lingered in my mind, a reminder of my unique status. My team, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, Kirishima, and 𝗬𝗏𝗏, stood ready beside me, our headband gleaming with my 10 million point value. 𝗬𝗏𝗏's zero gravity could make us weightless, Kirishima's hardening would absorb hits, and 𝗬𝗏𝗏's frog quirk provided us with mobility. My scion physiology and telekinesis would handle the offense, with tactical coordination ensuring our moves were in sync. Across the arena, rival teams glared at us. Bakugo with 𝗧𝗏, 𝗵𝗏, and Kaminari, his palms sparking with explosive energy. Todoroki with Momo and Iida, ice already forming on the ground, and Shinso from General Studies, his purple hair and sly grin indicating his brainwashing quirk as a potential threat. Aizawa's voice echoed through the speakers, courtesy of Present Mic, announcing the start of the cavalry battle, instructing teams to steal headbands and protect their points, with the top 4 teams advancing. The horn sounded, and chaos erupted. Teams charged forward, headbands flashing like beacons. Bakugo's team surged toward us, his explosions propelling them with fiery intensity. He declared his intent to take me down, and I grinned, my scion speed kicking in, faster than Iida, smoother than 𝗬𝗏𝗏's tape. I called for 𝗬𝗏𝗏 to float us, and as she activated her quirk, we lifted off, my telekinesis stabilizing our formation. Kirishima hardened, bracing for impact, while 𝗬𝗏𝗏's tongue reached out, snagging a low-point headband from a Class 1B team. Bakugo closed in, his gauntlets glowing ominously. A massive explosion erupted, the heat singeing my costume, but my scion durability shrugged it off. I used major telekinesis to grab a heavy chunk of rubble from the obstacle race debris, hurling it to obstruct his path. The blast scattered harmlessly, and I dodged 𝗬𝗏𝗏's tape with enhanced reflexes. I urged my team to keep moving, gliding over the arena, 𝗬𝗏𝗏's quirk making us nearly invulnerable. Todoroki's team advanced, acting ice walls like glaciers. Instructed his teammates to stay focused, while Momo created a shield to block incoming attacks. Ida's engine roared, propelling them toward us. My analytical mind assessed the situation: Ice for defense, Ida for speed, and Momo's creations for offense. It was a dangerous combination, but not enough to stop us. I summoned the kinetic glove, landing a precise punch on Todoroki's ice, causing it to shatter under my Scion strength. Tsuyu grabbed another headband, boosting our points, and she congratulated me on the successful maneuver. Shinso's team crept closer, his voice low but clear as he attempted to bait us with his brainwashing quirk. My heightened Scion senses detected the hypnotic pull, but my combat instinct kicked in, shutting it down. I ignored him, using telekinesis to push his team back, causing their rider to stumble. I focused on our defense. The arena became a whirlwind of quirks. Mina's acid melted obstacles, Kaminari's electricity crackled wildly, and a Class 1B student's vine quirk ensnared teams. My team danced through the chaos, Uraraka's floats evading vines while Kirishima absorbed a stray blast. I utilized Dimension Create, slipping into the void to strategize, simulating Bakugo's blasts, Todoroki's ice, and Shinso's voice. After a brief moment, I emerged with a plan. I instructed Uraraka to float a pile of debris, and I telekinetically launched it, scattering a Class 1B team's formation. Bakugo was relentless. He roared, launching a powerful explosion that shook the arena. The crowd gasped, and pros like Hawks leaned forward in anticipation. I braced myself, my Scion durability absorbing the shockwave as my green aura flared. I called for Kirishima to shield us, and he hardened, protecting Tsuyu and Uraraka while I countered by redirecting the blast's heat with a steel plate from my storage. Bakugo's team faltered, and Tsuyu seized the opportunity to grab their headband, adding 1,000,000 points to our score. Todoroki's team regrouped, with Momo crafting a net launcher. Ida charged forward, his speed nearly matching mine. I pushed my Scion physiology to its limits, outpacing him, and activated the Sonic Disruptor. Its high-frequency pulse stunned Ida momentarily, allowing Tsuyu to snatch their headband. Todoroki's expression hardened as ice surged around him, but my telekinesis shattered it once more, my strength overwhelming his control. He acknowledged my power, a rare compliment from him. Shinso's team made one last attempt, targeting Kirishima with his voice. As Kirishima began to respond, he froze, his eyes blank. My Scion senses detected the brainwashing, and I tackled him, breaking the trance. I ordered him to stay sharp while I telekinetically pinned Shinso's rider, forcing them to retreat, out of points. With 5 minutes remaining, the timer ticked down as teams scrambled, headbands changing hands rapidly. A Class 1B team with a steel-skinned rider charged forward, but Midoriya's Scion punch, enhanced by the kinetic glove, sent them skidding back in a controlled manner. Uraraka lifted them higher, skillfully dodging a vine attack. She admired Midoriya's strength, her blush revealing a deepening bond between them. Bakugo's team launched a final assault, Zero's tape attempting to ensnare their formation. With a surge of Scion strength, Midoriya broke free, using telekinesis to sever the tape. Mina unleashed her acid, but Midoriya summoned the weighted training bands, absorbing the impact with his durability. He then unleashed a storm of debris to push them back. Bakugo's explosive attack grazed him, but it was harmless against Midoriya's unmatched toughness. They held their headbands proudly, their points soaring. The horn blared, signaling the end of the round. Present Mick's voice echoed through the arena, announcing Team Midoriya's victory with 10,000,000 points secured, alongside teams Todoroki, Bakugo, and Shinso. The crowd erupted in cheers as Midoriya's team collapsed in a heap, breathing but grinning. Uraraka hugged him, her warmth providing comfort. Kirishima celebrated with a fist bump, exclaiming about their manly teamwork. Tsuyu acknowledged Midoriya's efforts, stating he had carried them through. Bakugo approached, sparks flying around him, declaring that the tournament was not over and that he intended to win. His eyes burned with determination, but Midoriya sensed a newfound respect within him, a shift from their previous encounters. Todoroki approached, ice melting from his shoulder, calmly stating that Midoriya's power was unique and that he would face him in the next round. His calm demeanor belied the flicker of fire within him, indicating his growth. Shinso lingered at the edge, smirking, a reminder that Midoriya needed to keep an eye on him. In the stands, pro-heroes whispered among themselves. Hawks, with his wings folded, commented to best genius about Midoriya's impressive abilities, while Endeavor's intense gaze locked onto him, creating an unsettling feeling. Mirio watched with a friendly grin, though his eyes seemed to probe deeper. Midoriya's 𝗧𝗏 physiology concealed the origins of his superpower, but he remained cautious of Mirio's one for all. Aizawa gathered the students, his bandages contrasting with his weary expression. He commended their performance and informed them that the next phase would involve one-on-one battles, with brackets to be posted that evening. His sharp gaze lingered on Midoriya, warning him not to let fame distract him. Midoriya nodded, though Aizawa's suspicion stung. In the locker room, Class 1A buzzed with excitement. Kaminari exclaimed that Midoriya was a legend, while Mina danced around, celebrating their victory. Momo adjusted her costume, complimenting his flawless strategy. Even Ida bowed in respect, praising his leadership. Uraraka remained close, her smile warm and encouraging, reminding Midoriya of the familial bond they shared. He marveled at the reality of their connection, feeling grateful for their support. That evening, Midoriya trained in his room, using Dimension Create to enter a void where he tested his 𝗧𝗏 physiology. He practiced punches that cracked the air, leaps that shook the ground, and telekinesis that allowed him to juggle weights effortlessly. His energy efficiency kept his stamina high, while his analytical mind strategized for the upcoming tournament matchups against Bakugo's aggression, Todoroki's dual quirks, and Shinso's traps. After what felt like hours, he emerged, his body humming with energy and a steady green aura surrounding him. The Dragon Ball Super ticket weighed heavily in his dimensional storage, tempting him, but he knew it was too risky before the tournament. Inko greeted him with dinner, her eyes shining with pride as she mentioned seeing him on TV. Midoriya hugged her, hiding the beast within, and thanked her, promising to keep pushing forward. Her love grounded him, reminding him of his purpose, not just for power, but for protection. The system flickered with a glitchy pulse, indicating a lockdown. The notice stated that teamwork was progressing, with reactivation pending. Midoriya's heart raced, his bond with Uraraka, Kirishima, and Tsuyu was enhancing the system's alignment. The tournament was approaching, and his 𝗧𝗏 physiology was ready to shine. Bakugo, Todoroki, and the world would witness what a true hero could accomplish. The USJ Sports Festival Stadium buzzed with energy, the crowd's cheers a relentless pulse as Midoriya stood in the locker room, adjusting his hero costumes. Shock-absorbing insoles. His heart raced, not from nerves but from the raw power of his 𝗧𝗏 physiology coursing through him. The green aura flickered faintly around his knuckles, a controlled hum of strength capable of great feats. His knowledge kept him grounded. The one-on-one tournament was next, a chance to prove himself to pro heroes like Hawks and Endeavor who were watching from the stands. He had dominated the obstacle race and led his team, Uraraka, Kirishima, and Tsuyu, to victory in the cavalry battle, his 𝗧𝗏 strength and major telekinesis outclassing every student, including Bakugo's explosions and Todoroki's ice. Even third years like Mirio couldn't match him, though his distant stares during USJ had unnerved Midoriya. Today, however, Mirio's encouraging grin from the stands was a welcome sight, free of suspicion and filled with admiration. The Gacha system swap to 𝗧𝗏 physiology must have concealed his anomaly, severing any link to Mirio's one for all. The system remained on lockdown, its neon interface silent since the notice about heroic alignment progressing after the cavalry battle. Midoriya still possessed everything it granted: dimensional storage with 14 senzu beans, kinetic glove, sonic disruptor, weighted training bands, and the ticket to World, Dragon Ball Super. Skills like major telekinesis, enhanced reflexes, combat instinct, energy efficiency, analytical mind, adrenaline surge, tactical coordination, and Dimension Create made him a formidable force. Yet, the lockdown's persistence nagged at him. Was the 𝗧𝗏 swap shielding him from all for one, or preparing him for something greater? The sports festival was his stage to test it, to show the world a hero's heart beyond mere power. Uraraka burst into the locker room, her pink costume slightly scuffed but her smile radiant. She excitedly informed Midoriya that the brackets were up, and he would be facing 𝗧𝗪𝗧 from Class 1B first. Her enthusiasm was infectious, but Midoriya sensed her nerves. She wanted to shine for her family. He encouraged her, assuring her that they would make Class 1A proud together. She blushed and nodded, her confidence bolstered by his support. Kirishima slapped Midoriya's back, his red hair spiked with excitement. He declared Midoriya a beast, acknowledging that 𝗧𝗪𝗧 would be tough but no match for him. Tsuyu reminded Midoriya to pace himself, while Bakugo stormed past, sparks crackling around him. He warned Midoriya not to mess up, expressing a grudging respect that had developed since their previous encounters. Todoroki stood quietly, his dual-colored eyes focused on the bracket screen, ice forming on his shoulder. He wished Midoriya good luck, his voice low but sincere. Midoriya felt confident in his Scion edge, but the trust of his classmates fueled him even more. Present Mick's voice boomed outside, welcoming everyone to the one-on-one tournament and urging the first years to showcase their abilities. The crowd roared as they filed into the arena, the brackets glowing on a massive screen. Midoriya's match would come later. First up were others: Bakugo against Monoma from Class 1B, Todoroki against 𝗧𝗪, and Uraraka against Mina. Midoriya settled into the stands with Class 1A, his Scion senses picking up every detail: Kaminari's nervous sparks, Momo's strategic notes, and Ida's rigid focus. As the matches began, Bakugo charged into the arena, explosions lighting up the space. Monoma, a smirking student from Class 1B with the copy quirk, taunted Bakugo, claiming his quirk was predictable. He attempted to mimic Bakugo's explosion, but Bakugo dodged with agility honed from previous battles and unleashed a powerful howitzer impact, creating a crater in the arena. Monoma tried to copy another quirk but was overwhelmed by Bakugo's raw power, getting blasted out of bounds. Present Mike announced Bakugo's victory, and the crowd cheered, but Midoriya noted Bakugo's precision. His Scion strength could still surpass him. In the next match, Todoroki stepped into the ring, instantly summoning ice that froze 𝗧𝗪's tape mid-swing. 𝗧𝗪 attempted to counter by swinging from a ceiling beam, but Todoroki's ice wall trapped him, forcing a surrender without using fire. Present Mike declared Todoroki the victor, and Midoriya analyzed his speed, knowing his own Scion speed and telekinesis would shatter Todoroki's defenses. Todoroki glanced at Midoriya, his expression unreadable but curious. Uraraka faced Mina next, her determination shining as she floated debris to create a meteor shower, a tactic inspired by a popular canon. Mina danced through the arena, her acid sprays melting some rocks, but Uraraka's zero gravity allowed her to dodge, gently touching Mina to float her out of bounds. The announcer declared Uraraka the winner. She collapsed, breathing, but smiled at me from the ring. My heart swelled. She was growing, and I was determined to help her shine. Between matches, I slipped away to a training room, using Dimension Create to enter the void. For what felt like hours, I tested my Scion physiology. Punches split the air, my green aura blazing like Broly's rage. I lifted 50 kilograms weights with telekinesis, the kinetic glove amplifying my mock strikes. My combat instinct simulated 𝗧𝗪𝗧's steel quirk, durable but slow. I practiced restraint, avoiding Broly's berserk edge. Emerging after what felt like 2 seconds, I was soaked in sweat but ready. The Dragon Ball Super ticket pulsed in dimensional storage, tempting, but too risky before my match. Back in the stands, Kirishima nudged me, excited. He mentioned that my turn was coming up soon and that 𝗧𝗪𝗧 was similar to him but made of steel. I nodded, my energy efficiency keeping me fresh. Aizawa watched from the faculty section, his bandaged face stern. He had warned me not to overdo it earlier. His scrutiny stung, but Mirio's grin from the crowd was pure support, no suspicion, just a third year cheering for a rising star. The system's mask held. The announcer's voice cut through the noise, introducing my match against 𝗧𝗪𝗧 from Class 1B. The crowd roared as I stepped into the arena, 𝗧𝗪𝗧's silver form gleaming opposite me. He declared that while I was strong, his steel was unbreakable. Midnight cracked her WHP, signaling the start of the match. 𝗧𝗵𝗧𝗏 charged at me, his steel skin shining, aiming a heavy punch. My scion speed, faster than Ida's engine, allowed me to dodge effortlessly, my green aura flaring. I used minimal strength, only about 10% of my former power, landing a controlled jab that staggered him, leaving a slight dent in his steel. Not wanting to humiliate him, I activated major telekinesis, gently lifting him, 50 kilograms was no issue, and pinning him out of bounds. The crowd erupted, professionals like hawks scribbling notes. The announcer proclaimed my victory in seconds. 𝗧𝗵𝗧𝗏 stood, grinning despite his defeat, wishing me good luck. I bowed, my scion restraint earning his respect. Back in the stands, Class 1A surrounded me, buzzing with excitement. Kaminari exclaimed that the match was over so quickly, while Mina danced, declaring that the green spark had struck again. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝐵 hugged me, her cheeks flushed, saying I made it look easy. Bakugo scoffed, warning me to wait until I faced him. Todoroki nodded, acknowledging my impressive control. I marveled at the bonds we shared, stronger than any manga. The brackets updated. My next match was against Kirishima in round 2. It would be tough but fair. His hardening was strong, but my scion power would outclass it. Other matches loomed. Todoroki against a 1B student, Bakugo against 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗏, a clash I dreaded for her. I strategized with my analytical mind, realizing that Kirishima's durability required precision, not brute force. I planned to use telekinesis and sonic disruptor to disorient him, saving my strength for bigger fights. During the break, I found a quiet corner, reflecting on the USJ incident. My 30% push had nearly broken me, but scion physiology felt limitless. No pain, just power. Professionals watched closely, Endeavor's fiery glare, Hawk's keen eyes. Their interest meant internships but also pressure. The League of Villains, lurking after their USJ retreat, might be watching too. Shigaraki's escape haunted me, would he target me? Inko's face flashed in my mind, her pride from last night's dinner grounding me. She had called me her hero. I clutched a 𝗧𝗵𝗏 in dimensional storage, ready if needed. The system flickered, a faint neon pulse indicating that my heroic alignment was nearing a threshold. My pulse quickened. The restraint I showed in not crushing 𝗧𝗵𝗧𝗏 was pushing the system's alignment. The tournament's next rounds loomed, Kirishima, then possibly Todoroki or Bakugo. With my scion physiology I could dominate, but I would do it as a hero, not a beast. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗏 burst into the locker room, her pink costume gleaming despite scuffs from the cavalry battle. She excitedly informed me that the second round was starting and that I was up against Kirishima. Her eyes sparkled, but I sensed her nerves. She needed to impress agencies for her family. I smiled, reassuring her that she would shine too, and together we would show them Class 1A's heart. She blushed and nodded, confident that with me out there, we couldn't lose. Kirishima slapped my shoulder, his red hair spiked. He asked if I was ready to rumble, promising not to hold back. His grin was infectious, but I knew my scion power outclassed his hardening. Tsuyu ribbited nearby, cautioning me not to go too hard on Kirishima, who was tough. Bakugo stormed past, sparks popping, warning me not to screw up. His growl hid respect. 𝐎𝐩𝐿 and the cavalry battle had shifted him. Todoroki stood quietly, his dual-colored eyes focused on the bracket screen, ice frosting his shoulder. He wished me good luck, his voice low but genuine. The announcer's voice boomed outside, welcoming everyone to the second round of the one-on-one tournament. The crowd roared as the brackets lit up, me against Kirishima, Bakugo against 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗏, Todoroki against Kendo from Class 1B, and Shinso against Momo. Only 2 matches were scheduled for today, mine and Bakugo's, leaving the rest for later rounds. I settled in the stands with Class 1A, my scion senses catching every detail, Kaminari's nervous sparks, Momo's strategic notes, Ida's rigid focus. Aizawa, bandaged but stern, watched from the faculty section, his gaze sharp. He had warned me to control myself earlier. His scrutiny stung, but I was determined to prove my heroism, not just my power. As Bakugo faced 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗏, the arena shook with his explosive charge, blazing like miniature suns. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗏, determined, floated debris from the cavalry battle's wreckage, her zero gravity creating a meteor shower, a tactic inspired by the cannon that drew gasps from the crowd. Bakugo taunted her, dodging with agility honed from USJ. His gauntlets glowed as he unleashed a massive blast to scatter the debris. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 floated herself, dodging, and touched Bakugo's arm, making him weightless. He countered with a propulsion blast, grounding himself, then launched a powerful attack that crumbled the arena. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 fell, exhausted but defiant, her meteor plan failing against his raw power. The announcer declared her out, and Bakugo advanced. The crowd cheered, but I noticed 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's tearful resolve as she left the ring. She had fought for her family. I clapped, my heart aching. I would train with her later, helping her grow. Bakugo stormed back, smirking at me, reminding me that I was next. I nodded, my Scion senses reading his aggression, strong, but no match for Broly's power. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 joined us, wiping her eyes, expressing her disappointment. I reassured her that she was amazing and that we would get stronger together. Her smile, small but genuine, warmed me. She was more than just a crush now. Before my match, I slipped to a training room, using Dimension Create to enter the void. For what felt like hours, I tested my Scion physiology. Punches cracked the air, my green aura blazing like Broly's rage. I lifted 50 kilograms weights with telekinesis, the kinetic glove amplifying my mock strikes. My combat instinct simulated Kirishima's hardening, durable but slow, like 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗏's steel but with more heart. I practiced restraint, avoiding Broly's berserk edge. Crushing Kirishima wouldn't be heroic. Emerging after what felt like 2 seconds, I was sweat-soaked but ready. The Dragon Ball Super ticket pulsed in dimensional storage, tempting, but too risky before my match. Back in the stands, Kirishima fist-bumped me, ready for our upcoming clash. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as Midoriya prepared for his match. He felt a surge of confidence, encouraged by his friends. 𝗬𝗎 warned him not to push too hard, while Kaminari expressed his belief that Kirishima couldn't outmatch him. Mina cheered him on, and even Iida acknowledged his 𝗕𝗫𝗄𝗏. Their support anchored him. They were more than just classmates, they were family. Present Mike announced the upcoming battle, Izuku Midoriya vs Ejiro Kirishima. The crowd erupted in cheers as Midoriya stepped into the arena, facing Kirishima, whose hardened form gleamed under the lights. Kirishima challenged him, fists raised, his skin shining like armor. Midnight signaled the start of the match, and Kirishima charged forward, his hardening at full strength, aiming a powerful punch. Midoriya, utilizing his Scion speed, dodged effortlessly, his green aura flaring subtly. He held back, using only a fraction of his strength to deliver a controlled jab to Kirishima's chest, causing him to stagger slightly. Kirishima, undeterred, swung again. Midoriya didn't want to humiliate his friend, so he activated his major telekinesis, gently lifting Kirishima and pinning him to the edge of the arena, just out of bounds. The crowd gasped at the precision of the move. Present Mike declared Midoriya the winner, and professionals like Hawks took notes, while Endeavor observed intently. Kirishima stood up, grinning despite his defeat, praising Midoriya for his strength. Midoriya helped him up and acknowledged the great fight they had. The crowd chanted Midoriya's name, but he remained focused, scanning for any potential threats. Class 1A rushed to congratulate him, with Kaminari exclaiming how fast the match was. Mina cheered about his unstoppable nature, while 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 hugged him, her cheeks flushed with admiration. Bakugo scoffed, reminding Midoriya to wait for him, and Todoroki nodded, complimenting his control. The brackets had yet to update, with only 2 matches scheduled for the day. Midoriya strategized, considering Kendo's predictable strength and Shinso's tricky abilities, knowing he would need precision to succeed. During the break, Midoriya reflected on his previous experience at USJ. His push to 30% of his superpower had been exhausting, but his Scion physiology felt limitless. He sensed the pros watching closely, their interest signaling potential internships but also danger from the League of Villains. He recalled Shigaraki's menacing grin, wondering if he would be watching the festival. Mirio approached, genuinely praising Midoriya's performance. Midoriya smiled back, maintaining his guard, aware of Mirio's connection to One for All. He thought of his mother, 𝗏𝗏, who had expressed her pride in him over dinner. He held a 𝗧𝗵𝗏 in his dimensional storage, ready for any situation. The system indicated a lockdown, noting his heroic alignment and camaraderie, which were pushing its thresholds. As the next rounds approached, Midoriya felt the tension in the USJ Sports Festival Stadium. The crowd's anticipation grew as the second round of the one-on-one tournament continued. The arena floor bore the marks of previous matches, and Midoriya's scion physiology hummed with energy as he sat with Class 1. Uraraka leaned against him, still catching her breath from cheering. She expressed her excitement for the upcoming match between Todoroki and Kendo, wondering if Todoroki would use his fire. Midoriya nodded, analyzing the matchup. Kendo's big fist quirk was powerful, but Todoroki's half-cold half-hot could be versatile if he utilized both sides. Kirishima, still bandaged from their match, remained optimistic about Todoroki's chances. Tsuyu speculated that Todoroki might not use fire at all. Bakugo, nearby, expressed his frustration with Todoroki's restraint, hinting at their potential clash in the semifinals. Momo prepared for her match against Shinso, aware of the challenges posed by his brainwashing quirk. Present Mick's voice boomed, announcing the next match, Shoto Todoroki vs Itsuka Kendo. The crowd erupted as the two competitors entered the ring. Todoroki's expression was serious, his right side already frosting, while Kendo flexed her hands, transforming them into massive fists. She declared her intent to give it her all. Midnight signaled the start of the match. Kendo charged forward, her big fist quirk enhancing her strength as she swung a powerful punch. Todoroki stood his ground, unleashing a wave of ice that surged toward her. The crowd gasped as Kendo leaped, smashing through the ice with her fists. She landed heavily, unyielding in her determination. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and sent another ice burst to encase Kendo's legs. She broke free, but the cold slowed her down. Kendo taunted Todoroki, closing the distance and swinging her fist high, forcing him to dodge. She feinted, her other fist enlarging mid-swing to catch him off guard. He skidded back, frost spreading from his right side, indicating the toll the ice was taking on him. From the stands, Midoriya leaned forward, analyzing the battle. Todoroki's ice was powerful, but Kendo's agility was pushing him to his limits. If he didn't use his fire to warm himself, he risked losing mobility. Uraraka expressed concern for Todoroki, questioning why he wasn't using his fire. Midoriya understood the weight of Todoroki's past and the struggle he faced. Kendo continued to press, her punches creating shockwaves that cracked the arena floor. Todoroki, breathing heavily, acknowledged Kendo's strength, his left side still untouched but flickering with suppressed flames. He summoned a towering ice wall, reaching 20 meters high, but Kendo struck the base with a powerful punch, causing the structure to collapse. Ice shards scattered, and she leaped through the debris, her fist aimed at his chest. Todoroki evaded her attack, but her follow-up strike grazed his arm, sending him tumbling. Frost began to creep up his body, further slowing him down. The crowd murmured, while Endeavor's intense gaze from the stands felt like it could burn through the air. Kendo paused, her fists still enlarged, and urged Todoroki to unleash his fire, challenging him not to hold back. Her words resonated with his internal conflict. Todoroki's eyes widened as sparks ignited on his left side. The crowd fell silent as flames erupted, melting the frost that covered him. He stood tall, wielding both quirks, ice on his right and fire on his left. He acknowledged her challenge with a determined expression. A balanced wave of ice and fire surged forth, creating a blinding steam that enveloped Kendo. She coughed through the mist, but her big fist broke through, only to collide with Todoroki's combined attack. Ice encased her legs while fire scorched the air around her. Kendo managed to punch free, but the heat slowed her down, straining her quirk. She charged at him one last time, and Todoroki met her fist with an ice fire punch, resulting in an explosive clash of steam and shards. Kendo was sent flying back, landing out of bounds, her fists shrinking as she hit the ground. Midnight announced Todoroki's victory, and the crowd erupted in cheers, with pros like Hawks nodding in approval. Todoroki stood breathing, flames flickering out, his expression a mix of emotions. Kendo, from the ground, grinned and complimented him on the fight, encouraging him to use his fire more often, hinting at his potential. Todoroki nodded slightly, taking a small step toward accepting his left side. From the stands, a spectator clapped, feeling that this moment had sparked his growth. Uraraka squeezed their hand, expressing how intense the match was and how frightening Todoroki's fire could be. The spectator agreed, noting his potential. If he mastered both sides, he could become a true rival, even to their scion power. Present Mike then hyped the next match, announcing Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies against Momo Yaoyorozu from Class 1A, setting the stage for a battle of wits and creativity. Momo stepped into the ring, her ponytail swaying and her costume immaculate. Opposite her, Shinso slouched, his messy purple hair and sly eyes giving him an air of confidence. He casually remarked on her being from the recommended slot, implying that her wealth made her journey easier. Momo frowned but maintained her composure, insisting on a fair fight. Midnight cracked her WHP, signaling the start of the match. Shinso smirked and questioned her motives for wanting to be a hero, suggesting it was for fame. Momo hesitated, knowing that answering could lead to being brainwashed. Instead, she focused, creating a shield from her arm and charging silently. Shinso's eyes widened at her strategy, and he taunted her about her family's wealth, trying to provoke a response. Momo narrowed her eyes and created a net launcher, firing it at him. Shinso dodged, continuing his relentless taunts about her being spoiled. Momo resisted, crafting earplugs to block out his voice, which drew gasps from the crowd, a clever counter. Shinso, frustrated, dodged her next attack while creating a staff mid-swing. He shouted that she wouldn't stop him, but his voice was muffled. Momo pressed on, using her creation quirk to produce smoke bombs that filled the arena with haze. Shinso coughed, struggling to see. Despite his taunts, he managed to grab her arm and yank out an earplug, claiming victory. Momo almost froze but quickly snapped free, creating a taser to shock him, declaring her refusal to fall for his tricks. Shinso's eyes gleamed as he activated his brainwashing ability, causing Momo's eyes to glaze over. The crowd reacted negatively, but he commanded her to walk out of the ring. Momo's steps became robotic, but she fought against the control, her body trembling with resistance. Shinso taunted her further, making a cruel remark that struck deep. The insult broke through the haze, and Momo's eyes cleared, filled with rage. She unleashed her quirk, creating a massive barrier that pushed Shinso back, leaving him staggered and Momo charged at him, using her creation ability to bind him with chains and then launching him toward the edge of the ring. He struggled against her strength, but her fury fueled her determination, and the chains tightened as she fired him out of bounds, where he landed hard, winded but safe. The crowd fell silent before erupting in cheers. Momo stood breathing, her eyes blazing with intensity, nearly advancing on Shinso, but Aizawa's voice cut through the chaos, commanding her to stand down. His erasure quirk nullified her creation mid-step as he approached the ring, wrapping Shinso in his scarf. He reprimanded Shinso for crossing a line with his insults, warning him to be mindful of his words. Shinso coughed, glaring but remaining silent. Midnight announced Momo's victory, and she collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she fought against her anger. Uraraka rushed to her side, offering comfort and congratulations. From the stands, the spectator clapped, sensing Momo's tremble and recognizing the depth of Shinso's words. Despite the pain, her resistance showcased her strength. The crowd murmured, with pros like Best Jeanist acknowledging her control. Afterward, Aizawa gathered everyone, his bandages stark against his figure. He informed them that there would be 2 matches today, and they should rest for tomorrow's semifinals, revealing that Midoriya would face Todoroki next. The spectator nodded, their analytical mind already strategizing against Todoroki's half-cold, half-hot quirk, knowing their scion punches could counter it. The tournament loomed ahead, and their power was ready. As sleep enveloped the spectator like a heavy blanket, exhaustion from the day's matches weighed on them. The intensity of the Esports festival lingered in their mind, the crowd's roars, the taste of victory in the cavalry battle, and the swift defeat of Kirishima in the second round. Their scion physiology hummed softly, a green aura pulsing faintly in their dreams. However, tonight, the void was not the training ground of Dimension Create. It was something deeper, a memory that felt hauntingly familiar yet was not theirs. In the memory, they were small, a toddler with curly green hair, sitting in a cozy living room that resembled their apartment. 𝗵𝗄, their mother, laughed as she prepared dinner, her green hair tied back. A tall, imposing man stood beside her, his face sharp and unscarred, his eyes hidden in shadows. He was not the absent father from their reborn memories, the one who worked overseas in the canon story. This man was 𝗓𝗋, the symbol of evil, before his fateful battle with all might that left him disfigured. His voice was smooth, almost affectionate, as he spoke to 𝗵𝗄, expressing that their child was special but that the world was dangerous and their quirk was too powerful for now. From the perspective of their child self, they reached for a toy, feeling a warm energy stir inside them, a quirk manifesting early. 𝗓𝗋 placed a hand on their head, his palm glowing with dark energy, promising to keep it safe. But the warmth drained away, leaving them feeling empty and quirkless. They cried, but he shushed them, turning to 𝗵𝗄 and instructing her to forget him as her husband and their father, claiming he was simply gone for their safety. His quirk activated, altering their memories. 𝗵𝗄's eyes glazed over before clearing, her smile returning as if nothing had happened. The man, their father, faded into shadows, leaving them alone. The memory shattered, and they bolted awake in their bed, sweat soaking the sheets. Breathing, they clutched their chest, their scion physiology surging protectively, the green aura flaring around them. They questioned what had just happened, knowing the canon backstory of Izuku being quirkless and having an absent father. But this memory revealed 𝗓𝗋 as their father, who had stolen their quirk and erased their memories before his face was ruined in that battle with all might. It clarified my quirklessness. I had a quirk, but it was taken from me. But for protection. For control. The Gacha system's shift from superpower to scion physiology suddenly felt connected, severing ties to one for all. But now this revelation. Was the system unlocking memories, or was my scion power awakening them? The lockdown remained firm, with no answers in sight. I needed to concentrate. The semi-finals were tomorrow, and Todoroki was waiting. 𝗵𝗄 peeked in, her green hair tousled. She asked if I had a nightmare. I forced a smile and reassured her that I was okay. She hugged me, her warmth dispelling the shadows. My heart ached. She didn't remember, but she remained my anchor. Morning arrived, bringing the festival's semi-final day. The stadium was packed with even more spectators, pro heroes filling the VIP boxes. Hawks perched casually, wings folded, while Endeavor's fiery presence loomed large. Class 1A gathered in the waiting area, costumes ready. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 bounced over, her smile bright, expressing her concern about my match against Todoroki. I shook my head, admitting I was a bit nervous but confident we could handle it. My scion physiology felt limitless, but Todoroki's dual quirks posed a challenge. I intended to push him to use both at full power, helping him embrace his fire while ensuring my victory. Kirishima fist bumped me, encouraging me to crush it. 𝗬𝗓 advised me to use my head, not just my power. Bakugo scoffed, arms crossed, insisting I shouldn't lose as he wanted me in the final. His growl hinted at anticipation. He was focused on his own match against Momo later. Momo adjusted her ponytail, calm after her win against Shinso, wishing me good luck and expressing how my restraint inspired her. Todoroki passed by, our eyes meeting as he suggested we put on a good show. Present Mick's voice boomed, announcing the start of the semifinals. The crowd erupted as we stepped into the arena, the atmosphere electric. Todoroki's costume was pristine, one side frosted, the other untouched. My green aura flickered subtly, my scion senses reading his tense and conflicted stance. Midnight cracked her WHP, signaling the start. Todoroki stomped, unleashing a towering glacier of ice that surged toward me like a frozen avalanche. The crowd gasped, but my Scion speed allowed me to dodge effortlessly. I charged through, my green aura flaring, shattering the ice with a single punch. Shards rained down as I closed the gap, telekinetically hurling a heavy chunk of ice to distract him. I urged Todoroki to use everything he had, knowing his fire side was crucial for his growth. He frowned and sent another wave of ice my way. I used my enhanced reflexes to weave through it, my kinetic glove amplifying a counterpunch that cracked his defense. He skidded back, frost spreading on his right side from overuse. I pressed him, questioning why he was holding back. My Scion strength allowed me to absorb a glancing ice hit, my green aura melting it instantly. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, sparks igniting on his left side. He muttered that I didn't understand, and flames erupted from him, scorching the air. The crowd roared as Endeavor's glare intensified from the stands. Todoroki's fire wave clashed with my charge, the heat singeing my costume, but my Scion durability shrugged it off. I leaped, telekinetically pulling debris to block his view, then landed a controlled kick. He blocked with ice, but the force sent him tumbling. I encouraged him to use both sides of his power, recalling the canon moment where he needed to accept his fire for himself, not for Endeavor. Todoroki rose, breathing heavily, flames and ice coiling around him. He declared he would show me his full power and unleashed both at maximum. Ice surged from his right, fire from his left, creating a steam-blinding vortex. The arena shook, and the crowd was on their feet. I pushed my Scion physiology harder, my green aura blazing like Broly's wrath as I dodged the vortex. Using major telekinesis, I lifted heavy ice shards and hurled them back as projectiles. Todoroki countered with fire, melting them, but I closed in, my adrenaline surge boosting my speed. Our clashes echoed as my punch met his ice-fire fist, shockwaves cracking the ground. Pain from my previous push flashed, but my Scion resilience held firm. I shouted that he was strong, but he needed to embrace it all. I telekinetically pinned his arms briefly, forcing him to blast free with his full dual power. Flames roared, ice encased, and the arena became a battlefield of extremes. He pushed harder, a combined wave engulfing me, heat and cold searing, but I burst through, my green aura exploding as I landed a final, controlled punch to his midsection. Todoroki flew back, out of bounds, gasping. Midnight declared that I advanced to the finals, and the crowd erupted in cheers, pros like hawks applauding. Todoroki stood, flames dying down, but his expression softened, a breakthrough, as he accepted his fire. He thanked me quietly and I helped him up, calling him a true hero. Endeavor's fury from the stands was palpable, but Todoroki ignored him, growth evident on his face. Back in the stands, Class 1A surrounded me. Uraraka hugged me, her cheeks flushed, celebrating my victory. Kirishima cheered about the manly fight, while Tsuyu noted that I had pushed Todoroki to grow. Bakugo's eyes burned with intensity as he claimed I was his next opponent in the final. Momo nodded, congratulating me and mentioning her upcoming match against Bakugo, asking for luck. Aizawa approached, his bandages stark, commending my control but reminding me that power isn't everything. Inko's pride flashed in my mind, her dinner waiting at home. The system flickered, a faint pulse indicating that the lockdown was holding. The notice confirmed my heroic alignment was advancing, with mentorship noted and reactivation pending. The finals loomed, me against Bakugo. With my Scion physiology, I was confident I would win, but I would do it as a hero. The USJ Sports Festival Stadium buzzed with anticipation, the crowd's energy crackling like static electricity as the semifinals concluded. My match against Todoroki had been a whirlwind, his dual quirks pushed to full power, ice and fire clashing against my Scion physiology in a spectacle that left the arena scarred and the audience breathless. I had emerged victorious, my green aura and major telekinesis overwhelming him, but not without encouraging him to embrace his fiery side. Now, as I sat in the stands with Class 1A, bandaged but healed internally by a discreet senzu, the focus shifted to the second semifinal, Katsuki Bakugo vs Momo Yaoyorozu. I knew this matchup wasn't canon, but in this reality, Momo's victory over Shinso and Bakugo's explosive path through the tournament made it inevitable. Bakugo's aggression versus Momo's intellect would be a clash of styles, and I had a feeling Bakugo's raw power would edge it out. Uraraka leaned against me, her pink costume still pristine despite the day's intensity. She expressed her belief that Momo was smart enough to devise a plan for Bakugo's explosions. I nodded, aware of Bakugo's improvements since the USJ incident. He was no longer just blasting wildly. Kirishima, still sore from our match, pumped his fist in encouragement for Momo. Tsuyu thoughtfully remarked that while Bakugo was tough, Momo's creation ability was versatile, making it a close match. Bakugo stood at the edge of the arena, palms sparking, his red eyes locked on Momo as she entered from the opposite side, her ponytail swaying with confident steps. Momo's costume was elegant, her expression calm yet determined after her emotional win against Shinso. The insult about her family had ignited something within her, nearly escalating to violence before Aizawa intervened. Shinso had faced severe consequences for his actions, and Momo had channeled that rage into focus. Bakugo smirked, explosions popping in his hands, urging her not to hold back. Present Mick's voice energized the audience as he announced the second semifinal, Katsuki Bakugo vs Momo Yaoyorozu. The crowd erupted in cheers, with pros like Hawks and Best Jeanist leaning forward in anticipation, while Endeavor's intense gaze reflected his frustration over Todoroki's earlier loss. Midnight signaled the start of the match, and Bakugo immediately launched himself forward, propelled by explosions that lit up his gauntlets. He shouted fiercely, unleashing a series of blasts that scorched the air around him. Momo stood her ground, creating a massive shield from her arm, reinforced with steel plating, which absorbed the initial wave of attacks. The shield rattled under the force, but it held firm, thanks to her creation quirk that allowed her to generate objects at will. Bakugo circled around, firing blasts from various angles. He taunted her, believing a shield could not stop him, and detonated a close-range explosion that cracked the edge of her shield. Momo quickly discarded it and fashioned a net launcher, firing it at him. The net expanded, but Bakugo blasted through it, sending shreds flying. He mocked her, closing in for a punch. Momo dodged with grace, creating smoke bombs that filled the arena with haze, obscuring Bakugo's vision. He coughed as he attempted to clear the smoke, but Momo used the opportunity to set up a series of traps with spring-loaded platforms and adhesive pads on the ground. As Bakugo stepped onto one of the pads, it stuck to his foot, but he blasted free, the explosion scorching his boot. Angered, he unleashed a stun grenade, a flash of light momentarily blinding Momo. She shielded her eyes and created sunglasses mid-blink, but Bakugo was quick to close the distance, his palm slamming down near her. The force of the explosion sent her skidding, her costume singed. Pain flickered in her eyes, but she countered by creating a cannon on her shoulder and firing RBB projectiles. Bakugo dodged most of them, but one grazed his arm, causing him to growl in annoyance. He propelled himself upward, diving down with a spinning blast known as howitzer impact, which detonated like a bomb, creating a crater around Momo. Momo quickly created a bunker shield, reinforced with layers of metal and RBB, and huddled inside as the explosion rocked it. When the smoke cleared, the bunker was cracked but still intact. She emerged, wielding a taser staff and charging at Bakugo, determined not to lose. Bakugo blocked her attack with his gauntlet, the explosions countering the electricity, but the shock numbed his arm for a moment. He grinned fiercely, declaring that he would end the match. He grabbed her staff, the explosions traveling along it to her hand, forcing Momo to drop it. She quickly created gloves for insulation, but Bakugo pressed on, blasting low with his other palm. The force lifted her off her feet and sent her tumbling. She rolled and created a grappling hook, firing it at Bakugo. It wrapped around his leg, but he blasted the line, using the momentum to launch himself at her. He shouted a focused explosion, piercing her defenses and singeing her side. Momo gasped, the pain slowing her down, but her mind raced. She created a series of mirrors to reflect light and blind him, followed by a smoke screen for cover. Bakugo blasted through the smoke, but she had set a pit trap beneath him, RBB lined to cushion the fall. He fell in, but explosions propelled him out. Momo was ready, creating a weighted net to pin him down. As she threw it, she declared that she had caught him. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 roared in defiance, using explosions to shred the net, but the effort left him vulnerable. Momo charged with her staff, striking his shoulder. He staggered slightly, a cut appearing, but his eyes burned with determination. He declared that it was time to end the games and unleashed a massive blast. The shockwave knocked Momo back, shattering her staff. She quickly created armor plating, but 𝗵𝘃𝗁's follow-up stun grenade blinded her, and his palm connected with her chest, controlled yet forceful. The explosion sent her flying out of bounds, crashing hard. Midnight announced 𝗵𝘃𝗁's victory, declaring that he advanced to the finals. The crowd erupted in cheers, with pros clapping in appreciation. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 stood breathing, sparks fading, his expression a mix of triumph and respect. Momo lay dazed on the ground, tears in her eyes, not just from pain, but from frustration. Uraraka rushed to her side, helping her up and praising her performance. Momo wiped her eyes and managed a weak smile, acknowledging that she had almost won. Aizawa, watching from the sidelines, nodded, recognizing her potential. From the stands, I clapped, sensing Momo's tremble. Shinso's earlier insults had fueled her determination, but 𝗵𝘃𝗁's power had truly tested her limits. Both had grown stronger, and now 𝗵𝘃𝗁 stood between me and the top spot in the tournament. My 𝗬𝗏 physiology was ready, but I would fight as a hero. The USJ Sports Festival Stadium buzzed with anticipation, the crowd's roars shaking the stands like a thunderstorm. The air was thick with the scent of scorched earth and lingering frost from previous matches, the arena floor scarred with craters from 𝗵𝘃𝗁's explosions and 𝗳𝗪𝗏𝗀𝗏's ice. I stood in the waiting area, my hero costume scuffed but intact, the hum of my 𝗬𝗏 physiology pulsing through my veins. My green aura flickered subtly, a controlled ember of power that could level cities if unleashed. I knew this was it, the final match of the one-on-one tournament, me versus Katsuki 𝗵𝘃𝗁. I had dominated the obstacle race, led my team to victory in the cavalry battle, and outclassed 𝗳𝗪𝗏𝗀𝗃 in the semifinals, forcing him to embrace his fire. Now, 𝗵𝘃𝗁 stood between me and the top spot, his explosive fury refined since USJ, but no match for my 𝗬𝗏 strength, major telekinesis, and dimensional storage arsenal. The Gacha system remained on lockdown, its neon interface silent since the hint of heroic alignment advancing after my fight with 𝗳𝗪𝗏𝗀𝗃. I still had everything it granted, 13 senzu beans, a kinetic glove, a sonic disruptor, weighted training bands, and a ticket to World Dragon Ball Super in dimensional storage. Skills like enhanced reflexes, combat instinct, energy efficiency, analytical mind, adrenaline surge, tactical coordination, and dimension create made me a formidable opponent. The system's silence nagged at me. Why the shift from superpower to 𝗬𝗏 physiology? Was it hiding me from All for One, whose shadow loomed ever closer after that dream memory of him stealing my quirk and erasing himself as my father? The finals were my chance to prove not just my power, but my heroism. 𝗵𝘃𝗁's challenge would test that resolve. Uraraka rushed over, her pink costume gleaming despite the tournament's toll. She encouraged me, expressing her belief in my abilities while her eyes revealed her concern over 𝗵𝘃𝗁's ferocity. I squeezed her hand, grateful for her support, and promised to fight for all of us. Kirishima slapped my back, urging me to make it a manly fight and show 𝗵𝘃𝗁 who was boss. Tsuyu advised me to stay focused and not let 𝗵𝘃𝗁 rile me up. Momo, still shaken from her loss, nodded in encouragement, acknowledging my control. 𝗳𝗪𝗏𝗀𝗃 stood nearby, his calm demeanor reflecting his growth after our match. He wished me luck, reminding me to push 𝗵𝘃𝗁 to grow as well. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 stormed into the waiting area, his gauntlets sparking and his red eyes blazing with intensity. He growled my name, declaring that this was it and that he would hold nothing back. His words were fierce, but I sensed a buried respect within them. My victories had shifted something in him. I nodded, my 𝗬𝗏 senses reading his stance. Aggressive but precise, no longer the reckless bully he once was. I was ready to give the audience a show. President Mick's voice boomed, igniting the crowd as he announced the grand final of the Sports Festival, Izuku Midoriya vs 𝗓𝗂𝗓𝗄𝐵𝗂𝗂𝐁. 𝗓𝗂𝗓𝗓𝗄𝐵𝗂𝗂𝗁 was ready to showcase his explosive power in the arena, and the crowd erupted with excitement. Pros like 𝗕𝗁𝗄 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 and Endeavor leaned forward in their VIP boxes, fully engaged. Mirio, watching from the stands, beamed with pride, embodying the spirit of a third-year student. 𝗧𝗏, though bandaged, maintained a stern demeanor from the faculty section, his earlier warning to Midoriya still resonating. Power alone was not enough. As they stepped into the arena, the roar of the crowd was overwhelming. The floor was uneven, showing signs of previous battles. Bakugo's gauntlets glowed with energy, sweat glistening on his brow as he prepared to unleash his quirk. Midoriya felt his own green aura flicker to life, ready to 𝗕𝗁𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗏 his scion physiology, but he aimed to keep it controlled, knowing he only needed 15 to 20% of his power to secure victory without overwhelming Bakugo. Midnight cracked her 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻𝗵𝗃, signaling the start of the match. Bakugo launched himself forward, propelled by explosions that made him resemble a missile. He shouted his intent to defeat Midoriya, unleashing a barrage of blasts that filled the air with fire and smoke. The crowd gasped as the arena shook, but Midoriya's scion speed allowed him to dodge effortlessly. He maneuvered through the chaos, his green aura flaring as he used major telekinesis to hurl a heavy piece of debris from dimensional storage, forcing Bakugo to evade. Encouraging Bakugo to give it his all, Midoriya felt the thrill of competition. Bakugo snarled in response, blasting the debris into ashes before firing a stun grenade, creating a blinding flash meant to disorient. Midoriya's enhanced reflexes kicked in, allowing him to adjust quickly as he charged forward, his kinetic glove amplifying a controlled punch. The two forces collided, creating a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. Bakugo skidded back, smirking as he acknowledged Midoriya's effort. As Bakugo propelled himself upward, spinning into a howitzer impact, a massive explosion spiraled toward Midoriya like a fiery tornado. The crowd screamed, but Midoriya's scion durability allowed him to withstand the heat. He leaped through the blast, his green aura blazing as he telekinetically redirected the force with a steel plate from storage. The explosion scattered harmlessly, and Midoriya closed in, landing a restrained kick to Bakugo's side. Bakugo tumbled but quickly regained his footing, his temper flaring as he unleashed another blast at close range, singeing Midoriya's costume. However, Midoriya's resilience absorbed the impact without pain. Pushing harder, Midoriya's speed outpaced Bakugo's. Propulsion. He taunted Bakugo to focus, knowing his rival's pride would drive him. Bakugo roared in response, firing an AP shot aimed directly at Midoriya's chest. Using his combat instinct, Midoriya sidestepped the attack and telekinetically lifted Bakugo, slamming him back gently. Bakugo blasted free, landing with a growl, warning Midoriya not to toy with him. The arena transformed into a battlefield of fire and force as Bakugo chained explosions to create a smokescreen. He dove from above, unleashing a double blast from his gauntlets. Midoriya countered with a sonic disruptor, sending a high-frequency pulse that disoriented Bakugo midair. Seizing the moment, Midoriya hurled debris at Bakugo, forcing him to blast it away. The crowd was on its feet, with pros like 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗃 taking notes, impressed by the display of power. Bakugo's eyes blazed with determination as he switched tactics, using smaller, precise blasts to maneuver and aim for Midoriya's legs. Midoriya's analytical mind predicted Bakugo's moves, allowing him to dodge and land a telekinetic push that sent Bakugo skidding. He acknowledged Bakugo's growth, asserting that he was no longer the same Deku from before. Bakugo grinned, eager for Midoriya to bring his best. Bakugo unleashed the full power of his gauntlets, creating a massive explosion that engulfed the arena, flames lighting the barriers. The crowd screamed, but Midoriya burst through the flames, his scion durability acting as a shield. He activated an adrenaline surge, doubling his speed, and landed a controlled punch to Bakugo's chest. Bakugo flew back, creating a crater upon landing but quickly rolled up, ready to continue the fight. Not backing down, Bakugo propelled himself high into the air, firing a barrage of AP shots, each one piercing through the air. Midoriya summoned weighted training bands from storage, strapping them on to test his control. He redirected Bakugo's shots with telekinesis and closed in, using his kinetic glove to amplify a sweeping kick. Bakugo blocked the attack, but the force sent him spinning. He retaliated with a stun grenade, blinding Midoriya momentarily. However, Midoriya's psion senses tracked Bakugo's heat signature, allowing him to dodge the follow-up blast and briefly pin Bakugo's arms with telekinesis. He urged Bakugo to fight smarter, wanting to see his growth rather than just securing victory. Bakugo broke free, his explosions surging once more. He launched his ultimate move, a howitzer impact at point-blank range, causing the arena to shake violently. The blast consumed Midoriya, fire and smoke obscuring the view. Yet he stood firm, his green aura flaring like a protective shield as he shrugged off the inferno. Bursting forward, he telekinetically cleared the smoke and landed a final, restrained punch to Bakugo's midsection, equivalent to 20% of his superpower. Bakugo flew out of bounds, crashing hard and gasping for breath. Midnight declared Midoriya the winner of the sports festival, and the stadium erupted in cheers. Bakugo lay breathing, his red eyes locked on Midoriya, a mix of rage and respect evident in his gaze. Midoriya offered a hand, but Bakugo slapped it away as he stood, acknowledging Midoriya's strength with a promise to come back stronger. The awards ceremony followed, the crowd still buzzing with excitement. Midoriya stood on the first-place podium, with Bakugo in second and Todoroki in third. All Might presented the medals, his grin wide despite the steam rising from his form. He praised Midoriya's heart and power, encouraging him to lead the next generation. Midoriya felt warmth from the praise, but he couldn't ignore the knowledge of 𝐴ll-for-One's looming threat and the shadow of his father, who had stolen his original quirk and erased himself from his mother's memories. Pros swarmed Midoriya with internship offers, including Hawks, Best Jeanist, and even Endeavor, though his offer was curt. Nightai's agency caught Midoriya's attention, and he spotted Mirio clapping from the crowd, his support unwavering. Aizawa approached, bandaged but stern, reminding Midoriya to stay grounded despite his newfound fame. Midoriya nodded, the weight of his achievements settling in. Class 1A celebrated in the locker room, with Uraraka hugging Midoriya and blushing as she called him their hero. Kirishima cheered, declaring him the manliest champion ever, while Tsuyu riveted her support. Momo smiled, expressing how Midoriya's victory inspired them all, and Todoroki nodded, acknowledging the push Midoriya had given to everyone. Bakugo remained silent, but his glance held no malice, only a vow to surpass Midoriya. That night, over dinner, Inko's tears flowed as she expressed her pride in her son for coming in first place. Midoriya hugged her tightly, concealing the painful memory of 𝗷-for-One. The threat of the league loomed over him, with Shigaraki's escape from USJ casting a long shadow. The system flickered to life, a neon interface blazing with updates. The lockdown was lifted, and Midoriya's heroic alignment was recognized, marking his victory and potential for mentorship. A new pole materialized in dimensional storage, Zenkai Boost, a power growth ability post-injury. His heart raced at the possibilities ahead, knowing that the finals had unlocked the system. With internships on the horizon, he would face new threats, including Bakugo, the League, and the shadow of his father. He was determined to rise as a hero. The morning after the U Sports Festival felt surreal. Midoriya awoke in his quiet room, sunlight filtering through the curtains and casting soft patterns on his All Might posters. His body hummed with the raw power of his psion physiology, the green aura flickering faintly as he stretched. For once, there was no arena to dominate, no villains to outmaneuver. He had won the sports festival, standing atop the podium with Todoroki and Bakugo, his name echoing across Japan as pro heroes sent internship offers. Yet, the weight of his reality pressed heavily on him. 𝗷-for-One, his father, and the memories that had been stolen from his mother. The revelation still stung, a wound no 𝗧𝗵𝗵 could heal. Izuku sat up, rubbing his eyes as the Gacha system's neon interface flickered to life in his vision, unprompted. Its mechanical voice echoed in his mind, calm but firm. The system announced that power recalibration was required, as he had exceeded the optimal power threshold, risking narrative imbalance. It proceeded to remove several abilities, including Adrenaline Surge, Enhanced Reflexes, Sonic Disruptor, Combat Instinct, all debris from Dagoba Beach, the Ticket to World, Dragon Ball Super, and an extraneous item due to ethical and embarrassment concerns. Izuku's jaw dropped at the mention of Uraraka's underwear. How had he forgotten? His cheeks burned at the system's bluntness, and he buried his face in his hands, relieved that no one else knew. The system continued, unfazed, granting him the knowledge of all dangerous spells from the Harry Potter world, allowing him to wield wandless magic powered by an internal magical source. The spells included offensive, defensive, and utility types, all stored in dimensional storage for activation. He blinked, processing the information. The Ticket to World, Dragon Ball Super was gone, replaced by Harry Potter magic. While wandless, self-sustaining magic was powerful, losing skills like Enhanced Reflexes and Combat Instinct felt like a gut punch. Those skills had sharpened his edge against Bakugo and Todoroki. The system's mention of narrative imbalance felt hollow. Was it protecting him from all for one's notice, or was there another reason? His psion physiology, major telekinesis, and other skills remained, but he felt lighter, less invincible. Perhaps that was the point. 𝗏𝗏's voice broke through his thoughts, calling him for breakfast. Her cheerful tone pulled him back to reality. He slipped on a t-shirt and jeans, leaving his hero costume in the closet. Today was a rare day off. No training, no villains, just time to breathe. He needed it after the chaos of the festival and the haunting memory of All for One. Downstairs, 𝗏𝗏 bustled in the kitchen, her green hair tied back and her apron dusted with flour. The smell of miso soup and 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 filled the air, grounding him. He greeted her with a hug and she beamed, her eyes misty with pride. Her warmth chased away the system's cold recalibration. As he sat down to breakfast, he savored the normalcy. She asked if he had any plans for the day, and he mentioned meeting friends later, including Uraraka and Kirishima. 𝗏𝗏 nodded, her smile softening, reminding him that he needed fun, not just hero work. Her words resonated deeply, as he knew she had suffered, unaware of All for One's betrayal. He vowed to protect her, psion or not. After breakfast, he helped with the dishes, their conversation light. 𝗏𝗏 shared her favorite drama while he recounted highlights from the festival, omitting the system's details. She praised his bravery against Bakugo, and he chuckled, noting that they were now sort of friends. For a moment, he felt like just her son, not an anomaly. By noon, he headed to a local park near USJ, where Uraraka had texted him to meet. The system's earlier mention of her underwear lingered in his mind, but he would never bring it up. The park was vibrant, with cherry blossoms scattering in the breeze and children playing nearby. Uraraka waved from a picnic table, her casual sweater and jeans a stark contrast to her hero costume. Her infectious grin made his heart skip. She was more than a manga crush now. Kirishima, Tsuyu, and Iida sat with her, a spread of snacks and drinks on the table. Kirishima greeted him enthusiastically, while Tsuyu riveted in agreement, and Iida emphasized the importance of rest for hero development. Izuku laughed and took a seat beside Uraraka, expressing his gratitude for the perfect day. They dug into snacks, mochi, soda, and sandwiches, chatting about the festival. Kirishima exaggerated his reenactment of Izuku's punch against him, claiming it was so manly that his hardening hadn't stood a chance. Uraraka giggled, nudging him and calling him a green comet. He blushed, scratching his neck and humbly stating that he had just done his best. Tsuyu tilted her head, playfully commenting on how scary his best could be. Iida adjusted his glasses and launched into a lecture about internship strategies, noting that Nightai's agency was logical for Izuku given his analytical skills. He nodded, intrigued, as Night-Eye was tied to Mirio, who had shown only support and no suspicion. The system's recalibration seemed to have stripped away traces of his anomaly. Uraraka leaned closer, her shoulder brushing against his, and expressed her excitement about Hawks. Her enthusiasm warmed him, but he deflected the question about his choice, asking her instead. She beamed, sharing her goal of joining a rescue-focused agency to help people, which sparked pride in him as he recognized her growth since her loss to 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗏. They tossed a frisbee, and Izuku carefully restrained his scion strength to avoid sending it flying into orbit. 𝗓𝗓𝗄 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆, laughing as he stumbled, while Tsuyu's tongue snatched the frisbee midair, earning cheers. Iida, ever serious, timed their throws for optimal coordination. As the sun dipped, they sprawled on a blanket, sharing stories. Kirishima opened up about his middle school insecurities, Tsuyu shared tales of her siblings, and Iida spoke about Tensei's hero work. Uraraka confessed her family struggles, her voice soft as she expressed her longing to make them proud. Izuku squeezed her hand, assuring her that she was already amazing. She blushed, and their friends teased him, but he laughed it off, feeling her warmth linger. Back home, Inko had dinner ready, katsu curry, his favorite. They enjoyed the meal, her chatter about neighbors and his baby photos lightening the mood. She showed him a picture of his toddler self, and he smiled, hiding the pain of 𝗓𝗏 shadow. After dinner, he retreated to his room, eager to test the system's new gift, knowledge of all dangerous spells from the Harry Potter world. In his mind's eye, he visualized spells like 𝗬𝗵𝗲 for cutting, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 for shielding, and apparition for teleportation, all wandless and powered by his internal magic source. He whispered, "Lumos," and a soft glow illuminated his hand, disappearing when he said, "Nox." The magic felt natural, akin to his scion strength, but less raw. He stored it in dimensional storage, cautious about practicing dark spells indoors. The system's recalibration lingered in his thoughts. Losing adrenaline surge, enhanced reflexes, and combat instinct dulled his edge, but his scion physiology and major telekinesis kept him formidable. The removal of Uraraka's underwear was a mortifying relief, ethical concerns indeed. While the loss of the Dragon Ball Super ticket stung, the Harry Potter magic opened new strategies. No new pulls this time, but the system's reactivation promised more. Izuku lay back, staring at the ceiling. Today had been a gift, time spent with his mom, Uraraka, and friends. No villains, no all-for-one, just normalcy. Tomorrow, internships loomed, bringing new challenges. But for now, he was Izuku, not just a hero. The quiet of his room contrasted sharply with the chaos of the USJ Sports Festival, its echoes still ringing in his ears, the crowds chanting his name, Bakugo's explosions, Todoroki's fire. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he felt the faint hum of his scion physiology pulsing through him, a green aura flickering when he flexed. His hero costume hung in the closet, scuffed but ready for the internships ahead. The sports festival had turned me into a star, attracting offers from Hawks, Night Eye, and even Endeavor. Yet, the burden of my new reality weighed heavily on me. 𝗓𝗏, my father, had stolen my quirk and erased himself from my mother's memories. This revelation, uncovered in a dream, gnawed at me, a wound that no healing method could mend. Suddenly, the Gacha system's neon interface flickered to life, its mechanical voice breaking through my thoughts. The system confirmed that my heroic alignment was stable and that a new pull had been authorized, with no further adjustments needed. My heart raced. The system had fully reactivated after the festival, granting me a Zenkai boost last time. The previous recalibration had stripped me of skills like adrenaline surge, enhanced reflexes, and combat instinct, along with various items, citing my overpowered status and ethical concerns. The ticket to World, Dragon Ball Super had been replaced with knowledge of all dangerous spells from the Harry Potter universe, granting me wandless magic. Another pull was available, and I held my breath, hoping for something useful. The result was a new perk, Transform Esther, which allowed unlimited transformation into any person, creature, or object while retaining my consciousness and abilities, with no time or form limits. I froze, processing the implications. This perk meant I could become anyone or anything, from a dragon to All Might himself, all while keeping my scion strength, major telekinesis, and Harry Potter magic. The system's timing felt intentional. After uncovering 𝗓𝗏's memory, this ability could let me test truths that no one else could. An idea sparked, reckless yet irresistible. I could disguise myself as 𝗷𝗏𝗏, unscarred and from before his battle with All Might. This would allow me to confront All Might and 𝗵𝗲𝗄, the true one for all successor, to assess their strength and readiness against the symbol of evil. My instincts screamed caution. All Might was weakened, and 𝗵𝗲𝗄 was powerful but untested. But Transform could conceal my identity completely. I needed to know. With my mother at work, I had the day to experiment. I locked my door, heart racing, and activated Transform. My body tingled as my bones shifted painlessly and my skin reshaped. I visualized 𝗷𝗏𝗏 from my dream, tall, sharp-featured, with dark hair slicked back and cold yet charismatic eyes. My reflection morphed in the mirror. My freckled face became angular, my green hair darkened, and my frame stretched to a towering height, clad in a black suit. My voice deepened, smooth and menacing. I tested it, satisfied with the result. My 𝗬𝗏 physiology and magic remained hidden beneath the disguise. I needed a safe place to test this, somewhere All Might and 𝗵𝗲𝗄 could engage without collateral damage. 𝗕𝗏𝗵𝗆 Beach, now clean from my earlier efforts, was ideal, isolated and open, with no civilians around. I whispered a spell from Harry Potter, teleporting with a crack to the sandy shore. The ocean breeze hit me, and my 𝗷𝗏𝗏 form remained unaffected by the chill. My 𝗬𝗏 senses scanned the area, no one was nearby, perfect for a controlled test. I sent a coded message via a burner phone, created with major telekinesis from spare parts in dimensional storage, instructing All Might and 𝗵𝗲𝗄 to come alone due to an urgent threat, signing it with a vague villain alias to pique their hero instincts. Minutes later, a sonic boom heralded All Might's arrival, his emaciated form transforming into his muscular hero state, blonde hair gleaming. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 phased through a nearby dune, his permeation quirk active, blue eyes sharp. All Might demanded to know who I was, his smile tight but resolute, while 𝗵𝗲𝗄 tensed, ready to phase. My 𝗷𝗏𝗏 disguise held, and I spoke smoothly, presenting myself as a shadow from their past, challenging the symbol of peace to test his legacy. All Might narrowed his eyes, sensing danger but not recognizing me. My disguise was flawless. He declared that if I was a threat, he would stop me, lunging forward with one for all surging, a powerful attack aimed at my chest. My 𝗬𝗏 speed allowed me to dodge effortlessly, my green aura hidden beneath the disguise. I activated major telekinesis, lifting a mound of sand and hurling it at him. All Might punched through, creating a shockwave that scattered sand, but he coughed, his form flickering, his old injury weakening him. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 phased, diving through the ground and reappearing behind me. He attempted to strike, enhanced by one for all, but I countered with a magical shield that deflected his blow. Confused, he questioned what I had used. I smirked, channeling 𝗷𝗏𝗏's voice, and told him it was more than he could handle. I used telekinesis to pin him, but he phased free, his training sharp. I noted that 𝗵𝗲𝗄's one for all was raw and powerful but unrefined compared to All Might's. All Might charged again, unleashing a wind blast with a powerful attack. I absorbed the impact with 𝗬𝗏 durability, feigning a casual shrug as 𝗷𝗏𝗏. I then cast a wandless cutting spell, aiming low to avoid causing serious harm. All Might dodged, but the spell grazed his arm, drawing a small amount of BLD. He grunted but remained unfazed, countering with a flurry of punches that shook the beach. I redirected his force telekinetically, sending him skidding back, and tested Transform further, briefly shifting into a dragon before reverting to 𝗷𝗏𝗏. I taunted him, gauging his limits. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 attacked again, phasing through my telekinetic grabs and landing a solid hit to my side. My 𝗬𝗏 durability absorbed the blow, but I staggered for effect, letting him think it hurt. I acknowledged his strength but asserted he was unready for me. I cast a stunning spell, knocking him back. He rolled and recovered quickly, one for all glowing. All Might rallied, declaring they would protect the world. They synchronized their attacks, but I apparat behind them, unharmed, and used telekinesis to lift them both, gently setting them down. I decided it was time to reveal myself, dropping the disguise. My body shifted back to Izuku, green hair, freckles, and hero costume. All Might and 𝗵𝗲𝗄 froze, shocked at the revelation. I explained that I needed to test their strength and that my new ability allowed me to disguise as a villain without posing a real threat. All Might coughed, smiling weakly as he acknowledged my recklessness but praised my heart and incredible power. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 laughed, clapping me on the shoulder, expressing that I had scared him. I didn't correct him. Transform wasn't a quirk, but a system perk. My scion physiology and magic remained hidden, and their one for all was unaware of my anomaly. The test confirmed my fears. All Might was fading, and while 𝗵𝗃𝗀 was strong, he was not yet his equal. Against All for One, they would struggle, and my father's shadow loomed larger. We sat on the beach, catching our breath. All Might, still in his skinny form, shared wisdom about the need for purpose in power. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 agreed, encouraging me that I was destined to be a legend. Their trust warmed me, but guilt lingered. Posing as All for One felt wrong, even if it was for a test. I apologized again, but they waved it off, All Might's smile reassuring. Back home, I reflected in my room, the system's interface silent. No new polls, just transform integrated into my skill set. My inventory was lighter, 13 𝗬𝗪𝗓𝗍𝗓s, a kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, and knowledge of all dangerous spells. Zenkai Boost and Major Telekinesis remained, alongside tactical coordination, energy efficiency, analytical mind, and dimension create. Transform was limitless, person, creature, object, but required control to avoid losing oneself. Inko welcomed Izuku with dinner, the katsu curry steaming on the table. She noticed his thoughtful expression, her green hair framing a warm smile. He embraced her, the weight of the All for One memory heavy yet unspoken. He felt grateful to be home, just being Izuku for a moment, testing new powers and preparing for whatever lay ahead. The quiet of his room after the whirlwind of the sports festival felt like a gift. The faint hum of his scion physiology was a constant reminder of the power thrumming beneath his skin. The green aura flickered subtly with his movements, a controlled ember of strength that had helped him achieve victory over Bakugo in the finals, Todoroki in the semifinals, and every challenge before that. He marveled at the memories, the crowd's cheers, the pro hero offers piling up on his desk, and the way Class 1A had surrounded him after the awards ceremony, with Uraraka's hug lingering the longest. However, the shadow of the All for One memory loomed over him, his father stealing his original quirk and erasing himself from Inko's life. He had tested Transform on All Might and 𝗵𝗃𝗀, disguising himself as the unscarred symbol of evil to confirm their strength, but the guilt of that deception gnawed at him. 𝗵𝗃𝗀's support had been genuine, and All Might's praise unwavering, yet he had deceived them. The Gacha system's lockdown had lifted, granting him Transform as his latest perk, but its silence since felt ominous, as if it were watching and waiting. Sitting at his desk, he sketched hero notes, strategies for internships and ways to counter Stain's ideology if the rumors from Hosu City proved true. The choice of internship loomed over him. Nitai's agency, which tied him to 𝗵𝗃𝗀, seemed logical, but the system's hints about heroic alignment suggested there was more to consider. Dimensional storage held his arsenal, 13 𝗬𝗪𝗓𝗍𝗓s, a kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, and knowledge of all dangerous spells from the Harry Potter universe, with wandless magic ready for protego shields or stunning spells. Transform integrated seamlessly, allowing him to shift into forms like a bird for scouting or a rock for hiding, all while retaining his scion power. However, the system's recalibration last week, removing adrenaline surge, enhanced reflexes, sonic disruptor, combat instinct, and other abilities, had left him feeling exposed. Balanced, perhaps, but vulnerable in ways he hadn't experienced since before 𝗬𝗧𝗓𝗧. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Inko peeked in, her green hair tied back, holding a tray of tea and matcha. She encouraged him to take a break, her warm smile chasing away the shadows. He stood and hugged her, grateful for her support. She ruffled his hair, her eyes glistening with pride from the festival. She reminded him not to forget to eat, grounding him in the normalcy of their routine. She was unaware of All for One's betrayal, the quirk stolen from him as a child, but her love was his anchor. He savored the moment, knowing that tomorrow internships would begin, but today was his. As she left, the Gacha system's neon interface flared, its mechanical voice echoing in his mind. It announced that further recalibration was required, stating that his growth trajectory needed balance among peers to maintain narrative integrity. It listed the abilities being removed, including major telekinesis, energy efficiency, dimension create, and Zenkai boost. His stomach dropped at the news. Major telekinesis had allowed him to lift heavy objects during battles, while energy efficiency had sustained him through Todoroki's ice fire onslaught. The system's reasoning felt like a slap. Did it believe he was too powerful, unbalancing the story? His Scion physiology remained, the core of his power, but these losses stung. He immediately felt the shift: no telekinetic hum in his mind, no endless stamina buffer, no access to the void, and no injury-fueled surges. He was still superhuman, capable of shattering mountains and moving faster than 𝗳𝗏, but stripped of the tools that had made him feel untouchable. The system continued, unyielding, offering compensation: 2 free pulls to offset the recalibration. Relief mixed with dread. Pulls were random and could either be a game-changer or a dud. The kaleidoscope of colors spun in his vision, flashing flames, swords, and glowing orbs. It slowed, settling on the first result. The first pull revealed 𝗧𝗵𝗍𝗍, a restorative item from the Dragon Ball Z universe, which could fully heal injuries and replenish energy. 30 beans appeared in his inventory, and his heart soared. These were his lifeline, capable of healing fractures from his previous superpower pushes. The second pull flashed, the interface pulsing brighter, revealing a ticket to a vampire dungeon. This ticket granted access to a created dungeon housing the strongest vampires from various universes, with a quest and rewards based on completion. The idea of facing powerful vampires like Dracula or Alucard intrigued him, but the system's warning to use it with extreme caution sent a chill down his spine. Quests meant danger, and after the shadow of All for One, he was not eager to rush into another perilous situation. He stored the ticket in dimensional storage alongside the 30 beans, his inventory now consisting of 𝗧𝗵𝗍𝗍, a kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, and knowledge of dangerous spells. Transform remained a useful perk for disguise or utility. The system's balance felt like a leash, keeping him strong but not godlike. He stood, flexing as his Scion physiology surged, the green aura flaring. Without energy efficiency, he felt the subtle burn of exertion. The absence of dimension create meant no void training, and without major telekinesis, his hands were empty for object manipulation. He resolved to adapt. If the system wanted balance, he would push his Scion limits the old-fashioned way, without relying on crutches. With internships starting tomorrow at Nitai's agency, tied to Mirio and focused on strategy, he decided today would be dedicated to training, moving past his losses, and mastering 40% of his Broly power. With 𝗏𝗏 at the market, he took advantage of the house to head to the backyard. It was a small space, but enough for the basics. Without the debris from Dagobah Beach for improvised weights, he turned to his own body. He began with push-ups, his Scion strength making the ground tremble as he completed 10, 20, then 50, the grass cratering beneath his palms. Sweat beaded on his forehead, the burn sharper without energy efficiency, but his analytical mind tracked it. Muscle adaptation and aura stability. At 20% control, he had dominated the festival. 40% would require precision, not just brute force. He shifted to sprints, the backyard a blur as he dashed, the green aura trailing behind him. The fence loomed ahead, and he leaped effortlessly, landing in the neighbor's yard with a thud that cracked their patio. Apologizing, he quickly returned to his own yard using apparition, the Harry Potter spell seamless in execution. Magic filled the gap left by his telekinesis. He could summon objects with Accio and shield himself with Protego. Testing it, he whispered for a dumbbell, pulling a 20 kilograms weight from his room into his hand. Without telekinesis, this was his new tool, versatile but requiring focus. As the afternoon wore on, his body adapted. He shadowboxed, punches slicing through the air, his green aura flaring with each strike. The loss of combat instinct meant there were no sixth sense warnings. but Sion's senses compensated by tracking wind shifts and predicting trajectories. Pushing to 25% control, the aura intensified, causing the ground to crack beneath him. Pain crept in as his muscles strained without Zenkai's boost, but he persevered, a reborn resolve igniting within him. He aimed for 40%, determined to reach his goal. By evening, sweat-soaked and aching, he collapsed on the grass, gazing up at the stars. The losses stung: telekinesis for versatility, efficiency for endurance, dimension create for growth, Zenkai for recovery, but they forced him to find balance. He wasn't invincible, he was a hero, growing alongside his friends. Uraraka's smile, Kirishima's fist bump, and Todoroki's nod would push him too. The temptation of the vampire dungeon ticket lingered, strongest vampires, a quest for power, but caution prevailed. Not now, not before internships. 𝗵𝗄 returned, arms full of groceries, and expressed concern over his appearance. He laughed as he stood, explaining that he had been training and that dinner was likely ready. She fussed over him, wiping dirt from his face and reminding him to eat first before showering. Over katsu curry, they shared stories, her market gossip and his festival tales, sanitized for her ears. She remarked on how quickly he was growing, her eyes misty with pride. He hugged her, feeling the shadow of 𝗓𝗋 fade in her warmth, and told her he had learned from the best. As night fell, he lay in bed, reflecting on the lessons learned. The system's balance was a reminder that power without limits could be a curse. Tomorrow he would head to Nitai's agency, with Mirio as a colleague and All Might's legacy hanging in the air. He aimed to push his Sion mastery to 40%, refining his magic and transform abilities. The looming threat of the League and Stain's rumors in Hosu were present, but he would face them with balance and heroism. The quiet of his room was a sanctuary, contrasting sharply with the chaos of the USJ Sports Festival and the whirlwind of emotions that followed. The echoes of the festival, the crowds chanting his name, Bakugo's explosions, Todoroki's ice-fire clashes, still lingered, but the victory felt distant now. His green hero costume hung in the closet, scuffed from battles that had made him a national sensation, with internship offers from Hawks, Night Eye, and even Endeavor piling up on his desk. His Sion physiology hummed beneath his skin, a green aura flickering when he clenched his fists, a constant reminder of his potential. He had pushed it to 25% mastery in his backyard training, aiming for 40%, but the loss of major telekinesis, energy efficiency, dimension create, and Zenkai boost still stung. The Gacha system's recalibration, citing balance among peers, had stripped those advantages, forcing him to rely on raw Sion strength, transform, and knowledge of all dangerous spells from the Harry Potter world. The revelation regarding 𝗓𝗋, his father stealing his original quirk and erasing himself from his mother's memories, gnawed at him, a shadow he couldn't shake. Testing All Might and Mirio as a disguised 𝗓𝗋 had confirmed their strength, but also his responsibility to grow stronger, smarter, and more heroic. He sat at his desk, sketching hero strategies. Nitai's agency was his likely internship choice, connecting him to Mirio, the one-for-all successor who showed only support, never suspicion. His dimensional storage held a lean arsenal, 43 𝗪𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓, a kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, and the ticket to the vampire dungeon, which he had chosen not to pursue due to caution. Transform allowed him to shift into any form, bird, rock, even 𝗓𝗋, while Harry Potter magic Protego, apparition, Accio filled the gaps left by lost skills. However, he needed more control over his Sion power to reach 50% mastery, not just for strength but for precision, to avoid Broly's berserk rage. The system's silence since granting 30 𝗪𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 and the vampire dungeon ticket felt like it was waiting, judging his next move. With 𝗵𝗄 at work, the house was empty. He paced, the urge to train burning within him. Without Dimension Create's void, he had been limited to backyard drills, cratering the patio and worrying the neighbors. He needed a breakthrough. Suddenly, the Gacha system's neon interface flared, its mechanical voice cutting through his thoughts. The system announced that his heroic alignment was stable and that his progress aligned with balanced growth, authorizing a new pull. His heart raced at the prospect of another pull after the system's brutal recalibration. The kaleidoscope of possibilities spun in his vision: flames, swords, glowing orbs, slowing to reveal a single, shimmering ticket. The pull result indicated that he had received a ticket to the empty dungeon S tier, granting access to a created dungeon with infinite internal time, while only 2 seconds would pass outside. It was a one-time use item with no enemies or quests, serving as a safe training ground, now stored in his dimensional storage. He froze, pulse pounding. Infinite time. 2 seconds outside. This was Dimension Create Reborn, but better, no voids limits, just endless space to train. He could push his Scion physiology to 50% mastery, refine transform and Harry Potter magic, without risking collateral damage or drawing all for one's attention. The system's timing was perfect. Before internships, he would MSTR his power. He grabbed the ticket from dimensional storage, a glowing card pulsing with energy. Relieved, he muttered that there would be no quests or vampires, just him and his limits. Locking his door for privacy, he activated the ticket. A portal shimmered open, a swirling vortex of silver light. Stepping through, his green aura flared, and the world shifted. He found himself in a boundless expanse, white, featureless, stretching forever, like a canvas waiting for his will. The air was neutral, devoid of breeze or heat, just an endless space. His Scion senses confirmed there were no threats and no time pressure. Infinite hours, days, years were his to shape. Determined, he cracked his knuckles and began with the basics, testing his current 25% mastery. Push-ups came first, the ground unyielding but responsive, his strength cratering it with each rep. He completed 100, then 200, his green aura flaring brighter as his muscles burned without energy efficiency to soften the strain. Sweat dripped from him, but he continued, his analytical mind tracking his form, every flex, every strain. Shifting to sprints, the dungeon's expanse allowed him to run without bounds, his speed blurring the white void. He reached 30% control, the ground trembling beneath him, but pain crept in, muscle strain with no Zenkai to recover. He paused, breathing, and tested transform. He shifted into All Might's muscular form, blonde hair and booming laugh, retaining his Scion strength. Punches roared, shockwaves rippling through the dungeon's air. He became a dragon, scales glinting, wings beating, then a boulder, immovable yet aware. Each form was seamless, his consciousness intact, and his Scion power constant. Reverting to his original form, he grinned. Transform was limitless, a trump card for internships. Next, he focused on Harry Potter magic. Casting Protego, he created a shimmering shield that blocked his own test punch, the aura-enhanced strike bouncing off. He summoned a 20 kilograms dumbbell from dimensional storage with 𝐒𝐻𝐿, using it as his object control in the absence of major telekinesis. He tried 𝗬𝗵𝗲, a cutting spell that left a glowing scar on the dungeon's ground, which faded away. Apparition teleported him across the expanse, seamless but draining. Magic wasn't infinite without energy efficiency. He cast Lumos to light the void and Nox to dim it, practicing precision. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Time blurred in the infinite space. He focused on his Scion physiology, pushing past 30%. Shadowboxing, he cracked the air with punches, each strike faster and stronger. The green aura roared around him, Broly's rage simmering but restrained. He visualized Bakugo's howitzer impact, countering with aura-enhanced blocks, and imagined Todoroki's ice-fire waves, dodging with Scion speed. Pain surged, muscles tearing, bones creaking, but he consumed a 𝗬𝗵𝗏, feeling the instant healing. He urged himself to keep going, pushing to 35%. Using magic, he created obstacles. Conjuro summoned stone walls, and Incendio conjured fire barriers. I charged forward, my aura blazing as I trained with precision. At 40% power, the ground trembled beneath me, my punches shattering conjured boulders. A fierce energy surged within, my vision tinted green, but I steadied my breath, focusing on Inko's smile and Uraraka's encouragement. I reminded myself that I was not a beast, but a hero. Transforming into All Might, I practiced heroic poses, then shifted into 𝗵𝗲𝗀, phasing through my own conjured walls with imagined permeation. Each transformation sharpened my control, blending my forms with Scion power. Days blurred into weeks as I lost track of time in the dungeon's endless expanse. I pushed my power to 45%, my aura swirling like a storm, each punch creating a sonic boom. Mid-punch, I cast Stupefy, stunning an imagined opponent, then dodged my own conjured spell with a swift apparition. The synergy was exhilarating. Scion strength combined with magical finesse and the versatility of transform. Without major telekinesis, I relied on 𝐎�‌𝑒𝐲 to summon weights, juggling them to mimic telekinesis. At 50%, my aura erupted, shaking the dungeon, a blinding green light enveloping me. I struck with a punch that sent a shockwave carving a mile-long trench. Pain coursed through my muscles and joints, but a 𝗧𝗵𝗵 quickly restored my strength. I collapsed, breathing as my aura settled. Achieving 50% mastery felt monumental, half of Broly's power, precise and controlled. I could shatter mountains, outrun jets, and withstand explosions while remaining heroic. The dungeon's infinity had transformed me. Standing tall, I cast 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗵𝗍, creating a massive shield, then shifted into a hawk, soaring through it to test the limits of transform. Reverting back, I grinned, feeling ready. The portal reappeared, silver and steady. I stepped through, finding myself back in my room. Only 2 seconds had passed, the clock unchanged. My body felt stronger and sharper, my 50% Scion mastery firmly established. I checked dimensional storage. 41 𝗬𝗪𝗓𝗍𝗍, a kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, and an untouched vampire dungeon ticket. The empty dungeon ticket was gone, its one-time use spent. The system remained silent, offering no new polls, only a sense of approval in its absence. 𝐒𝐭�𝐲's voice called out to me, announcing dinner. I showered, muscles aching but invigorated, and joined her. The aroma of katsu curry filled the air, her smile grounding me. She observed that I looked different, tilting her head in curiosity. I laughed, attributing it to training. As we ate, her chatter about work and neighbors provided a comforting backdrop. The shadow of 𝗷_1 lingered in my mind, but I pushed it aside. 50% mastery, magic, and transform meant I was ready for night eye and whatever challenges lay ahead. The morning sun streamed through my bedroom window, casting golden rays across my All Might posters, reminding me of the hero I aspired to be. My body thrummed with Scion energy, the green aura flickering subtly as I stretched, its power now controlled at 50% mastery after my extensive training in the empty dungeon. The echoes of the sports festival, the roaring crowds, Bakugo's explosions, Todoroki's flames, felt distant, though only days had passed since I stood atop the podium, securing first place. My desk was cluttered with internship offers, Hawk's sleek card, Nightai's formal letter, and Endeavor's curt note radiating intensity. I was aware that the hero killer arc loomed, a dark tide rising in Hosu City. The weight of Stain's shadow, coupled with the revelation of All-for-One as my father, who had stolen my quirk and erased himself from my mother's memories, pressed heavily on my mind. I had tested All Might and 𝗵𝗲𝗀's one for all while disguised as All-for-One, confirming their strength and my duty to grow. The recalibrations of the Gacha system, removing major telekinesis, energy efficiency, dimension create, and Zenkai boost, had forced me to find balance, but my latest pull, the ticket to empty dungeon, had elevated my Scion control to new heights. Today marked the beginning of internships, and my choice would shape my future. I dressed in casual clothes, packing my hero costume for the journey to Hosu City. Dimensional storage held my arsenal, 41 𝗬𝗪𝗓𝗍𝗍, each capable of fully restoring health, stamina, and energy. A kinetic glove for amplified punches, weighted training bands for improved control, shock-absorbing insoles for impact, and the ticket to Vampire Dungeon, which I had chosen not to pursue out of caution. Transform allowed me to shift into any form, person, creature, or object, while my knowledge of all dangerous spells provided me with wandless magic. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 for shields, 𝗬𝗵𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗁 for offense, and apparition for teleportation. The system remained silent, with no new polls since the dungeon ticket, but its mantra of balance among peers lingered in my mind. I had lost versatility but gained focus. 50% 𝗓𝗏 mastery was sufficient to rival top professionals, yet I would need precision against Stain's ideology. 𝗕𝗏 bustled in the kitchen, her green hair tied back and her apron dusted with flour. She called out to me, urging me to have breakfast before I left. Her warm voice grounded me despite the shadow of 𝗕𝗏. I hugged her, savoring the delicious aroma of miso soup and 𝗕𝗏𝗿𝗺𝗃. She expressed pride in me, her eyes misty as she spoke of me in Turning with Heroes. I hesitated, knowing the decision was fresh but resolute. I chose Endeavor's agency, acknowledging his intensity but recognizing the potential for growth. Her smile faltered at the mention of Endeavor's reputation, but she nodded, urging me to be careful. Her words resonated deeply, reminding me of 𝗕𝗏's betrayal. I promised to call, concealing the pain within. We enjoyed breakfast together, her stories about neighbors and my baby photos providing comfort. She showed me a picture of my younger self, determined and unaware of the quirk that had been stolen from me. I smiled, affirming that I was still the same. After breakfast, I grabbed my bag and headed to U for the internship briefing. The campus buzzed with excitement as Class 1A gathered in the homeroom, Aizawa's bandaged form standing at the podium. His sharp gaze scanned the room, and he addressed us, emphasizing the importance of choosing our agencies wisely as they would shape our paths. His eyes lingered on me, a warning evident in his stare. I nodded, my choice of Endeavor deliberate. His fiery nature matched my 𝗓𝗏 power, and the unrest in Hosu City aligned with Stain's rumored attacks. I was aware of the stakes involved, particularly regarding Ida's brother, Tensei, who had been crippled by the hero killer, driving Ida toward revenge. Ida sat rigidly, his glasses glinting as his usual energy seemed dimmed. Uraraka nudged me, whispering her concern about him. Ida's 𝗬𝗫𝗀 was his core, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Kirishima leaned over, his spiked red hair contrasting with the tension in the air. He mentioned hearing troubling news from Tensei's agency. Tsuyu quietly expressed her concern, noting that Ida wasn't talking much, even to her. Todoroki, nearby, frowned, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on Ida, sensing something was amiss. Momo adjusted her ponytail, her voice low as she mentioned that there was news from Hosu regarding Ida's brother. Before I could approach Ida, Aizawa called us to attention, assigning agencies. Uraraka received a rescue-focused agency, Kirishima was placed in a combat role, Tsuyu was assigned to a versatile hero, Todoroki begrudgingly went to his father's agency, and Momo joined a strategic firm. Ida's choice was Manuel's agency in Hosu, which raised a flag in my mind. This was the same city where Tensei had been attacked, a clear indication of his revenge plan. When my name was called, Aizawa acknowledged my choice of Endeavor's agency with a raised eyebrow, labeling it a bold decision. He cautioned me not to let Endeavor's temper overshadow my control. I nodded, my 𝗓𝗏 aura steady and ready to face the flame hero. After the briefing, I attempted to talk to Ida. I asked if he was okay, but his response was clipped, his eyes averted as he insisted he was fine and urged me to focus on my internship. He walked away, tension radiating from him, leaving Uraraka and me exchanging worried glances. She voiced her concern, noting that he wasn't himself. I squeezed her hand, her warmth providing comfort. I assured her that I would keep an eye on Ida in Hosu, knowing he was at Manuel's agency in the same city as me. Kirishima encouraged me, expressing confidence that I could help Ida. Tsuyu added her own caution, reminding me to be careful, as Hosu was now dangerous. The train to Hosu was crowded, my hero costume case at my side as I prepared for the challenges ahead. The protagonist assessed their abilities, their analytical mind strategizing. With psion physiology at 50%, they could shatter steel, outrun bullets, and withstand explosions. Endeavor's flames would be a true test. The transformation offered disguises, perhaps a civilian guise to scout the alleys of Hosu. The magic from the Harry Potter universe provided an edge, allowing for Accio to summon objects, Protego for defense, and Apparition for mobility. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 ensured complete recovery, each bean restoring health, stamina, and energy to full capacity, as seen in Dragon Ball Z. The vampire dungeon ticket remained unused, as the quest was too perilous before the internship. Hosu City's skyline loomed ahead, smoke curling from distant streets, likely the work of Stain or something equally troubling. Endeavor's agency appeared as a sleek fortress, its red and gold exterior radiating intensity. Upon stepping off the train, their aura flickered, and they were greeted by a sidekick named Burnin, her green hair ablaze. She acknowledged the protagonist, expressing that Endeavor had high expectations and hoped they wouldn't disappoint. Her fierce grin conveyed respect, indicating that their recent festival victory had reached Endeavor's ears. Inside the agency, the atmosphere buzzed with sidekicks analyzing villain reports. Stain's name was mentioned in hushed tones, his blade a source of terror in Hosu. Endeavor awaited in his office, flames dancing around him, his piercing blue eyes fixed on the protagonist. He growled that they were there because of their strength and warned against wasting his time. His presence felt overwhelming, akin to facing a volcano. The protagonists stood tall, their scion strength unwavering, and expressed their longing to learn and to stop villains like the hero killer. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. Stain was a sore subject, having humiliated heroes like Tensei. He instructed the protagonist to prove their worth by patrolling that night, as Hosu was rife with trouble. Training commenced immediately, with Endeavor's sidekicks drilling the protagonist in combat scenarios. They sparred, carefully restraining their scion power to 30%, their punches leaving dents in the training pads. Burnin laughed, calling them a monster. The protagonist subtly used their transformation, adjusting their stance to mimic Endeavor's for a moment, testing his style. Protego successfully blocked a fiery attack, earning nods of approval from the sidekicks. One sidekick remarked on the protagonist's unusual quirk, unaware of the magic at play. The protagonist kept 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 at the ready, their full healing power serving as a safety net. During breaks, they overheard reports about Tensei, Ingenium, who had been paralyzed by Stain's blade just the day before. Their hearts sank. Ida's silence now made sense. They texted Ida, expressing concern and offering support, but received no reply. They knew Ida was likely hunting Stain, driven by a longing for revenge. The protagonist recalled the canon events where Ida nearly lost his life facing Stain alone. They resolved to watch over him and keep him safe, even under Endeavor's watchful gaze. As night fell, the patrol began. Endeavor briefed the team, his flames flaring as he warned that Stain was targeting heroes and urged them to stay sharp. The protagonist nodded, their aura controlled, but their thoughts remained on Ida. The streets of Hosu were tense, with civilians hurrying home, rumors of the hero killer spreading fear. They scanned the alleys, their scion senses alert, no sign of Stain yet, but the atmosphere was charged. They would train with Endeavor, grow under his guidance, and protect Ida from his own fury. The balance of their abilities, 50% scion, magic, and transformation, would shape their path, but heroism would ultimately define them. The streets of Hosu City pulsed with an uneasy rhythm, the neon glow of signs casting jagged shadows across the pavement. The internship with Endeavor's agency had moved the protagonist into a crucible of tension, patrolling a city on edge, where whispers of the hero killer sent civilians scurrying indoors as dusk fell. Their focus was split between mastering their scion power and keeping an eye on Ida, whose silence radiated a thirst for revenge. The system's interface flickered unexpectedly as they adjusted their hero costume, its mechanical voice cutting through their thoughts. The system noted that the protagonist's scion physiology had transformed them into a full scion, replacing their human physiology. Their current mastery at 50% reflected immense potential, restrained for the sake of heroism. They froze, heart racing. This revelation meant they were not just wielding a quirk or power-up, but their very essence had been rewritten. Their freckled face and green hair concealed a scion core, explaining the green aura and the berserk edge they fought to control. The system's transition from superpower to scion physiology represented not just balance, but a rebirth, keeping them hidden from all for one's radar. Their resolve solidified. Scion or not, they were Izuku Midoriya, a hero. 𝗕𝗏𝗏's agency buzzed with activity, sidekicks like Burnin analyzing Stain's patterns. The protagonists' first patrol was imminent, but their thoughts remained on Ida. At USJ, Ida had been distant, his glasses obscuring the pain after the news of his brother, Tensei, being crippled by Stain. His clipped words urging focus on the internship and his tense demeanor confirmed it. Ida was hunting the hero killer, blinded by revenge. The canon events had shown that Ida nearly died in 𝗏𝗧's alleys. The protagonist was determined to keep him safe, even under 𝗕𝗏𝗏's fiery gaze. In the hospital room, the sterile scent of antiseptic filled the air, a prison for Tensei's broken body. Tensei lay in bed, tubes connected to him, monitors beeping faintly. His once vibrant face, that of 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓, was pale, his eyes dulled by pain. The doctor's words echoed in Ida's mind: permanent paralysis, a severed spine. He was stable, but on the brink of death. Ida's fists clenched, his glasses fogging with unshed tears. Stain's blade had taken his brother's legs, his career, and nearly his life. The hero killer's ideology of purging false heroes meant nothing to Ida. He had taken his brother, his idol. Ida gripped Tensei's hand, feeling the weak squeeze that broke him. Tensei whispered for him not to chase Stain, warning that he was too dangerous. The warning pierced Ida, but his rage burned hotter. He couldn't allow Stain to walk free. Tensei's eyes widened in fear, mixed with pain, as he urged Ida to live for heroism, not revenge. Unable to meet his brother's gaze, Ida declared he would make things right. His internship with Manuel in 𝗏𝗧 was no coincidence. He had chosen it to hunt Stain and end him. Midoriya, Uraraka, and the others would try to stop him, but this was his mission. Leaving the room, his resolve was as strong as steel, with revenge as his only path. Back at 𝗕𝗏𝗏's agency, the briefing room was charged with intensity. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 stood, flames flickering around him, his blue eyes sharp. He instructed the protagonist to patrol the East District that night, emphasizing the need to find any trace of Stain or his victims. His voice was a low growl, filled with palpable hatred for Stain after Tensei's attack. Burnin tossed the protagonist a communications device, her fiery hair flaring. She warned them not to get cocky, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. The protagonist nodded, their psion senses sharp, their aura restrained at 30% as planned, enough to handle threats without causing chaos in 𝗏𝗧. They checked their gear, the hero costume reinforced with shock-absorbing insoles, the kinetic glove ready, and weighted training bands on for control. Dimensional storage held 41 𝗧𝗵𝗶𝗍, each capable of restoring them to peak health, stamina, and energy, an essential lifeline if Stain attacked. The transformation could allow them to pose as a civilian for scouting, while their magic offered defense and mobility. The vampire dungeon ticket remained untouched, deemed too risky for the current situation. Their analytical mind processed the information. Stain's blood curdle quirk paralyzed through BLD ingestion, and his speed and blades were lethal. While their psion durability could withstand his cuts, Ida's recklessness posed the real danger. The East District presented a maze of narrow alleys and flickering streetlights, the tension in 𝗏𝗧 palpable. Civilians avoided eye contact, and shops had shuttered early. The protagonist patrolled, their psion senses scanning for heartbeats, heat signatures, and the faintest rustle. 𝗕𝗏𝗏's sidekicks flanked them, but they took point, their green aura low to avoid detection. Knowledge indicated that 𝗏𝗧 was Stain's hunting ground, but tonight felt different, as if a storm were brewing. They texted Ida again, urging him to stay safe and to let them know where he was. No reply came, and his silence screamed danger. Halfway through the patrol, a guttural roar shattered the quiet. The protagonist's senses locked onto the sound, pinpointing it to an alley 2 blocks away. The protagonist sprinted, moving with psion speed, leaving the sidekicks behind. Burnin called out for Midoriya to wait, but he was already gone. The alley was filled with a foul odor, and there it was, a rogue Nomu, its massive form hunched over a dumpster, claws stained red. The protagonist's heart sank. This was not Stain, but a remnant from the USJ incident, where All Might had sent a Nomu soaring into the sky. This one was smaller, bird-like, with a single eye and jagged wings, yet it radiated danger. The 𝗵𝗍 lunged, its claws slashing through the air. The protagonist dropped to 30% of his psion power, dodging effortlessly as the air whistled past. He conjured a magical shield, blocking a second strike and sending sparks flying. The sidekicks caught up, with Burnin unleashing flames, but the 𝗵𝗍's tough hide absorbed the attack, letting out a shriek. The protagonist transformed into a steel golem to test its strength, his psion core intact. The 𝗵𝗍's claws raked against him, but his durability held firm. No damage was done. He reverted back, landing a punch enhanced by the kinetic glove at 30%, creating a crater in the alley wall as the 𝗵𝗍 staggered. He warned the sidekicks to stay back, then appeared behind the 𝗵𝗍 with a crack. A stunning spell briefly incapacitated it, its eye glazing over, but it roared in response, flapping its wings and unleashing a shockwave. The protagonist braced himself, his psion durability unyielding, and countered with a controlled kick, sending the creature crashing into a wall. His analytical mind noted the 𝗵𝗍's multi-quirk abilities, reminiscent of the beast from USJ, strength, speed, and regeneration. He couldn't escalate to 50% power, the risk of collateral damage was too high. Instead, he cast a spell that slashed at its wings, causing it to howl in pain, regenerating slower than the previous monster. Burnin shouted in disbelief, but he ignored her, using a summoning spell to hurl debris, bricks and pipes, at the 𝗵𝗍. It charged at him, and he met it head-on, delivering a punch amplified by the kinetic glove that cracked its skull. The 𝗵𝗍 flew back, twitching, before finally going still. Breathing, he checked for civilians. None were harmed. The sidekicks secured the area, and Burnin grinned, impressed by his performance. He reported in through the comms, hearing 𝗕𝗫𝗏's sharp voice. The 𝗵𝗍 was not Stain but was connected to him. He needed to keep patrolling. His mind raced. A 𝗵𝗍 in Hosu meant the League of Villains was involved, with Shigaraki behind it. Stain was still out there, and 𝗳𝗏 was a ticking time bomb. He scouted further, using his psion senses to find no sign of the hero killer, only fear-soaked streets. 𝗳𝗏's silence gnawed at him. He knew his friend was in Hosu, likely stalking the alleys in pursuit of Stain. Back at the agency, 𝗕𝗫𝗏 debriefed them, his flames low but intense. He commended Midoriya for his work, noting that the 𝗵𝗍 was a creation of the League. Stain was a loner, but Hosu was a hotspot for villain activity. The protagonist nodded, hiding his worry for 𝗳𝗏. Burnin clapped him on the shoulder, calling him a freak in a good way. He forced a smile, but his thoughts were on Tensei's fate and 𝗳𝗏's rage. His psion power, transformability, and magic had dealt with the 𝗵𝗍, but Stain's ideology and 𝗳𝗏's longing for revenge were the real threats. Tomorrow he would patrol again, find 𝗳𝗏, and stop him before he faced the hero killer alone. The air in Hosu City carried a metallic tang, a mix of smog and fear, as he patrolled the shadowed streets under 𝗕𝗫𝗏's command. His psion physiology thrummed, now at 50% mastery after extensive training in the empty dungeon. The triumph of the sports festival, defeating Bakugo and Todoroki, earning internship offers from Hawks, Night Eye, and 𝗕𝗫𝗏, felt distant in the tense atmosphere of Hosu. He had chosen 𝗕𝗫𝗏's agency for its intensity, a crucible to test his psion power, transformability, and knowledge of powerful spells. The recalibrations of the gacha system had stripped him of several abilities, leaving him with 41 𝗪𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓, a kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, and an untouched ticket to the vampire dungeon. The revelation about 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓, his father in this alternate universe, who had stolen his quirk and erased himself from his mother's memories, gnawed at him, but his focus remained on 𝗳𝗏. His silence and clenched fists at you spoke of revenge for his brother Tensei, who had been crippled by the hero killer, Stain. As he adjusted his hero costume, the gacha system's interface flared, its mechanical voice sharp in his mind. The system informed him that his misconceptions had been corrected. He was a full psion, transformed by his physiology. Power-ups utilized ki, enhancing his strength, speed, and durability. Internalizing his aura conserved ki and prolonged stamina, allowing him to sense the energy signatures of others. His current mastery stood at 50% of Broly's potential. Achieving 100% mastery would unlock the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, elevating his power level significantly. The green aura he possessed was a reflection of Broly's BLD, not borrowed power. The system's adjustments had hidden him from 𝗷𝗏𝗏, whose shadow loomed larger with Stain's chaos in 𝗳𝗏. The goal of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan was a beacon, and at 50% he was already a formidable force, rivaling top heroes. He internalized his aura, sensing the heartbeats in the streets and conserving ki for his patrol. Tonight, he would use 30% of Broly's power, flaring his aura only for combat to avoid causing destruction while hunting for Stain or worse, another rogue Nomu, like the one he had defeated last time. Outside, Ida's family waited for him, his mother, father, and younger sister, Aiko. His mother's eyes were red, and her embrace was tight. She whispered that Tenya was still with them, but her voice trembled. His father, stoic, gripped his shoulder, reminding him to stay with Manuel during his internship and not to do anything reckless. Aiko, barely 13, hugged him tightly, tears soaking his jacket as she pleaded for him not to get hurt. Their love felt like a weight, anchoring him, but the fire of revenge burned hotter. Stain was in 𝗳𝗏, and his internship with Manuel was his chance. Midoriya's texts to stay safe went unanswered. He knew his friend would try to stop him, but this was his fight. He left the hospital, his resolve as solid as iron, with the hero killer's shadow guiding him. At Endeavor's agency, the atmosphere was charged with urgency, sidekicks like Burnin poring over maps marked with Stain's attacks. His second patrol loomed, the East District still reeling from the previous Nomu encounter. Endeavor briefed them, flames flaring, his blue eyes sharp. He praised Midoriya for handling the Nomu impressively, warning that Stain was still out there and 𝗳𝗏 was a powder keg ready to explode. He instructed them to patrol the South District that night and find any threats. Burnin tossed Midoriya a comms device, grinning as she reminded him not to go rogue again. He nodded, internalizing his aura and scanning the area with his Saiyan senses, picking up heartbeats and faint ki signatures. Ida's silence worried him. He knew his friend was likely chasing Stain, mirroring the reckless path of their canon story. The South District was a maze of narrow alleys, streetlights flickering, and civilians scarce. Fear clung to 𝗳𝗏, with Stain's name whispered like a curse. His costume felt like armor, reinforced with shock-absorbing insoles, the kinetic glove ready, and weighted training bands in place. He led the patrol, the sidekicks trailing behind, his aura internalized to sense threats and conserve ki. The transform ability could disguise him as a civilian to scout, while his magic provided an edge without relying on telekinesis. The 41 senzu beans were his lifeline, each one capable of fully restoring his health, stamina, and ki. An hour into the patrol, a guttural screech pierced the air. His Saiyan senses locked onto two monstrous ki signatures in an alley 3 blocks away. He shouted that it was a Nomu and sprinted toward the source, his aura flaring at 30% as ki surged within him. Burnin cursed, urging Midoriya to wait, but he was already gone, moving with Saiyan speed. The alley was filled with a foul odor, and there they were, 2 rogue Nomu, released by Shigaraki to create chaos, their appearances unsettling. One was massive, with multiple arms and exposed features reminiscent of the beast from 𝗂𝗧. The other was sleek and insect-like, equipped with sharp limbs and glowing eyes. Midoriya's understanding clicked into place. Shigaraki, under the influence of 𝗷𝗏𝗏, his father, despised Stain's beliefs and sought to eliminate him. These Nomu were mere distractions, meant to draw out the hero killer. The hulking Nomu charged, its 4 arms swinging wildly, each strike cracking the pavement. Midoriya flared his green aura, enhancing his strength, and dodged with incredible speed. He conjured a magical shield, deflecting a claw as sparks erupted. The insectoid Nomu darted forward, its blades slicing through the air. Midoriya focused his aura, sensing its ki, and sidestepped, delivering a punch with his kinetic glove that created a crater in the hulking Nomu's chest. It let out a roar, regenerating, but not as quickly as the creature from USJ. Burnin arrived, flames blazing, but the Nomu's tough hide resisted her attacks. She called for Midoriya to fall back, but he shook his head, his aura flaring once more, insisting that he could handle it. He transformed into a steel golem, enhancing his durability. The hulking Nomu's punches dented his form but caused no pain. Midoriya reverted back, appearing behind the creature with a crack, casting a spell that slashed at its arms, slowing its regeneration with dark BLD spraying. The insectoid Nomu lunged, aiming for his neck with its blades. Midoriya concentrated, sensing its key trajectory, and dodged, moving like a blur. He countered with a powerful kick, sending the insectoid Nomu crashing through a wall. The hulking Nomu roared as it regenerated and charged again. Midoriya unleashed a series of punches, each one creating a sonic boom that cracked its skull. He stunned it with a spell, its eyes glazing over, granting him a moment to act. Using another spell, he summoned debris, bricks, and pipes to strike its head. The Nomu staggered, and Midoriya delivered a ki-charged uppercut, sending it soaring into the air, reminiscent of All Might's powerful slam. It crashed down, unmoving, the pavement shattered. The insectoid Nomu recovered quickly, its blades flashing with speed that matched Midoriya's. He focused his aura, sensing its erratic ki, and appeared at its side. Transforming into a dragon, he beat his wings and raked his claws across its hide. It screeched as its blades cut into his scales, but his durability held firm. Midoriya reverted back, casting a fire spell that engulfed the creature. Its regeneration faltered, and he flared his aura, delivering one final, powerful punch that sent the Nomu crashing into a wall, its limbs twitching as it lay defeated. Breathing heavily, Midoriya internalized his aura, conserving his ki. The alley was a wreck, but thankfully, no civilians had been harmed. Burnin looked at him in awe, acknowledging his incredible abilities. Sidekicks secured the Nomu, calling for containment. Midoriya's comms crackled to life with Endeavor's voice, instructing him to report back. He nodded, scanning for any sign of danger. No sign of stain, but Ida's absence filled him with concern. He sent a text to Ida, asking where he was, but received no reply. Back at the agency, Endeavor briefed everyone, his flames low but intense. He explained that Shigaraki was flooding Hosu with Nomu to eliminate Stain. While acknowledging Midoriya's efforts, he cautioned him not to act recklessly. Midoriya nodded, hiding his fear for Ida, who was out there pursuing danger. Burnin grinned, calling him a monster, and while Midoriya felt empowered, the looming threat of Stain and the shadow of All for One, his father, weighed heavily on him. Tomorrow he would find Ida, stop his quest for revenge, and confront the hero killer. Later, Ida stood in the hospital, the antiseptic smell suffocating as he watched over Tensei's bed. The monitors beeped erratically, and his brother's face was pale, his breathing shallow. The doctors had delivered cruel news about permanent paralysis, and the morning update shattered Ida's hope. Tensei might not survive the day. Gripping his brother's cold hand, he heard Tensei's faint words urging him not to seek vengeance, to be a hero. But rage consumed Ida. Stain had taken everything from him. He stumbled out into the waiting room, where his family sat in despair. His mother wept, buried in his father's shoulder, while his little sister clung to him, asking if Tensei would be okay. Ida couldn't answer, his throat tight with emotion. His father's voice was steady but strained, urging him to stay safe and not throw his life away. Their love felt like a chain, but the fire of revenge burned bright within him. Stain was in Hosu, and he needed to find him. As he left, the streets of Hosu enveloped him, his hero costume humming with energy as he ran, determined to hunt down Stain. Midoriya's texts went ignored. He knew his friend would try to stop him, but this was his fight. Stain was out there, and Ida was resolved to end him, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, at Endeavor's agency, tension filled the air as sidekicks like Burnin tracked Stain's movements. Reports confirmed the worst. Tensei had died, leaving Ida's rage unchecked. Midoriya texted again, expressing his concern, but received no response. He knew the danger Ida faced, recalling the events where Ida confronted Stain alone, nearly losing his life. He had to find him before it was too late. Endeavor addressed the team, his flames roaring and his blue eyes fierce, preparing them for the next move. Stain was active tonight, but it was crucial not to let down my guard. I focused, internalizing my aura, my scion senses scanning for heartbeats and faint key signatures. Ida's ki was out there, erratic and fueled by anger. My costume was equipped with shock-absorbing insoles, a kinetic glove, and weighted training bands, and I had 41 senzu-beans ready, each one a complete reset of health, stamina, and ki. The transform ability could disguise me as a civilian for scouting, while my magical skills provided an edge. The thought of resurrecting Tensei lingered in my mind, but Ida was my priority. The South District felt deserted, the alleys dark and heavy with fear. I led the patrol, my sidekicks trailing behind, my aura internalized to sense ki, civilians, sidekicks, but no sign of Stain or Ida. My analytical mind processed the situation. Stain's blood-curdle quirk could paralyze through BLD, and his blades and speed were deadly. While my scion durability could withstand his attacks, Ida's recklessness posed a greater risk. I flared my aura briefly, enhancing my senses, and detected a faint, frantic ki. Was it Ida's? It pulsed from a distant alley, but before I could pursue, a scream echoed nearby. I sprinted forward, my scion's speed blurring, while my sidekick struggled to keep up. In an alley, I found a bloodied hero, not a victim of Stain but someone caught in a mugging gone wrong. Stain hadn't struck here. I stabilized the hero with a quick healing spell, mending minor cuts, and handed them over to Burnin, instructing her to keep searching. I internalized my aura again, my ki steady. Ida's ki flickered stronger now, moving far too quickly. He was hunting alone. I apparat to a rooftop, scanning the skyline of Hosu. No Nomu were present tonight, but Stain's presence loomed, BLD in the alleys, fear in the air. I attempted to reach Ida through comms, seeking his location, but only Static responded. My heart raced, he had gone rogue. I flared my aura, ki surging at 30%, and leaped across rooftops, focusing on his ki. I had to reach him before Stain did. Ida navigated the alleys of Hosu, each shadow a potential hiding place for Stain. His engines roared, propelling him faster, his glasses fogged with sweat and tears. The confirmation of Tensei's death from the hospital call had shattered him. He muttered to himself, imagining Stain's face, ignoring Manuel's orders to stick with the team. He was determined to find the hero killer alone. His kicks were ready, his speed unmatched, except by Midoriya, who was not there. An alley loomed ahead, BLD on the ground. Was it Stain's? He charged forward, heart racing, ready to confront him. I landed in an empty alley, Ida's ki fading. He was moving too fast, too recklessly. My comms crackled with Burnin's voice, urging me to return. I ignored her, internalizing my aura and tracking Ida. Stain's ki was out there too, sharp and cold, but I couldn't pinpoint it. My mind raced with thoughts of resurrection. Tensei was gone, but I could bring him back. Full health, regardless of time. The system's perk was clear, 1 being per day, no limits. I could undo Stain's cruelty, but Ida was unaware, and his rage would lead him to danger. I apparat to a quiet rooftop, away from my sidekicks, and concentrated. Resurrection wasn't a spell, it was a perk integrated into me like transform. I visualized Tensei, his hospital bed, his broken body. My scion ki surged, not for combat but for will, my green aura flaring briefly. I whispered Tensei's name, willing him to return. A pulse of warm energy left me, radiant and unlike my combat ki. Somewhere in Hosu's hospital, Tensei's heart would beat again, his life restored. My analytical mind confirmed the perk had worked, one use for today. Ida's family would find him alive, but Ida was lost, chasing Stain, unaware of the truth. I flared my aura, ki boosting my speed, and pursued Ida's ki. The alleys blurred as I locked onto his frantic signature. Stain's ki grew sharper, closer. I apparat again, landing in a dark alley, BLD on the walls. No Nomu, no civilians, just the shadow of the hero killer and Ida's fading trail. I texted Uraraka, informing her of Ida's pursuit of Stain in the South District. Her reply was swift, urging me to be careful. My heart warmed at her concern, but time was running out. I flared my aura at 30%, ki surging, and sprinted forward, the rooftops shaking beneath me. Stain was near, and 𝗧𝗏 was even closer. The hero killer arc was reaching its climax, and I was determined to stop 𝗧𝗏's quest for revenge, confront Stain, and protect Hosu, all while carrying the weight of All for One's shadow and Tensei's resurrection. My scion heart beat strong, ready for the impending clash. Last night's patrol had been uneventful, no Nomu, just BLD trails and 𝗧𝗏's diminishing presence. The confirmation of his brother Tensei's death had driven 𝗧𝗏 into a revenge-fueled spiral, hunting Stain alone, unaware that I had used my new resurrection perk to restore Tensei to full health. But my focus remained on 𝗧𝗏, his key signature erratic, racing toward danger in Hosu's alleys. The Gacha system was silent, its last pull granting resurrection, one being revived per day, with no limits on time or condition. I had used it on Tensei, a pulse of radiant energy restoring him, but 𝗧𝗏 was oblivious, his rage blinding him. My comms buzzed with Burnant's voice, warning me that Stain was out there in the South District and urging me not to go rogue. I nodded, though my mind was solely on 𝗧𝗏's ki, faint but frantic, pulsing through Hosu's underbelly. Endeavor's briefing echoed in my mind, find the hero killer, but don't die. His flames flared, blue eyes sharp, unaware of Tensei's revival or my scion nature. I adjusted my hero costume, ready to track 𝗧𝗏, not Stain, tonight. Hosu's alleys were a labyrinth of despair, bloodstains and broken glass marking Stain's path. My engine quirk roared, legs pumping, glasses fogged with sweat and grief. Tensei was gone, the hospital's call had pierced my heart. His last words, urging me to be a hero rather than seek revenge, felt like ashes in my mouth. Stain had taken Ingenium, my brother, my idol. I had ignored Manuel's orders, slipping away from his agency, my kicks poised to confront the hero killer. Midoriya's texts, expressing his concern, went unanswered. His strength, that monstrous power from the sports festival, could have stopped me, but this was my fight. A BLD trail glistened under a flickering streetlight, fresh and leading deeper into the alleys. Stain was close, his blade waiting. With vengeance as my only guide, I charged forward. 𝗧𝗏 stood, engines roaring, glasses glinting, staring at a trail that reminded him of Stain. He was filled with determination, his fists clenched and eyes burning with intensity. He declared that this was his fight, his voice raw with grief and rage. Despite my attempts to reason with him, he insisted that he would end this, unaware that Tensei was alive, resurrected by my ability. I couldn't reveal that truth now, he would dismiss it as a lie, consumed by his anger. I urged him to listen, emphasizing that revenge would not bring Tensei back and reminding him that he was a hero, not a killer. He shook his head and attempted to push past me, demanding that I stay out of his way. My instincts kicked in, I couldn't let him go down this path. Apologizing softly, I flared my aura, increasing my speed as I tackled him, pinning him against the alley wall. He struggled, engines roaring, but my strength held him in place. The confrontation escalated as 𝗧𝗏 kicked at me, his engine quirk in full force. I sidestepped his attack, using my speed to evade him. I urged him once more to stop, grabbing his arm with a grip like steel. He twisted away, landing a kick to my side that dented my costume but did not break my resolve. I pushed back, my aura flaring as I exerted my strength, causing the pavement to crack beneath us. I insisted that he wasn't thinking clearly. He roared his defiance, activating his reciprocal burst and charging at me with a burst of speed. I cast a protective spell, deflecting his blow with a shimmering shield. His surprise was evident, but he charged again. I used my magic to appear behind him, gently bringing him to the ground while restraining my strength. I demanded that he listen to me. 𝗧𝗏 thrashed, engines revving, kicking up dust as he pleaded to be released, insisting that Stain was out there. His glasses fell, revealing tear-filled eyes. My heart ached for him, but he needed to understand, not receive sympathy. I flared my aura and delivered a controlled punch to his chest, knocking the wind out of him while ensuring I didn't hurt him. I reminded him that Tensei wanted him to live, not to die seeking revenge. He spat back that I didn't understand his pain. I tightened my grip, my aura glowing brightly in the alley. I shared my own pain, recalling my struggles with betrayal and loss, emphasizing that this was not the path of a hero. 𝗧𝗓𝗐 kicked again, his engines whining as he aimed for my legs. I transformed into a steel golem, my durability enhanced, rendering his kicks ineffective. I reverted back and cast a stunning spell, slowing his movements. He staggered but swung a desperate fist at me. Sensing his resolve weakening, I dodged his attack and grabbed his wrist, forcing him to his knees. He roared in frustration, engines blazing, breaking free and charging once more. I met him head-on, delivering a powerful punch that sent him skidding across the pavement. I quickly pinned him again, urging him to stop, reminding him that he was not Stain. He struggled, tears streaming down his face, questioning why I cared. I knelt beside him, steadying my aura. I explained that he was my friend and that heroes do not throw their lives away. His fight faded, and he slumped, though his eyes still burned with intensity. I used a healing spell to mend his bruises, careful not to exert too much strength. I urged him to return to Manuel's agency so we could find Stain together as heroes. 𝗧𝗓𝗏 shook his head, his voice breaking as he expressed that he couldn't go back yet. He stood, engines low, and stumbled deeper into the alleys. I let him go, sensing his energy retreating, not toward Stain, but away for now. I noted that he wasn't ready to listen, but I had prevented him from making a reckless decision. Stain's presence lingered, sharp and cold, but tonight was not the night for confrontation. Returning to patrol, I heard Burnant's voice crackling through the comms, asking where I was. I appeared beside her, keeping my aura internalized. I mentioned I was chasing a lead, avoiding details. She warned me that I was going to give 𝗕𝗏𝗏 a heart attack and advised me to stay close. I nodded, scanning the area for any signs of Stain or 𝗧𝗓𝗏. The alleys were quiet, the remnants of fear still palpable. Back at the agency, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 debriefed us, his flames low but intense. He informed me that there was no sign of Stain and cautioned me against going solo again. I nodded, keeping 𝗧𝗓𝗏's encounter to myself. Reports came in about Tensei 𝗧𝗓𝗏, miraculously recovered and awake at the hospital. My heart lifted at the news. My ability had restored him fully. 𝗧𝗓𝗏's family must have been there, but he remained unaware of his brother's revival. I texted Uraraka to update her, letting her know I had found 𝗧𝗓𝗏 and stopped him for now. Her reply was quick, expressing her admiration and urging me to stay safe. I called my mother, her voice grounding me as she asked if I was okay in Hosu. I assured her that I was fine and that I was just helping a friend. She urged me to come home soon, her concern wrapping around me like a warm embrace. As I prepared for the challenges ahead, I knew Stain was still out there, and 𝗧𝗓𝗏 was unsteady. I had managed to reach him, at least for now. The hero killer's blade awaited, and I was ready to face it, my scion energy surging, determined to uphold the ideals of heroism stronger than ever. Later, in the alleys of Hosu City, the atmosphere was thick with dread, the scent of rain-soaked pavement lingering. My internship with 𝗕𝗏𝗏's agency had moved me into the chaos of Hosu, where the hero killer hunted those he deemed false heroes. I had found 𝗧𝗓𝗏 the previous night, stopping him from his revenge-fueled pursuit of Stain, but his grief over Tensei's death still clouded his judgment. Todoroki joined us, his internship aligning with our mission. After I texted him about Stain's presence, he quickly agreed to help. 𝗧𝗓𝗏, still shaken from our earlier encounter, was focused on the task at hand. We slipped out of the agency, united by our purpose. My aura internalized, I sensed Stain's energy nearby, cold and lethal. I informed the others that he was close, and 𝗧𝗓𝗏's determination surged as he prepared to confront the threat. We moved through the south district of Hosu, where flickering lights illuminated the path marked by Stain's presence. My analytical mind raced as I considered Stain's blood-curdle quirk, which paralyzed its victims through BLD ingestion. His blades and speed were formidable, even for professionals. While my scion durability could withstand his cuts, 𝗧𝗓𝗏 and Todoroki were at risk. The fight unfolded in a dim alley, where BLD pooled beneath a flickering streetlight. Stain stood there, his katana glinting, eyes filled with fervor. He sneered at the heroes before him, declaring them false, except for me. His gaze recognized the power I had displayed during the sports festival. I unleashed my aura, ki surging to 30%, casting a green light across the alley. I was determined to stop Stain. 𝗳𝗐𝗏 charged forward, his 𝗔𝗫𝗄𝗏 burst blazing, but Stain evaded him, slashing with his blade. I appeared in front of 𝗳𝗏, using my magic to create a shimmering shield that intercepted the strike. Todoroki unleashed a wave of ice, freezing the ground, but Stain leaped, his katana slicing through the ice. I focused on my aura, sensing Stain's ki, fast and erratic. I flared my ki to 30%, my speed increasing as I tackled him, my kinetic glove amplifying a punch to his chest. He skidded back, boots grinding against the pavement, and countered with a blade that grazed my arm. My Scion durability held strong, no BLD, no paralysis. 𝗳𝗏 kicked at Stain, engines roaring, but Stain parried, slashing his leg. 𝗳𝗏 froze, and Stain's tongue flicked out, tasting the BLD blood curdle activated, and 𝗳𝗏 collapsed, paralyzed. I shouted in alarm, my aura flaring as I delivered a kick that sent Stain crashing into a wall. Todoroki launched a wave of flames, scorching the alley, but Stain rolled, his blades flashing. I transformed into a steel golem, my Scion strength intact. His katana clanged against me, denting my form but failing to pierce. I reverted to my original form and cast a spell that sent slashes toward Stain's arm, causing BLD to spray. He grinned, liking his own BLD, unfazed. He mocked me, lunging at Todoroki. I appeared again, blocking with a massive shield. Todoroki's ice pinned Stain's feet, but he broke free, his speed rivaling mine. I focused on my aura, sensing his ki, and flared it to 30% once more, unleashing a flurry of punches, each one echoing like thunder. Stain staggered, his katana dropping, but he drew a dagger and began slashing wildly. I dodged, my Scion senses guiding me, and cast a stunning spell that briefly incapacitated him. Todoroki's fire roared, pushing Stain back. 𝗳𝗏, still paralyzed, groaned for me to stop Stain. I nodded, my aura flaring as I charged, my kinetic glove amplifying a strike to Stain's ribs, causing a crack. He coughed but remained standing, his eyes fierce. Stain lunged at me, dagger aimed at my throat. I flared my ki, my speed increasing as I caught his wrist, twisting until the dagger fell. I punched him with 30% ki, sending him crashing through a wall, debris raining down. He rose, bloodied but defiant, reclaiming his katana. He rasped that I was different, but not enough, before slashing 𝗳𝗏's leg again, liking the BLD before I could intervene. 𝗳𝗏's paralysis worsened, and my rage surged, my vision tinting white as a memory flashed. My younger self, all for one's hand on my head, my quirk stolen, his white hair gleaming. My green hair turned white, mirroring his, and my Scion ki spiked uncontrollably. I growled, not at Stain but at the memory of all for one, my father. My aura erupted, now white, my ki surpassing 30%, and I charged at Stain, fists blazing. Each punch struck with the force of thunder, shattering the pavement. He attempted to block, but his katana snapped under the force of my kinetic glove. BLD sprayed as his ribs caved in, but I didn't stop, my rage blinding me. Todoroki shouted for me to stop, but I continued, Stain's body crumpling, nearly lifeless, his eyes fading. I turned, my white hair glowing, aura wild, and looked at 𝗳𝗏 and Todoroki. My cold, unyielding stare sent chills down their spines, leaving their faces pale. 𝗳𝗏, still paralyzed, whispered my name, and Todoroki's fire dimmed, ice crackling nervously. The system's interface flared, its voice urgent, warning me of my excessive anger and the risk of losing my heroic alignment. My vision blurred, ki fading, and I collapsed, my white hair reverting to green as darkness enveloped me. When I awoke in Endeavor's agency a day later, my head throbbed. My aura was internalized, my ki calm, and my hair was green again. Burnin hovered nearby, relieved to see me awake. Endeavor stood over me, his flames low, informing me that Stain was in custody, barely alive, and that I had gone too far. 𝗳𝗏 sat nearby, his leg bandaged but no longer paralyzed, his glasses hiding his shame. 𝗳𝗏𝗁𝗀𝐾 stood, his eyes wary. He acknowledged that I had saved them but questioned what had happened to me. I swallowed hard, the memory of all for one lingering in my mind. I admitted that I had lost control and apologized. Stain was defeated, Hosu was safe, but my rage and the shadow of my father haunted me. My scion heart remained strong, ready for another day, but the hero killer arc had left scars on both 𝗳𝗏 and me. The sterile scent of Endeavor's agency contrasted sharply with the BLD-soaked alleys of Hosu City where we had faced Stain just a day ago. The events of yesterday replayed in my mind, 𝗳𝗏 paralyzed by Stain's blood curdle, 𝗳𝗏𝗁𝗀𝗏's ice and fire, my white-haired rage as all for one's memory surged, and the Gacha system putting me to sleep to halt my berserk state. Stain was in custody, but Endeavor had claimed the victory, citing laws against heroes in training using their quirks publicly. My chilling stare had shaken 𝗳𝗏 and 𝗳𝗏𝗁𝗀𝗏, and 𝗳𝗏 still didn't know that Tensei was alive, revived by my resurrection perk. I needed to tell him, to help him overcome his guilt. I sat in the agency's break room, my hero costume scuffed from the fight with Stain, sipping water to ground myself. 𝗳𝗏 was across the room, his glasses hiding his eyes, his leg bandaged but healed. 𝗳𝗏𝗁𝗀𝗏 leaned against a wall, his heterochromatic gaze wary, still processing my rage-fueled outburst. Burnin entered, her fiery hair flaring as she greeted me, expressing relief that I was awake. She mentioned that Endeavor was making the most of the Stain takedown, her grin faltering as she noticed 𝗳𝗏's tension. I nodded, internalizing my aura, my scion senses picking up 𝗳𝗏's faint, troubled ki. Only I could sense it, a trait of my heritage. I approached 𝗳𝗏, my voice firm as I said they needed to talk. He stiffened, his shoulders tense, and replied that it wasn't the right time. I stepped closer, my aura steady. I revealed that it was about Tensei. His head snapped up, eyes wide behind his glasses. 𝗳𝗏𝗁𝗀𝗏 glanced over, curious but silent. I gestured to a quiet corner, away from the others, and 𝗳𝗏 followed, reluctance evident in his every step. In the corner, I faced 𝗳𝗏, his engine quirk dormant, his expression a mask of pain. I began softly, revealing that Tensei was alive. He froze, disbelief washing over him. I explained that I had used a power to bring him back, fully healed and awake at the hospital. 𝗳𝗏's fists clenched, tears welling in his eyes as he struggled to comprehend. He insisted it was impossible, that he had seen Tensei die. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, my scion's strength restrained. I urged him to go see Tensei, reminding him that his family was with him. 𝗳𝗏 shook his head, his voice breaking as he expressed his frustration. He felt he had almost died for nothing. Guilt washed over me, his rogue hunt, my failure to stop him earlier. I apologized, explaining that I had tried to reach him but he was too focused on Stain. 𝗳𝗏's shoulders slumped, tears falling as he lamented his perceived failure as a hero. I squeezed his shoulder, sensing his ki steadying. I reassured him that he hadn't failed, he had fought for Tensei. Now he needed to live for him. He nodded, wiping his eyes, expressing his gratitude before leaving, engines humming softly as he headed for the hospital. 𝗳𝗏𝗁𝗀𝗏 approached, his voice low as he asked if I had truly saved Tensei. I nodded, careful to avoid revealing too many details. His gaze lingered, recalling the fury of white hair, but he chose not to press further. He remarked that the protagonist was different from the others before walking away. The memory of all for one, white hair and stolen quirk, stung, prompting a need for solitude to process and regain control. Endeavor's voice resonated from the briefing room, announcing the defeat of Stain during a press conference. He proclaimed that the hero killer was down, thanks to the efforts of his agency. The protagonist tuned out the noise, slipping away from the agency with a calm aura. The streets of Hosu felt lighter without Stain's shadow, yet the city carried a weight. He appeared on a quiet rooftop, using magic to overlook the skyline. The system was silent, a reminder of his near-berserk state. The reflection of his white hair, reminiscent of All for One, had unsettled 𝗳𝗏 and 𝗳𝗏𝗁𝗀𝗏, and himself as well. He needed to find his center, away from heroics and his father's shadow. Sitting with his legs dangling over the edge, he retrieved a notebook from dimensional storage, a habit from his quirkless days dedicated to hero analysis. He sketched Stain's movements, the arcs of his katana, the feints of his dagger, and the speed of 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀. His analytical mind dissected the fight, noting how his ki-fueled punches had overwhelmed Stain, but the rage had pushed him too far. He wrote reminders to control his ki and avoid slipping into a berserk state, aiming for 60% mastery. The goal of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan loomed, but memories of his father, white hair and cold eyes, threatened his aspirations as a hero. He flared his aura briefly, enhancing his senses to scan Hosu. There were no threats, just civilians returning to their lives, unaware of Tensei's revival. He internalized his aura, conserving ki, and cast a soft glow to illuminate his notebook. He wrote about Ida, his guilt, his engines, and his path back to heroism, and about Todoroki, whose fire and ice bridged his own scars. His Saiyan heart ached for his mother and for a sense of normalcy. He called her voice soothing. She expressed concern for his safety, and he reassured her that he was just thinking. She urged him to come home soon, grounding him with her warmth. Hours passed on the rooftop as he sketched and reflected, his ki steady. The balance of the system, his Saiyan power, and the miracle of resurrection were tools he wielded, not his identity. He was Izuku Midoriya, a hero, not the son of All for One. As dawn broke, he returned to the agency, prepared to face Ida, Todoroki, and whatever challenges lay ahead, his heart steadier and his heroism intact. Later, the USJ training grounds basked in the golden light of the late afternoon sun, the concrete still marked by the previous day's quirk exercises. Today was dedicated to his friends, Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo. They had witnessed his power during the sports festival and the fight with Stain, but they needed to feel the difference, to train harder, to catch up. 𝗬𝗲 would demonstrate this, not to crush their spirits but to ignite their resolve. Aizawa had approved the session, his expression serious. He instructed Midoriya to keep it controlled, emphasizing that no one should be harmed. His eyes lingered, the credit for the Stain takedown claimed by Endeavor still a sore point. Heroes in training could not use their quirks publicly, so the protagonist's white-haired rage remained hidden. Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo gathered on the grounds, their costumes ready, expressions a mix of determination and caution. Ida adjusted his glasses, his engine quirk humming softly, and expressed gratitude for Tensei, stating he was ready to train. Todoroki stood, ice crackling faintly on one side, fire suppressed but ready after their semifinal. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, sparks flying, declaring he would not hold back. The protagonist nodded, internalizing his aura and keeping his ki calm. He explained that this was not about winning but about pushing limits, committing to using 30% of his power. He encouraged them to unleash their quirks and show him what they could do. The system remained silent, but its balance felt right. His Saiyan strength was immense, yet restraint defined true heroism. They spread out, Aizawa observing from the sidelines, his scarf twitching. The spar began with Ida, who charged forward with his engine quirk roaring. He called out to Midoriya as he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at his chest. The protagonist internalized his aura, sensing Ida's ki signature, fast, precise, and driven by determination. He flared 30% ki, his green aura exploding as he outpaced Ida's burst. He sidestepped, the wind from Ida's kick ruffling his hair, and countered with a controlled palm strike amplifying the force. Ida skidded back, the pavement cracking beneath him, but he quickly regained his footing, engines revving for another attack. As Ida launched a barrage of kicks, the protagonist dodged, his aura flaring briefly to enhance his speed. He sensed Ida's next move, catching his leg and spinning him like a top before releasing him to skid across the ground. He acknowledged Ida's growth since the fight with Stain, advising him to push his speed and add unpredictability to his attacks. Ida, breathing but determined, agreed to train harder. Next, Todoroki stepped forward, his right side enveloped in ice while his left remained untouched. He urged Midoriya not to hold back. Ice surged toward him, a jagged wave crashing down. The protagonist flared 30% ki, his green aura roaring as he leaped through, shattering the ice with a punch. Shards flew, but Todoroki was prepared, fire erupting from his left side to create a wall of flames. The heat singed his costume, but his scion durability shrugged it off as he sensed Todoroki's ki shift. He encouraged Todoroki to utilize both sides effectively, teleporting to his flank just as Todoroki countered with an ice spear. The protagonist cast a protective spell, deflecting the attack. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, launching a dual assault, ice to trap Midoriya's feet and fire to engulf him. The arena steamed as cold and heat clashed. The protagonist internalized his aura, sensing Todoroki's ki, and flared his own, shattering the ice with a stomp. The fire licked at his skin, but he charged forward, amplifying a punch aimed at Todoroki's guard. He blocked with an ice wall, but the protagonist's strength cracked it, sending shards raining down. He noted Todoroki's growth, advising him to synchronize his abilities better, ice for defense and fire for offense. As the spar continued, the protagonist used a stunning spell to cut through the mist, grazing Todoroki's arm. Todoroki staggered but quickly countered with a point-blank ice-fire punch, the clash erupting in steam. The protagonist braced himself, his scion resilience holding firm, and teleported behind Todoroki, landing a restrained kick to his back. Todoroki skidded, ice cracking beneath him, but he rolled, unleashing a massive dual wave, ice to freeze, fire to melt, and steam to rise. The arena trembled, and the crowd gasped, but I flared my aura, enhancing my speed and weaving through the chaos. I transformed into a water form to absorb the steam, then reverted, grabbing his arm and twisting gently to pin him. He was close, I noted, releasing him. Training the synergy was crucial. His power was unmatched when balanced. Todoroki stood, breathing heavily, flames and ice coiling around him. He expressed his determination to improve, thanking me as his gaze held gratitude, the lesson from the semifinals sinking deeper. Aizawa nodded, acknowledging our efforts, and declared it was time for the next match. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, sparks popping as his gauntlets glowed. He was eager for a challenge, ready to push me to my limits. I nodded, internalizing my aura and calming my ki. I decided to use 30% of my power again and invited him to come at me. He launched himself forward, explosions propelling him like a rocket, a barrage of blasts scorching the air. I flared my aura, ki surging at 30%, green light blazing, and dodged, my speed a blur. The blasts cratered the ground, but I closed in, kinetic glove ready. Bakugo snarled, questioning if that was all I had. He unleashed an AP shot, a piercing explosion aimed at my chest. I internalized my aura, sensing his ki, and sidestepped, appearing at his side. He spun around, gauntlet blasting, but I cast a protective shield, deflecting the force. I complemented his aim, landing a controlled punch against his guard, the impact cracking his gauntlet. Bakugo skidded back, smirking defiantly. He propelled upward, launching a howitzer impact toward me, a fiery tornado of energy. The crowd gasped, but I flared my aura, boosting my leap and soaring through the blast, my durability withstanding the heat. I landed behind him, my telekinesis fading, but I summoned his gauntlet strap, yanking him off balance. He blasted free, diving with a point-blank explosion. I transformed into a RBB form to absorb the impact, then reverted, countering with a kick to his legs. Bakugo rolled and stood, sparks raging around him. He accused me of hiding something, chaining blasts to create a smokescreen before charging from the haze, gauntlets unleashing a double explosion. I internalized my aura, sensing his ki through the smoke, and dodged, my aura flaring and ki surging. I cast a stunning spell, briefly incapacitating him, and landed a flurry of punches, each one resonating with controlled power. Bakugo blocked, but the force sent him skidding, his gauntlets denting. I advised him to train his precision, noting that his power was there, but he needed to control it. He stood, breathing, his eyes fierce with determination. He promised to improve, respect burning in his gaze as he acknowledged the lessons learned from the finals. Aizawa called time, and the grounds were scarred but intact. He commended our efforts, and Class 1A clapped from the sidelines, with 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃 cheering the loudest. 𝗧𝗏 adjusted his glasses, expressing gratitude for my guidance, while 𝗳𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗏 acknowledged the usefulness of my feedback. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 scoffed, warning me not to get cocky. Their resolve ignited my own. I knew they would catch up, and I would push harder. The spar left me energized, my ki steady and aura internalized. Aizawa dismissed us, his voice gruff as he reminded us that internships would resume tomorrow. I nodded, heading to the dorms, my body slightly aching from restraint. My 𝗬𝗏 physiology demanded more, but balance was key. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃 caught up to me, her smile bright as she praised my performance. I felt warmth at her words, thanking her in return and complimenting her abilities. She giggled, expressing a longing to train together sometime. Kirishima fist bumped me, calling the session manly, while Tsuyu riveted her approval of my teaching. Their praise warmed my heart, reinforcing the bonds we shared, stronger than any power. Back in my room, I collapsed onto the bed, my aura internalized and ki calm. The spars had revealed the gap. My 30% ki outclassed their quirks, but their fire inspired me. Ida's engines would evolve, Todoroki's dual powers would sync better, and Bakugo's explosions would become sharper. I would strive for 60% 𝗬𝗏 mastery, using transform and magic as my edges. The memory of 𝗓𝗏, his white hair and stolen quirk, faded, replaced by the comforting thought of my mother's smile. I called her, her voice soothing. She asked about my training, and I smiled as I assured her it went well. She fussed over me, urging me to come home soon, her love anchoring me. As night fell, I rested in the quiet dorm. Tomorrow, internships would resume. Endeavor's fire and Hosu's shadows awaited. Though Stain was gone, the shadow of 𝗓𝗏 and my father loomed. My 𝗬𝗏 heart beat strong, ready for whatever came next. The train rattled into Mizudafu Station with a familiar jolt, the evening sun casting long shadows across the platform. My 𝗬𝗏 physiology hummed softly, its green aura internalized to conserve ki and sharpen my senses, steady at 50% mastery after extensive training in the empty dungeon. I was a full 𝗬𝗏, my essence transformed by the Gacha system's influence, using ki to flare my aura for combat or flight, internalizing it to sense others' energy signatures and prolong my stamina. The legendary Super 𝗬𝗏 transformation, a distant goal, was at 1,000 million power level at 100% mastery, but at 50%, I could shatter steel, outrun bullets, and withstand flames effortlessly. The spars with Iida, Todoroki, and Bakugo had been intense but purposeful. I had held back to 30% ki, flaring my aura just enough to demonstrate the gap without crushing their spirits. As I stepped off the train, my hero costume case bumped against my leg. I was in casual clothes now, jeans, a green hoodie, and sneakers, leaving the weight of the training grounds behind. My dimensional storage held my arsenal. 41 𝗪𝗓𝗓 for full restoration, kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, and the untouched ticket to Vampire Dungeon. My transform ability allowed me to shift into any form, and my knowledge of spells granted me wandless magic, shields, teleportation, and stunning spells. The revelation about 𝗓𝗏, my father stealing my quirk and erasing my mother's memories, ached, but the spars had reminded me that power was meant for protection, not vengeance. Home was not far, just a short walk to our modest apartment, where my mother awaited with her endless warmth. The shadows of the hero killer arc faded with each step, replaced by the anticipation of rest. I had 2 days off per Aizawa's orders after the spars, a chance to recover and simply be Izuku, not the green spark. I savored it. Downtime was rare in this life filled with quirks and chaos. The apartment door clicked open, and my mother's voice rang out, welcoming me home. She rushed from the kitchen, her green hair tied back in a messy bun, apron dusted with flour. The comforting smell of miso soup and grilled mackerel filled the air. I dropped my bag and hugged her tightly, my 𝗬𝗏 strength restrained to a gentle squeeze. I missed her warmth, and her presence chased away the echoes of the training grounds. She pulled back, her eyes misty as she cupped my face, calling me her champion and asking about the sparring. She noticed his fatigue and urged him to sit and eat, her nurturing nature a comforting presence that anchored his 𝗂𝗏 heart to humanity. They gathered at the table, the meal steaming invitingly before them. 𝗵𝗏 spoke animatedly, her voice a soothing melody of normalcy, sharing news about the neighbors, discussing the sports festival reruns and how everyone believed he was the next All Might. He chuckled, savoring the rich, soothing broth of his soup, acknowledging the intensity of the competition. His friends, Iida, Todoroki, and Bakugo, were all growing stronger, but he kept to himself the disparity he felt, knowing his 30% ki made their quirks seem like mere sparks against a storm. 𝗵𝗏's pride in him was palpable as she declared he was inspiring them, embodying what it meant to be a hero. Her words resonated deeply, pushing away the haunting memory of 𝗓𝗏𝗏, the man with white hair and a stolen quirk, fading in the warmth of her affection. She remained blissfully unaware of the truth about her husband, erased by his own quirk, but her pride was genuine and untainted. After dinner, they cleaned up together, her humming a familiar tune from her favorite drama. He helped with the dishes, bubbles rising as he playfully splashed her, eliciting a squeal of surprise. In that moment, he felt like just her son, not a scion reborn with a complex system. He suggested they take 2 days off from hero work, just to enjoy each other's company. She smiled at him with soft eyes, agreeing that it was a perfect plan, and they decided to bake cookies the next day, his favorite chocolate chip. As night fell, he retreated to his room, surrounded by posters of All Might that reminded him of his journey. He changed into shorts and lay on his bed, calming his ki and internalizing his aura. He replayed the day's sparring sessions in his mind, dodging Iida's recipro burst with scion speed, countering Todoroki's ice fire with protego, and absorbing Bakugo's howitzer impact with his durability. They had all felt the gap between them, aware of his restraint, and had vowed to close it. He marveled at their determination and growth. A text from Uraraka buzzed on his phone, expressing her pride and missing him already. He smiled and replied, suggesting they bake cookies together the next day. Sleep came easily, the day's exertion lulling him into a peaceful slumber. His dreams were serene, filled with his mother's laughter and the cheers of Class 1A, free from the shadows of 𝗓𝗏𝗏. He awoke refreshed, his ki full and aura steady, ready for the first day of their planned rest, baking with his mom. The kitchen became a flour-dusted battlefield as 𝗵𝗏 measured chocolate chips while he mixed the dough. She teased him about adding too much butter, playfully swatting his hand away. He laughed, sneaking a chocolate chip despite her scolding. They shaped cookies together, the warmth of the oven filling the apartment, sharing stories about her work and his sanitized sparring sessions. She remarked on his kindness to his friends, reinforcing what it meant to be a hero, grounding him as the system's balance faded into the background. The cookies baked to a golden perfection, and they enjoyed them hot, the chocolate melting in their mouths, her smile brighter than the sun. He relished the normalcy of the moment. Later, they took a walk in the park, hand in hand, her chatter about birds and flowers bringing simple joy. She expressed how much he had grown, from that quirkless boy to who he was now. He hugged her tightly, concealing the truth of his scion heritage. He credited her for shaping him into the person he had become. The cherry blossoms danced around them, providing a brief escape from the shadows of Hosu, Stain's defeat, and 𝗓𝗏𝗏's legacy. The second day began lazily, with rain pattering against the window. 𝗵𝗏 made tea, and they settled down to watch her drama, her head resting on his shoulder as they shared laughter. She whispered that he was her world, and he held her close, the memory of 𝗓𝗏𝗏 fading once more. In the afternoon, he engaged in light reading, sketching Stain's blade in his hero notebook and planning for Nightai's agency in case Endeavor fell through. The system remained quiet, no new pulls since resurrection, and he felt a sense of balance, 50% scion, magic, transform, and resurrection available. He rested, both body and mind renewing, preparing for the heroics that awaited him. As evening approached, the Gacha system's neon interface flared to life, its mechanical voice echoing in his mind. It announced that his heroic alignment was stable and that his rest and reflection aligned with balanced growth, authorizing a new pull. His heart raced at the prospect of a new ability after 2 days of peace. The kaleidoscope of colors spun before settling on a swirling blue symbol that pulsed with energy. The pull result revealed a sacred gear, ocean ester, containing the essence of Oceanus from the Percy Jackson universe. It granted mastery over water, tides, and the primordial seas, with Oceanus's consciousness as a guide, though his initial mastery was at 0%. He blinked as the symbol integrated into him like transform, realizing it was a core power rather than a mere item. The knowledge flooded his mind, summoning tidal waves, controlling rivers, sensing water ki across oceans, and even conjuring primordial floods. Oceanus's voice resonated within him, urging him to command the seas. Testing it, he whispered the word, tide, and a small wave of water formed in his palm. Though weak at 0% mastery, the potential was immense, merging water manipulation with his scion ki, Harry Potter magic, and transform. He spent the night experimenting, the rain outside mirroring his focus. He controlled a wave that crashed against his desk, dissipating without causing damage. Oceanus's voice guided him, reminding him that water is life, endless and flowing. By midnight, he reached 10% mastery, summoning a larger wave and shaping it into a protective shield, enhanced with the force of the tides. The system noted his progress, unlocking the ability to summon minor tides and sense water sources. He smiled, recognizing the gear's power as a gift for balance, compensating for the skills he had lost, like major telekinesis. Rest had rejuvenated him, and with 50% Scion and 10% Oceanus, he felt ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The tranquility of his room served as a fragile sanctuary, the gentle rain against the window a soothing backdrop to the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. The Gacha system's interface flared again, its mechanical voice echoing a warning. It stated that his growth trajectory required further refinement, removing his knowledge of all dangerous spells from the Harry Potter world. The magic integration had surpassed balance thresholds, risking over-reliance on external systems. The transform perk was now limited to living beings only, meaning he could no longer access their powers, memories, or abilities, although his consciousness and core physiology remained intact. His breath caught as the interface pulsed ominously. The loss of Harry Potter magic felt like a heavy blow. The wandless spells that had once shielded him from danger, teleported him to safety, and stunned his friends in sparring were now fading from his mind, like ink dissolving in water. The limitations of transform stung. He could no longer become all might for his strength or a dragon for flight, only their forms with his scion ki intact. The system's relentless pursuit of balance stripped away tools, forcing him to rely on his scion core and the sacred gear, ocean. Oceanus's voice echoed faintly in his mind, reminding him that the tides would turn, urging him to adapt or risk drowning. He stood up, fist clenched, his aura internalized and ki steady. The removals were painful. Magic had filled the gaps left by major telekinesis and energy efficiency, but they pushed him to evolve. With sacred gear, ocean at 10% mastery, he could summon minor waves and sense water ki. Reaching 20% would unlock tidal control and primordial floods. His scion physiology at 60% meant finer ki control and stronger flares without succumbing to berserk rage. The memory of all for one flickered in his mind, but he pushed it aside. His mother's smile from their restful days anchored him. He would train, find balance, and become the hero she believed he could be. With 𝐒𝐭𝐴 at work and the apartment empty, he headed to the backyard, a small space but sufficient for controlled practice. No dimension create meant no void, but the rain served as a natural ally for ocean. Focusing intently, the voice of Oceanus guided the protagonist, urging them to feel the flow. A puddle rippled, swelling into a small wave under their will, crashing against the fence. At 10%, it was basic, but they pushed further, their ki blending with the gear's primordial power. The rain intensified, water ki surging as they summoned a tidal pool that swirled around their feet, lifting them slightly. With a grunt, they demanded more, their aura flaring at 20% ki to enhance their focus. The pool expanded, waves lapping at the house, but they maintained control, shaping it into a shield, tidal protego, with water absorbing imagined impacts. Hours passed, rain soaking them, but their 𝗧𝗏 stamina held strong. Oceanus rumbled, declaring that the sea yields to will. They pushed to 15% mastery, summoning a minor tide from the air's moisture, crashing it against a conjured wall using 𝗵𝗲, a remnant spell. The wall dissolved, water ki flowing like a river. At 20%, the tide roared, a 10-meter wave curving under their command, slamming into the fence without breaking it. They shaped the wave into a spear, hurling it at a tree, the impact causing bark to splinter. Oceanus laughed, acknowledging their grasp of the depths. The gear's power synergized with their 𝗧𝗏 ki, water-infused punches rippling with force. They were drenched and exhausted, but 20% mastery was locked in: tidal control, water sensing, primordial whispers. The backyard was a mess, but they 𝗵𝗃𝗏 inside, the crack of apparition echoing, towel ready. The removal of magic would be painful, but ocean filled the gap, serving as a fluid counter to lost telekinesis. The afternoon brought 𝗧𝗏 training. The living room transformed into a dojo. They shadowboxed, punches whistling, ki flaring at 50% for bursts, internalizing to conserve energy. The green aura roared, Broly's rage simmering beneath the surface, but they breathed deeply, focusing on their mother's smile and 𝐎𝑗𝑢𝑅𝑖𝑘𝑎's encouragement. At 55%, their strikes cracked the air, shock waves rattling the windows. They used transform, shifting into a tiger for agility, then a bear for power, their 𝗧𝗏 ki intact. Only living beings, no borrowed abilities. The forms honed their control, the tiger's pounce blending with 𝗧𝗏 speed, the bear's swipe enhanced by ki-fueled strength. By evening, sweat-soaked, they pushed to 60% mastery, their aura a storm, punches splitting the air like thunder. The berserk edge loomed, vision tinting green, but they internalized it, their ki steadying. The system noted their 𝗧𝗏 mastery at 60%. Ki control was enhanced, and the risk of berserk was reduced. They collapsed on the couch, breathing but exhilarated. 60% meant finer flares and stronger senses, without the influence of rage. Ocean at 20% added fluidity, enabling tidal waves for defense and water ki for tracking. The removals, magic and transform limits, forced adaptation, but they emerged stronger and more balanced. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 returned, arms full of groceries, and expressed concern over their soaked appearance. They laughed, standing up and mentioning that they had been training. She fussed over them, drying their hair and insisting they eat first before showering. Over katsu curry, they engaged in conversation, her market gossip and their sanitized sparring sessions. She remarked on their kindness to friends, emphasizing that it was what made them a hero. Her words grounded them, the shadow of 𝗷𝗏 fading. She was unaware that he was her husband, erased by his quirk, but her love remained untainted. Night fell and they rested, the apartment quiet. The balance of the system, their 𝗧𝗏 power, and ocean's tides were tools, not their identity. They were Izuku, a hero, ready for the heroics of tomorrow. Sometime later, the rain had eased to a gentle drizzle, the backyard a sodden canvas of mud and scattered leaves. They stood there, the primordial rumble of sacred gear, ocean echoing in their veins. Pushing to 30% mastery meant deeper control, tidal surges and primordial floods, blending with their 𝗧𝗏 ki for water-infused strikes. The revelation about 𝗷𝗏, how their father had stolen their quirk and erased their mother's memories, ached, but today was about growth, not shadows. Oceanus's voice rumbled in their mind, ancient and vast, like the shifting ocean floor. The tide waits for no man, young 𝗧𝗏. Feel the depths or be swept away. They nodded, the rain pooling at their feet, their hero costumes soaked but resilient. Dimensional storage held their arsenal. 41 𝗪𝗓𝗓𝗓s, kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, and the untouched ticket to vampire dungeon. Transform allowed them to shift into living beings, a tiger for agility, a bear for power, but no borrowed quirks or memories. Resurrection, usable once a day, was on cooldown, but its miracle lingered in their thoughts. The system remained silent, with no new pulls since Ocean, its reminder to grow, not dominate, ever present. They started simple, the drizzle their ally. At 20% mastery, they summoned a tidal pool from the air's moisture, lifting them slightly. Now they focused, Oceanus guiding them, channel your ki into the flow, child. The sea is not force, it is inevitability. They flared their aura briefly, ki blending with the gear's primordial energy as the rain intensified around them. Water ki surged, droplets coalescing into a swirling vortex, 5 meters wide, hovering at their command. They whispered, tide surge, and the vortex crashed forward, slamming into the fence with a roar, wood splintering but not breaking. The impact sent mud flying, but they controlled it, the wave receding like a breath, leaving the backyard flooded but intact. With determination, they grunted for more, their aura internalizing to conserve ki. Oceanus rumbled, the primordial sea is endless. Draw from the earth's veins. They knelt, hands pressing into the wet soil, sensing underground water, pipes, groundwater, the city's hidden rivers. At 22% mastery, a geyser erupted from the ground, 10 meters high, spraying cool mist. They shaped it, ki guiding the flow, forming a water serpent that coiled around them, scales rippling. The serpent struck a conjured target, a wooden post they had set up, and shattered it, water exploding outward. Their scion strength amplified the gear, the serpent's tail whipping with 30% ki force, cracking the patio. Sweat beaded on their brow, ki dipping without energy efficiency's buffer, but they pushed onward. Oceanus's voice deepened, the depths hold secrets. Sense the currents. They internalized their aura, blending scion ki with water ki, feeling the rain's flow, the puddle's pulse, and the distant river's roar. At 25% mastery, they summoned a localized flood from the backyard's drainage, knee-deep water rushing in, swirling around their legs. They waded through, shaping it into barriers, waves crashing against imagined foes. A transform test allowed them to shift into a shark, living form only, with their scion ki propelling them through the flood like a torpedo. The water bowed to their will, the shark form slicing through, jaws snapping at a floating board. The drizzle turned into a downpour, thunder rumbling, but they didn't stop. At 27% mastery, the flood surged, a 2-meter wave curling over them, crashing down with controlled force. They surfaced, coughing water but grinning. Oceanus laughed, acknowledging their grasp of the wave while reminding them that the ocean is vast. They channeled ki, the wave splitting into tendrils, lashing like 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗧, each strike infused with scion power. One tendril wrapped around a tree branch, yanking it down, the wood splintering. Another formed a spear, hurling it across the yard, embedding in the fence. Their breath came harder, ki straining, but the gear's primordial energy flowed endlessly, like the sea itself. By dusk, mud caked on their legs, they pushed to 30% mastery. The backyard had transformed into a shallow lake, water ki thick in the air. A primordial tide surged from the rain, rising 5 meters high and crashing like a tsunami, yet I shaped it into a dome that enclosed me in a watery sphere. Inside, I floated, my ki flaring at 30%, an aura of vibrant green illuminating the water. The sphere rotated, tendrils lashing out to test my precision. Oceanus's voice resonated in my mind, declaring that the sea yields to the worthy and that I commanded the depths. I collapsed the dome, the water draining away and leaving me exhilarated and soaked. With 30% mastery secured, I felt the tidal surges, water sensing and primordial whispers intertwining with my scion ki. The gear's power was fluid and adaptive, a counter to my lost telekinesis. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 returned with groceries, her eyes widening at the sight of the flooded yard. She exclaimed in surprise, and I laughed, dripping water as I reassured her that it was just training. She fussed over me, towel in hand, insisting that I should eat dinner first before cleaning up. As we enjoyed katsu curry, her warmth chased away the fatigue from my training. She remarked on how I was always pushing myself, her gaze softening. I hugged her, expressing that I did it all for her. The shadow of 𝗷𝗵𝗆 faded, her love serving as my anchor. As night fell, I rested in the quiet apartment, ready to embrace the heroics of the next day. The backyard of our apartment had become a makeshift arena, the grass matted from the previous day's downpour, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and lingering ozone. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 voice echoed in my mind, ancient and vast, comparing the tide to the shore. He reminded me that at 30% I commanded the wave, but at 40% I would become the sea. Endurance, he said, was the true pushing until the depths claimed me, then rising again. I nodded, the morning mist clinging to my hero costume, the weighted training bands strapped tightly to add resistance. The system remained silent, no new pulls since ocean, its reminder of balance among peers urging me to grow through effort rather than gifts. I began with the basics, using the mist as my canvas. At 30% mastery, I had summoned a 5-meter tidal surge from the air's moisture, crashing it against the fence with controlled force. Now I focused deeper, 𝗬𝗏𝗧 guiding me. Ki is fire, the sea is water, blend them and let the steam rise. I flared my aura briefly, Ki surging at 30%, the green light merging with the mist. Water Ki responded, droplets coalescing into a larger vortex, 7 meters wide, swirling with primordial intent. I whispered the name of my technique, and the vortex spun faster, pulling in rain from the sky. It roared like a miniature maelstrom, and I shaped it, guiding the flow into a spiraling shield that rotated around me, water blades lashing out. The first test was endurance. I summoned a sturdy wooden post from the garden shed, weighing 20 kilograms, and hurled it into the vortex. The water blades sliced through it mid-air, splinters flying as the post was reduced to kindling. My breath remained steady, though my ki dipped slightly without the buffer of energy efficiency. Ocean's primordial energy felt endless, like tapping into the heart of the ocean. I pushed further, the vortex expanding to 10 meters, flooding the backyard to ankle depth. 𝗬𝗏𝗧 rumbled, reminding me that the depths demanded focus and to feel the currents beneath. I knelt, pressing my hands into the mud, sensing the underground water, pipes, groundwater, the city's hidden veins. At 32% mastery, a geyser erupted, spraying mist that cooled my skin. I shaped the geyser into a serpent, longer than before, its body coiling to 20 meters, scales shimmering with ki-infused water. The serpent struck the fence, the wood groaning but holding firm, the impact sending tremors through the ground. I internalized my aura to conserve ki and commanded the serpent to split, 2 heads lashing out, one blocking an imagined punch while the other struck a conjured target made of bricks I had piled earlier. The heads moved in sync, water ki flowing like BLD, my scion strength amplifying the force. Sweat beaded on my forehead as my ki strained at 35% mastery, the backyard now resembling a shallow lake with waves lapping at the house's foundation. I used transform, shifting into a shark, only the living form without borrowed powers, my scion ki propelling me through the water like a torpedo. The shark form sliced through the serpent's body, testing my control as the water parted around me, the gear's power yielding to my will. 𝗬𝗏𝗧's voice deepened, reminding me that the primordial sea was not tamed but partnered. I reverted to human form, my aura flaring at 40% ki, the green light blending with the water's blue. The lake surged, a 3-meter wave curling over me and crashing down with tidal force. I stood firm, my scion durability absorbing the pressure, though the exertion burned as my ki dipped low and my stamina waned without energy efficiency. The wave receded, leaving me gasping, but I pushed on, summoning a flood from the rain, knee-deep water rushing in and swirling around my legs. At 37% mastery, the flood transformed into a barrier, waves crashing against an imagined foe, absorbing and redirecting force like a living shield. Breath ragged and ki nearly spent, I felt my limit approaching. The backyard had become a pond, the water ki thick, but my body cried out for rest. Determined, I grunted that I would give it one more try, with 𝗬𝗏𝗧 urging me that the depths reward the persistent. I channeled my ki, splitting the flood into tendrils, 10 lashing 𝗕𝗶𝗄𝐻, each infused with scion power. They struck the fence, splintering the wood, then coiled around a tree, yanking it down with a loud crack. The effort drained me, my vision blurring and stamina depleted. I collapsed to my knees, water lapping at my chest, my ki flickering. 𝗬𝗏𝗧's voice faded, commending my efforts and noting that the tide rises. With 40% mastery locked in, The gear granted me the ability to summon tidal floods, sense water ki across blocks, and receive primordial whispers guiding complex shapes. 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗧 drained slowly, mud and debris scattered, but I had accomplished my goal. My body trembled, ki exhausted, yet the gain was worth it. Ocean synergized with my Scion core, water ki blending with my green aura for hybrid attacks, tidal punches and ki-infused waves. The system noted my progress. Sacred gear, ocean mastery at 40%. Primordial floods unlocked, summon 10-meter waves and sense water ki citywide. I staggered inside, dripping wet, and summoned a 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 from dimensional storage, 40 remaining. I chewed it, feeling warmth flood through me as my health, stamina, and ki restored to 100% instantly, the exhaustion vanishing like mist. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃s were miraculous, fully resetting me without any drawbacks. 𝐒𝐭�𝐲 returned, her eyes widening at the mess in the yard. She exclaimed my name and I laughed, assuring her it was just training. She fussed again, towel in hand, insisting that I should have dinner first before cleaning up. As we shared katsu curry, we talked, her market gossip and my training experiences, sanitized for her ears. She remarked on my kindness to friends, saying that it was what made me a hero. Some time later, the backyard remained a quagmire of mud and standing water, a testament to my training where I had pushed sacred gear, ocean to 40% mastery, summoning primordial floods and shaping water ki into serpentine strikes. At 40%, I could summon 10-meter waves, sense water ki citywide, and wield floods like weapons. Pushing to 50% would unlock deeper primordial power, oceanic torrents, water ki precision, blending with my Scion ki for devastating strikes. The morning sun struggled to pierce the overcast sky, the air heavy with the promise of rain. My dimensional storage held my arsenal: 40 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃s, kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, and the ticket to Vampire Dungeon. Transform allowed me to shift into living beings. A tiger for agility, a bear for power, but without borrowed abilities. Oceanus's voice rumbled in my mind, reminding me that the sea is patient and that the depths awaited my command. I nodded, prepared to train, when the Gacha system's neon interface flared unexpectedly, its mechanical voice breaking the silence. The system announced that my progress aligned with heroic endurance, and a new pull was authorized for challenge and growth. My heart raced. Was it really time for a pull after days of silence? The kaleidoscope of colors spun before me, revealing images of graves, claws, and crimson eyes. It settled on a jagged black ticket pulsing with an ominous energy. The pull result indicated access to the zombie dungeon 𝗕𝗓𝗓, a dimension filled with endless hordes of powerful zombies. The time dilation meant that 1 hour in the dungeon equated to just 1 minute in my world. The ticket materialized in my hand, cold and foreboding. Zombie dungeon. Endless hordes of powerful undead. Nothing like the Nomu, but a relentless challenge. Oceanus stirred within me, reminding me that the dead fear no tide, yet the sea consumes all. The ticket hummed, enticing me to use it immediately. Training ocean to 50% in the backyard could flood the neighborhood. The dungeon promised space, challenge, and time dilation. I glanced at the apartment. 𝗵𝗃 was at work, leaving the day free for me. I resolved to proceed and activated the ticket. A black portal tore open, exuding the scent of decay, and I stepped through, my aura internalized and ki ready. The zombie dungeon moved me into a wasteland, a desolate cityscape beneath a BLD red sky, buildings crumbling and streets littered with remnants of the past. The air was thick with rot, and groans echoed from the shadows. My Scion senses heightened, ki internalizing to scan the area, hundreds of energy signatures, cold and jagged, unlike living ki. Zombies staggered from the alleys, their eyes glowing crimson. Some were hulking, while others moved with unnatural speed, all radiating a primal hunger. Oceanus rumbled within, reminding me that the dead are relentless, but the sea is eternal. The first wave charged, dozens of humanoid zombies, decayed flesh hanging from their forms, claws slashing. I flared my aura, ki surging to 30%, a green light bathing the ruins around me. Ocean activated, My 40% mastery summoning a 10-meter tidal wave from the moisture in the air, the crimson sky yielding water key. The wave crashed down, smashing zombies into rubble, bones snapping under the force. Yet, they rose again, waterlogged but undeterred, their strength unnatural. I shifted forms, transforming into a tiger, my 𝗧𝗏𝗄 ki fueling my agility as I dodged a hulking zombie's claw swipe. My claws raked its chest, tearing through decayed flesh, but it lunged at me, forcing me to revert and flare my ki. A powerful punch from my kinetic glove shattered its skull. More zombies came, faster, larger, some with spiked limbs. I internalized my aura, sensing water ki within their rotting bodies. My 42% mastery unlocked BLD manipulation, allowing me to pull water from their forms, desiccating a dozen of them until their husks crumbled. But the horde grew, now numbering in the hundreds, crawling from the ruins. My ki dipped, and stamina began to strain. I summoned a flood, 15-meter waves crashing down and sweeping the zombies away, but they climbed over one another, relentless. Oceanus urged me to shape the tide with my will. I focused, splitting the waves into tendrils, 20 lashing 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐵s shredding through the undead ranks. One tendril speared a sprinting zombie, pinning it against a wall, water ki exploding upon impact. Hours blurred as the horde seemed endless. My ki burned low, stamina fading without energy efficiency. A massive zombie, 5 meters tall with spiked arms, charged at me, smashing through my tidal shield. I shifted into a bear, my 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐴 strength roaring within me, and tackled it. A punch amplified by my kinetic glove caved in its chest, but the effort drained me, my vision blurring. I consumed a 𝗧𝗵𝗵, 39 left, instantly restoring my health, stamina, and ki. The reset was electric, my ki flaring to 40%, aura blazing anew. I summoned a primordial flood, 20 meters high, drowning 100 zombies, the water ki crushing their bones. At 45% mastery, I shaped the flood into a vortex, spinning blades of water slicing through the ranks, heads rolling as I unleashed my power. The horde thickened, now numbering in the thousands, some climbing buildings while others burrowed from the ground. My breath came hard, and my ki dipped again. I shifted into a shark, swimming through my flood, jaws tearing through the undead. My 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐴 ki boosted my speed, but a claw grazed my fin, sharp pain fleeting as my durability held. I reverted, summoning water ki from their bodies, desiccating waves, but the sheer numbers overwhelmed me. My stamina crashed and my legs buckled. Another 𝗧𝗵𝗵, 38 left, restored me, my ki roaring back to life. Oceanus boomed, urging me to push to the depths. At 48% mastery, I summoned a tidal maelstrom, 30 meters wide, pulling zombies into a whirlpool and crushing them against the rubble. Water ki sensed their movements, guiding tendrils to impale the leaders of the horde. The final wave was monstrous, giant zombies, 10 meters tall, with claw-tipped tentacles. My ki strained, my aura flickering, but I pushed forward, 50% mastery within reach. I summoned an oceanic torrent, 40-meter waves crashing down, infused with 50% ki, shaking the ground beneath me. The giants fell, water ki exploding their cores. My stamina burned out, vision blackening. I consumed a third 𝗧𝗵𝗵, 37 left, resetting to full power. The torrent became a sphere, enclosing me as tendrils lashed out, shredding the last of the zombies. Oceanus roared, affirming that I was the tide. At 50% mastery, ocean locked in, oceanic torrents, citywide water ki sensing, and primordial precision. The portal flared, pulling me back. I landed in the backyard, soaked and breathing as the portal closed behind me. Time dilation meant only minutes had passed. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wouldn't notice the chaos. The system noted that my sacred gear, ocean mastery, had reached 50%. Oceanic torrents were now unlocked, allowing me to summon 40-meter waves and sense water ki regionally. The backyard was a mess, but I felt exhilarated. Ocean was now a match for my 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝐴 ki. The evening after the zombie dungeon trial was filled with a quiet triumph. Dinner with Mom was a soothing balm, Her laughter over my muddy excuses for the backyard flood chased away the specter of all for one for a fleeting hour. I collapsed into bed early, muscles aching from the time-dilated grind, ocean's newfound 50% mastery humming like a living current in my veins. With oceanic torrents at my command and regional water keys sensing sharpening my instincts, I felt prepared for the hero path ahead. Sleep claimed me quickly, dreams swirling with green auras and crashing waves, the Gacha system's neon glow a distant, watchful presence. It flared to life at midnight, pulling me from slumber into a state of vertigo. There was no warning chime, no pull interface, just a void, cold and absolute, swallowing my apartment whole. My scion physiology kicked in instinctively, ki internalizing to steady my senses, my green aura flickering against the nothingness. The mechanical voice echoed, devoid of its usual detachment, laced with an edge I had never heard before. The system announced that a heroic trial had been initiated, teleporting me to a parallel dimension, Earth 616, the Marvel Comics continuum. The objective was to forge a bond of primal endurance to unlock the return vector, with the condition of engaging in a significant connection with a designated entity, Jean Grey. The duration was set for 4 continuous hours, with the requirement of ensuring a deep connection to solidify the bond. Failure would result in being trapped in dimensional limbo. I hit the ground hard, coughing as reality snapped back into focus. Cobblestones pressed against my palms, the air crisp with the bite of autumn, street lamps casting long shadows over a bustling Manhattan night, October 10, 2025, the system's overlay confirmed, but twisted through a comic book lens. Skyscrapers loomed like titans, horns blaring from yellow cabs, a distant siren wailing. Marvel. My mind reeled. Was that Spider-Man swinging overhead? Avengers Tower piercing the clouds. But the directive. The nature of the connection. Heat flooded my face, ki surging in panic. I was Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless individual turned scion hero in training, not some conquest machine. I pleaded with the system for an override, desperate to escape this fate. But there were no overrides. The entity was located, Jean Grey, in proximity to the Xavier Institute. I had to proceed or risk being lost in dimensional limbo. The interface blinked out, leaving the alley in darkness, the hero costume intact. A black and green bodysuit that hugged the frame, weighted training bands still strapped on, kinetic glove flexing in a fist. Dimensional storage thrummed with 37 𝗬𝗫𝗍𝗫𝗍, the vampire dungeon ticket untouched. Oceanus stirred faintly within, whispering that the sea claims what it must, and the tides of fate demand surrender. Pushing down the nausea, senses flared. A psychic hum prickled the skin, telepathic and immense, like water ki but laced with the essence of fire. It was Jean Grey, the host of the Phoenix Force, a telekinetic goddess. Fate, or the system, had decided for the individual. A red-gold aura bloomed blocks away, warping the air as if reality bent to her will. With scion speed, the individual broke into a run, blurring through the streets and leaping rooftops, cracking concrete beneath their feet. The Xavier Institute loomed ahead, a Gothic mansion veiled in wards, but her presence pulled like a riptide. Vaulting the perimeter wall, they landed in manicured gardens, ki internalized to mask their approach. There, on a balcony overlooking the grounds, stood a woman in a flowing green cloak, auburn hair cascading like molten copper, her emerald eyes glowing faintly with inner turmoil. As the individual approached, Jean Grey turned, her telepathy brushing against the mind like silk over steel, curious, not alarmed. She observed the newcomer, noting the breathtaking presence. Lithe yet powerful, curves accentuated by a form-fitting black and gold uniform that hugged her like a second skin, the phoenix emblem pulsing over her chest. She inquired about their identity and the strange compulsion that echoed of worlds beyond their own. Words tangled as the individual froze, feeling the weight of the moment. They introduced themselves as Izuku Midoriya, explaining that this place had brought them here and that the only way back was uncertain. Mortification burned hotter than any ki flare. Jean's brow arched, a telekinetic nudge peeling back mental shields, not invasive, but probing, tasting the truth of the directive. Her eyes widened, a flush creeping up her neck, but there was no rejection, only intrigue laced with the hunger of the phoenix, the cosmic entity whispering in her veins. The phoenix sensed purity and stepped closer, her scent, ozone and wildflowers, flooding the senses. A trial of flesh and fire awaited, and perhaps it was no accident that multiversal eddies had thrown them together. Her hand, warm and electric, traced the jawline, loosening the clasps of the costume with effortless grace. A pull was felt, a shared burden that they could ease together. Resistance crumbled under her gaze, the system's directive an inexorable current. Hands, trembling at first, found her waist, pulling her closer. Sion's strength coiled gently yet unyieldingly as their lips met, soft and demanding, igniting a spark of energy. The kiss deepened, a low vibration that surged through them, green aura flickering against her red-gold nimbus. The surroundings shifted as telekinesis and key precision dissolved barriers, revealing porcelain skin beneath the uniform. The individual felt a rush of energy, their own gear vanishing into dimensional storage, leaving them bare. Jean gasped as they lifted her effortlessly, her legs wrapping around the waist as they carried her to a shadowed alcove, a nest of cushions manifesting through her will. As they settled, Jean guided the individual down, her touch igniting a fire within. The directive loomed, an overwhelming urge to connect deeply. Oceanus rumbled approval, ready to blend with the act. They parted her thighs, feeling the warmth of her presence. A finger silenced any hesitation, her mind weaving into theirs, an invitation to shared joy, no shame, only union. With a gentle pressure, they positioned themselves, feeling the warmth envelop them. The connection deepened, each movement building rhythm, the air charged with energy. Ms filled the space, growing more fervent as the intensity increased. The directive remained clear, and as the peak approached, the individual shifted, hands pressing firmly, ensuring every barrier yielded. The moment hit like a tidal wave. Energy surged, filling the space with vitality. The connection intensified, each movement drawing them closer, the world around them fading into a blur of sensation. The hours melted away, positions shifting in a haze of need, each moment a testament to the bond formed in that cosmic trial. Izuku lay beside Jean, their bodies intertwined as he pressed his palm against her abdomen, feeling the rhythm of their energies sync. They moved together, each move deep and deliberate, waves of pleasure coursing through them. With each 𝗬𝗵𝗲, they felt a surge of connection, her thoughts resonating with his, amplifying their shared joy. As exhaustion threatened to take hold, a 𝗧𝗵𝗵 from his storage replenished his energy, allowing him to continue. Jean, sensing the renewed vigor, pulled him closer, their faces inches apart, her legs wrapped around him as she encouraged him not to stop. The final hour was intense and primal, each move powerful and rhythmic, her cries of longing urging him on. With every pulse, he felt the life they were creating together, the essence of their union intertwining with the cosmic forces around them. As the fourth hour passed, Jean shuddered in bliss, her hand resting over his on her belly, a faint glow confirming their bond. She expressed her joy, kissing him softly, their connection deep and fulfilling. The system chimed, signaling the completion of their directive, and a portal opened beneath them. They tumbled through, her form fading as he returned to his world, their bond lingering like a psychic echo. He landed in his bed, the dawn light filtering through the curtains, feeling both exhausted and whole. His mother's voice called from the kitchen, reminding him of the normalcy he cherished. Breakfast was a quick affair, his mother casting worried glances at his late-night study session excuses, which he met with a bright smile. She playfully warned him not to flood the yard again as she ruffled his hair. He laughed, the sound genuine despite the shadows of his recent experiences. He promised to keep things balanced as she left for work, and he suited up in his hero costume, tightening the weighted training bands and flexing his kinetic glove. The dimensional storage thrummed with energy, and he prepared for the day ahead, focusing on harmony between his Sion and ocean powers. The backyard awaited, still showing signs of yesterday's chaos. He centered himself, breathing in the moisture-laden air, feeling the ki coiling within him. He began his training with fluid strikes, channeling ocean's essence into a sphere of liquid ki, infusing it with psion power. The sphere transformed into a spear, launching at a training dummy with a crash that echoed like thunder. He felt the thrill of progress but also the challenge of control, as the backlash from his power reminded him of the need for balance. As the hours passed, he honed his skills, adjusting the ratios of his ki. He summoned waves of water infused with his energy, turning the yard into a battlefield where he practiced his techniques. Each strike was a surge of power, and he learned the importance of harmony, pushing himself to master the blend of his abilities. The sun began to set, and he felt the satisfaction of progress as he reached new levels of mastery. With one final push, he drew every drop of water around him, creating a massive torrent that rose high into the air, infused with his energy. He waded into the water, shaping it into tendrils that coiled around his arms, ready to unleash powerful strikes. The balance he sought was within reach, and he felt the thrill of his potential as he prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. A phantom enemy appeared, and with a swift motion, the protagonist dodged, weaved, and countered with a ki-charged uppercut that split the torrent like the Red Sea. Exhilaration surged within, reaching 60% mastery. Oceanus boomed, and equilibrium was achieved. The Scion Sea raged on. Collapsing to one knee, soaked but grinning through the ache, the yard had transformed into a lake, the fences gone. Dimensional storage could handle the cleanup later. Stamina was low, but the harmony of the Scion at 60% felt like an ascension. Green aura and blue currents intertwined within, ready for hybrid forms, aura-flared floods and water keys super Scion edges. The protagonist knew their mother would be furious, but it was worth it. As stars dotted the sky, the Gacha system stirred once more, its neon interface blooming like a reward. A system notice indicated that a mastery milestone had been achieved, with balanced progression detected. A new pull was authorized, revealing a heroic evolution vector. Heart racing, the protagonist activated it, watching as a kaleidoscope world, fractured mirrors and ink-black voids scripting reality. It slowed, settling on shimmering text, words twisting into existence. The pull result revealed an ability, All Fiction, an S-tier variant from 𝗵𝘃𝗶𝗄. This ability allowed the user to declare any event, object, or concept as fiction, effectively erasing or rewriting its reality as desired, with no weaknesses and immunity to countermeasures. However, it could only be used once per day and was stored in the ability slot, integrated with the Gacha system for heroic applications. Knowledge flooded in, seamless as a ki infusion, a mental tome unfolding. All Fiction was 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐵𝐼𝐺's trump card, the skill to make the real unreal. This pristine variant had no flaws. Declaring a wound fiction meant it never existed. Flesh would knit and pain would vanish. A villain's quirk could be declared fiction, erasing it from existence without a trace. Even abstract concepts could be manipulated. Declaring defeat as fiction mid-battle would rewrite the narrative to victory. The ability recharged at midnight, but in heroic hands, it served as a reset button for the impossible. Oceanus rumbled with curiosity, recognizing that the sea writes its own tales, but this ability denied the author's ink. Synergy sparked, blending with ocean for fictional tides, erasing floods after they struck or with Scion ki to nullify limits. The protagonist stood, water dripping away as the weight of the ability settled like a crown. A multiversal father and balanced warrior, now a realities editor. As the key turned in the lock, the mother exclaimed in dismay over the state of the yard, prompting a laugh from the protagonist, who was already envisioning a portal-ready cleanup. The path ahead sharpened. Trials, the shadow of all for one, and whatever abyss awaited next. With All Fiction, even fate could be rewritten. Sometime later, the night after harmonizing sacred gear, ocean with Scion physiology felt like a precipice. The backyard, now a muddy swamp from the 50-meter torrent, glistened under the moonlight, a silent testament to the protagonist's climb to 60% mastery of ocean. Their body thrummed with equilibrium, green Scion ki and blue primordial water ki braided seamlessly, ready for hybrid devastation. All Fiction, The new S-tier ability from the Gacha system's pull weighed heavily in their mind, a loaded pen waiting to be used. The power to declare anything, wounds, quirks, even defeat, unreal was dizzying, but restraint held firm. They were a hero, not a god. The mother's exasperated sighs over the yard's ruin had faded into her usual warmth over late-night tea, grounding the protagonist. Sleep beckoned, but the Gacha system had other plans. At 1:03 a.m., the neon interface flared unbidden, its mechanical voice slicing through the quiet of the bedroom. The system directive announced a heroic quest had been initiated, with the objective to defeat 2 minor villains in 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 using only sacred gear, Ocean at 60% mastery. No other abilities or items were permitted, no psion physiology, no transformations, no all-fiction, no dimensional storage gear, or senza beans. The reward for success would be an increase in all-fiction usage to 2 times per day, while failure would result in the ability being locked for 7 days. The quest was active now, with villain signatures detected in downtown 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. The protagonist's heart raced at the specifics of the quest, binding and brutal in its limits. Only Ocean was permitted, no ki-fueled punches, no tiger form agility, no senzu resets. Just water, waves, and will. The system's overlay pinged, revealing 2 red blips pulsing 3 kilometers away, near 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏's industrial district. The villains were minor, but details were scarce, quirks unknown, threat levels undefined. The protagonists donned their hero costume, a black and green bodysuit, devoid of kinetic glove or weighted bands, in accordance with the rules, and slipped out the window, comforted by the sound of their mother's snores. The night air was cool against their skin, heavy with urban dampness, perfect for Ocean's reach. They sprinted from rooftop to rooftop, avoiding the use of psion flight. Oceana stirred, its voice rumbling like a tidal wave, urging the protagonist to show the depths of the sea. In the industrial district, 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏's sprawl lay under a starless sky, with warehouses and smokestacks casting jagged shadows. The protagonist's water ki sense, now regional at 60% mastery, swept the area, detecting moisture in pipes, puddles in cracked asphalt, and even the sweat of distant night workers. 2 signatures stood out, jagged and erratic, not civilian. One was near a derelict factory, while the other lurked in an alley 200 meters west. Villains. The protagonist crouched on a rusted water tower, centering Ocean's flow. No aura was present, just water ki, blue currents coiling in their veins, ready to summon torrents or shape tendrils. The system's rules were strict, only Ocean was allowed, or all fiction would be locked. The first signature pulsed strongest in the factory's shadow. The protagonist descended silently, boots squelching in a puddle as they tapped into their water ki. A figure emerged, lean and wiry, clad in a tattered leather coat, with hands glinting from metallic claws dripping viscous oil. This was 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏, a minor thug with the quirk of oil secretion. His claws slashed through the air, leaving slick trails that ignited faintly, a chemical stench filling the air. He sneered, recognizing the protagonist and taunting them about their quirkless status. With no time for banter, the protagonist focused on the quest rules. They raised a hand, pulling moisture from the air and ground to form a 20-meter wave in seconds, its crest shimmering with primordial weight. 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 laughed, oil pooling at his feet, spreading quickly to coat the asphalt in a slippery sheen. He lunged, aiming his claws at the protagonist, gliding on his oil like a dancer. The protagonist sidestepped, the wave crashing down, not as a raw flood, but controlled, splitting into 10 tendrils, each WHP thin and strong. 2 lashed at his ankles, yanking him off balance, while 3 more coiled around his arms, constricting like steel cables. He thrashed, oil spraying, but Ocean's grip held firm. 60% mastery meant precision. The protagonist sensed the water in his sweat and BLD and pulled, subtly dehydrating him enough to slow his movements. In frustration, 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 ignited his oil in a burst of flames. The heat licked at the protagonist's skin, but Ocean countered with a vortex spun from their palm, 5 meters wide, skiing in the flames and extinguishing them in a hissing spiral. The tendrils tightened, slamming 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 into a wall, causing the concrete to crack. A final surge of water ki flooded his oil glands, overwhelming his quirk and cutting off oil production. He slumped, unconscious, with tendrils binding him for police pickup. One down. Oceanus rumbled its approval, acknowledging the swift victory. The second signature flared stronger, leading into the alley. The protagonist moved quickly, their water ki sensing a heavier presence, mechanical and dense. 𝗫𝗓𝗄, another low-tier villain with the quirk of gear manifestation, lumbered into view. He stood 2.5 meters tall, his body sprouting spinning metal gears, each razor-edged and grinding the asphalt to dust as he approached. Upon spotting the protagonist, he roared, gears whirring faster, launching like shuriken. No Scion speed to dodge, only ocean. The protagonist dove behind a dumpster, drawing water from a leaking pipe overhead to create a 10-meter shield of pressurized water ki. Gears pinged off it like bullets against steel. 𝗫𝗓𝗄 charged forward, gears sprouting anew, resembling a walking shredder. The protagonist pushed Ocean harder, unlocking a 60% mastery that allowed for regional pull. A nearby fire hydrant burst at their command, water ki channeling into a 30-meter torrent infused with primordial force. The impact hit like a battering ram, staggering 𝗫𝗓𝗄, while water flooded the gears, causing them to rust on contact. 𝗫𝗓𝗄 roared and hurled a gear cluster the size of a car door. The protagonist shaped the torrent into a spiraling maelstrom, 15 meters wide, catching the cluster and grinding it into fragments in a watery vortex. 𝗫𝗓𝗄 didn't relent. The gears reformed, larger and serrated, tearing through the shield. Pain grazed the protagonist's arm, BLD mixing with water ki. Without senza beans or Scion healing, only determination remained. They tapped deeper, sensing water within 𝗫𝗓𝗄's body. 60% mastery provided an edge. BLD manipulation surged as they pulled moisture from 𝗫𝗓𝗄's veins, not lethal but enough to sap his strength, causing the gears to slow as dehydration set in. 𝗫𝗓𝗄 gasped in disbelief, stumbling. The protagonist summoned tendrils, 20 now, each a lashing spear, wrapping around 𝗫𝗓𝗄's limbs, neck, and torso. They tightened, water ki crushing the gears against his skin, pinning him to the ground. A final wave, 20 meters high, crashed down, flooding the alley and holding 𝗫𝗓𝗄 under until he lost consciousness. The gears stilled. The protagonist bound him with hardened water ki cords, breathing, their arms stinging but intact. The system chimed as 𝗫𝗓𝗄 slumped, a neon overlay flashing. The quest was complete. 2 minor villains defeated using only sacred gear, Ocean. A reward was granted, all fiction usage increased to 2 times per day, with no penalties incurred. A return to base was advised. The protagonist staggered, water ki receding, the alley a flooded ruin but contained no risk to civilians. Oceanus's voice echoed, stating that the sea carves its path alone when needed. The protagonist had fought well. Their arm throbbed, BLD mixing with mud, but Ocean's regional sense confirmed no witnesses and no further threats. They limped back, moving from rooftop to rooftop, the city's humid distant comfort. All fiction now had 2 daily uses, able to erase 2 wounds, 2 quirks, or 2 defeats. The power felt heavier, a blade to wield with care. Synergy teased the possibility of declaring a flood, fiction, post-battle, undoing collateral damage, or negating an enemy's strike before it landed. But tonight, it remained dormant. Hero work meant limits, not rewriting reality on a whim. Apartment dark, with mom still asleep. The backyard's mess mocked the protagonist, but they slipped inside, collapsing on the bed, soaked and aching. Ocean at 60% mastery, combined with Scion ki, was now backed by all fiction's doubled edge. All for one's shadow loomed, but so did USJ trials, the next pull, the next abyss. They were ready, tied, storm, and pen in hand. The bedroom was a mess, hero costumes slung over a chair, mud-stained from the industrial district brawl 2 nights prior, where the protagonist had taken down Slickblade and 𝗫𝗓𝗄 using only sacred gear, Ocean. The memory of that quest lingered, water ki still humming in their veins at 60% mastery, perfectly balanced with their Scion physiology's green fury. All fiction, now usable twice daily, was a quiet trump card, untested but potent, its reality-warping weight urging restraint. The protagonist had cleaned the backyard barely after Mom's scolding, using dimensional storage to hide the worst of the debris. 35 𝗬𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 the vampire dungeon ticket, and their gear, kinetic glove, weighted training bands, shock-absorbing insoles, waited for the next trial. But today wasn't about gacha pulls or interdimensional jaunts. Today was UA's final exams, the first true crucible of the protagonist's first semester as a hero in training. They pulled on the costume, the black and green bodysuit snug against their Scion-enhanced frame, and checked themselves in the mirror. Scars from the zombie dungeon had faded, thanks to a senzu, but their eyes burned with resolve. The hero-killer arc, Stain's defeat, Ida's redemption, Tensei's resurrection via a once-a-day miracle, had sharpened their purpose. All for one's shadow, the revelation of his paternal betrayal, gnawed at them, but they pushed it aside. Mom's breakfast, miso soup, rice, and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐁𝐵, waited downstairs, her warm smile a tether to normalcy. She advised the protagonist not to push too hard that day, ruffling their hair. The protagonist grinned, hiding the weight of what was coming, assuring her that it was just exams and they had it under control. She didn't know about the system, the Scion BLD, or the cosmic fire of Jean Grey's embrace. Just as well. Heroes carry their burdens alone. The walk to 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗏 was a blur, Mizudafu's streets buzzing with morning commuters. The chatter of classmates greeted the protagonist at the gate, Uraraka's bubbly wave, Ida's precise salute, Todoroki's quiet nod. Bakugo's scowl burned from across the courtyard, his explosion quirk sparking faintly as he muttered about wanting to top the exams. The memory of their clash against All Might flickered, two rivals forced to unite. This time, with gacha powers, the protagonist felt a reckless fire. All fiction could erase defeat itself, but they wouldn't lean on it, not yet. Ocean and Scion Key had to be enough. Class 1A filed into the lecture hall, Aizawa's tired eyes scanning them from the podium. His scarf twitched, a subtle tell of his erasure quirk at the ready. He instructed everyone to settle down, announcing that final exams would start that day. The morning would consist of written tests, followed by practical assessments in the afternoon. He reminded them that they had trained, fought, and bled, and now it was time to prove their worth. His gaze lingered on the protagonist, sharper than usual, as if he sensed the alien ki pulsing beneath their skin. The written exam was grueling, hero law, quirk physics, tactical analysis, but the protagonist's Scion-enhanced mind, honed by Oceanus's primordial clarity, tore through it. 3 hours later, they handed in the paper, confident they had aced it. Bakugo's smirk as he passed suggested he thought the same. Lunch in the cafeteria was a storm of nerves and bravado. Kirishima pounded the table, hyping his manly plan to smash 𝗵𝗵𝗲𝗏. Uraraka fretted over facing 13th's black hole, while Momo buried herself in notes, muttering about Aizawa's tactics. The protagonists chewed their katsu sandwich, half listening, their mind focused on the practical. Memories of Class 1A paired against teachers, with them and Bakugo facing All Might, clashed with the unpredictability of the system. What would it throw at them now? Oceanus rumbled that the sea bends to no one's script and advised readiness. Then the system flared, a neon interface blooming in their vision, unprompted as always. A system notice appeared, declaring that the final exams arc had been detected. A heroic challenge was authorized, with a special condition. The user declared intent to face all pro-hero faculty in combat simultaneously. The objective was to defeat or outlast all opponents, with a reward of enhanced gacha pull S-tier guaranteed and a failure resulting in temporary ability suppression for 24 hours. The user's declaration was required to activate. The protagonist's breath caught. All the pro-heroes, Aizawa, All Might, Midnight, 𝗵𝗵𝗲𝗏, Present Mic, 13, Ectoplasm, Snipe, and more, each a titan in their own right. Canon had them paired, fighting one at a time. This was insanity. But the fire in their chest, Scion pride, hero's resolve, roared. They stood, rattling the table, drawing every eye. They declared that for the practical exam, they didn't care how it was set up. All the pro heroes could fight them at once, and they would win without a doubt. Silence fell, forks clattering. Uraraka gasped in surprise, while Bakugo's explosions scorched the edge of the table, accusing the protagonist of stealing his spotlight. Izawa, lingering by the door, raised an eyebrow, his scarf twitching. The system chimed, confirming that the declaration was accepted and updating the challenge parameters. Prepare for combat in Training Ground Beta at 1300 hours. The arena sprawled like a miniature city, complete with mock buildings, rubble-strewn streets, and pipes leaking just enough for Ocean's regional sense to detect. Class 1A observed from an elevated observation deck, their murmurs a distant hum. The teachers assembled across the field, a lineup that would have made even Izuku tremble. All might, golden hair glinting despite his waning power. Izawa, eyes glowing red with erasure, midnight, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐁𝗄𝐿, coiled, her somnambulist quirks scent wafting, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, concrete slabs rising at his command, present Mike, grinning with sonic menace, 13, black hole aura pulsing, ectoplasm, clones multiplying, snipe, rifle aimed, and Nizu, perched on a mech suit, his high-spec quirk gleaming with strategy. All Might stepped forward, his smile strained yet warm. He expressed that while Izuku's boldness was inspiring, it was also reckless to face them all at once. He suggested withdrawing to revert to paired matches. Izuku shook his head, fists clenching, water keys stirring within him. He was determined to win. Bakugo shouted from the deck, declaring Izuku was doomed, but Izawa's curt command to begin drowned out the noise. The ground erupted as 𝗵𝗵𝗲 summoned concrete walls, boxing Izuku in. Present Mike unleashed a sonic blast, splitting the air and causing Izuku's eardrums to throb. He dodged, drawing water from the pipes, forming a 20-meter shield of pressurized ki that absorbed the sound wave, rippling but holding firm. Izawa's scarf lashed out, erasure flaring. Izuku's scion ki flickered, but Ocean, divine and unbound, surged untouched. He grinned, realizing that this was quirk-based, not ki-based, and thus could not be erased. He countered by summoning a 30-meter torrent from the arena's water sources, pipes, puddles, and even the humid air. The wave crashed, shattering 𝗵𝗵𝗲's walls and forcing him to reform them. Midnight's mist crept in, drowsy and cloying, but Izuku spun a vortex, 15 meters wide, dispersing her somnambulist into harmless vapor. 13's black hole roared, pulling debris and his shield toward its void. He anchored himself, internalizing his scion strength, and redirected the torrent into a maelstrom, countering the suction and flinging rubble back at 13. She staggered, adjusting her suit's output. Ectoplasm's clones rushed him, each wielding ki-disrupting batons. Izuku shifted tactics, Ocean's regional sense locking onto their BLD's moisture. Desiccation kicked in, subtle but crippling, slowing their movements as he shaped WHP thin, diamond-hard tendrils that lashed out. Clones burst into smoke, but ectoplasm spawned more, relentless. Snipe's bullets zipped through the chaos, grazing his shoulder and causing BLD to well. With no senzu available, the quest rules echoed from the last challenge. Only Ocean, unless he dared to use all fiction. Not yet. He pulled deeper, summoning a 40-meter oceanic torrent, its crest infused with primordial weight, crashing over the clones and forcing Snipe to reposition. All Might moved, a blur of speed even in his weakened state. His fist unleashed a shockwave, dispersing Izuku's torrent and sending him skidding across the asphalt. Pain flared, but Oceanus roared, declaring that the sea endures. Izuku tapped into the arena's underground pipes, bursting them in a geyser, water ki forming a 50-meter colossus. A tidal giant, humanoid, its fists crashing down. All Might dodged his grin fierce, praising Izuku's impressive display. He leaped, fist-ped for a Detroit smash. Izuku countered, the colossus splitting into 100 tendrils, each homing in on All Might's ki signature, wrapping around his limbs. All Might broke free, raw power shattering them, but Izuku had bought precious seconds. Izawa's scarf snared Izuku's ankle, yanking him down. His erasure flickered again, ineffective against Ocean's divine essence, but his combat skill was still formidable. Izuku rolled, tendrils slicing the scarf, water keys sensing Aizawa's BLD. Another desiccation pulse slowed him just enough. Midnight struck, her 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗆 cracking against his thigh, flooding his lungs with somnambulist. Vision blurred, but he summoned a microvortex, clearing the air, and launched a water spear, forcing her back. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 rebuilt his walls, now spiked, closing in. Izuku dove into his colossus, swimming through its core like a shark, transforms echo guiding his fluidity. The colossus exploded outward, shattering the spikes and sending cement dust choking the air. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁𝐼's next scream hit like a physical blow, causing BLD to trickle from Izuku's ears. He gritted his teeth, pulling water from his own sweat to form a 5-meter shield to dampen the sound. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏's black hole intensified, skiing his colossus apart. He shifted, channeling ocean into BLD manipulation, not lethal but precise, targeting 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏's suit, flooding its circuits with moisture and shorting it momentarily. She cursed and retreated. 𝗕𝗏's mech fired missiles, heat seekers locking onto his ki. Izuku summoned a 20-meter maelstrom, spinning them off course and detonating harmlessly against a mock building. The fight blurred, hours in his mind, minutes in reality. 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗏's clones swarmed again, Snipes' bullets pinned him, and All Might's punches cratered the ground. His stamina burned low, costume torn, BLD mixing with water ki. Class 1 as cheers, Uraraka's encouragement and Todoroki's calm focus, kept him grounded. He pushed ocean to its limit. A 60-meter oceanic torrent, the arena trembling, waves crashing in a sphere around him, tendrils lashing in all directions. Aizawa dodged, but his scarf caught and shredded. Midnight fell back, her WHP useless against the flood. 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗃's walls crumbled, 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏's suit sparked out, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁𝗏's voice was drowned in the roar. 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗏's clones dissolved, and Snipes' rifle jammed with water. 𝗫𝗍's mech shorted out, the principal chuckling as he bailed. All Might alone stood, battered but unyielding, his smile proud. He encouraged Izuku to make one last push. His United States of Smash loomed, air warping around them. Izuku had one card left, not all fiction, not yet. He summoned Ocean's full might, a primordial maelstrom, 70 meters wide, water ki infused with every drop in the arena, pipes, clouds, his BLD. It roared, a living sea, swallowing All Might's shockwave and wrapping him in a vortex. Izuku sensed his heartbeat, his weakening lungs, and eased the pressure, not to kill, but to hold. All Might struggled, then slumped, nodding once to signal enough. The torrent collapsed, soaking the arena. Izuku fell to his knees, gasping, BLD dripping, but he remained standing. The teachers, battered but unharmed, exchanged glances. Aizawa's voice cut through the tension, declaring it a pass, reckless, but a pass nonetheless. Class 1 erupted in celebration, Uraraka and Iida rushing the field, while Bakugo's comment masked a grudging smirk. All Might clapped Izuku's shoulder, whispering that he was becoming something extraordinary. The system chimed, announcing the challenge was complete, all pro heroes outlasted. A reward of an S-tier gacha pull was granted, with no penalties. The pull was available at his discretion. Izuku staggered to the deck, his classmates swarming around him. Oceanus rumbled, declaring that the tide consumes all, even titans. All fiction pulsed, unused but ready, 2 uses daily, a safety net. The pull waited, but he held off. The aftermath of his clash against U.S. entire pro-hero faculty left training ground beta a sodden ruin, cratered asphalt, shattered mock buildings, and water from his 60-meter oceanic torrent pooling in the rubble. This day had already carved itself into his bones. His reckless declaration to face all the teachers at once, backed by sacred gear, Ocean at 60% mastery, had paid off. No scion physiology, no all fiction, just water ki maelstrom, tendrils, and BLD manipulation had outlasted titans like All Might, Aizawa, and 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗃. His classmates' cheers still echoed in his ears, Uraraka's wide-eyed amazement mingling with Iida's proud salute. Bakugo's scowl was intense, his explosion quirk crackling as he expressed his frustration about a certain classmate. Meanwhile, I had collapsed on the observation deck, battered but resilient, with the Gacha system's neon interface flashing a reward, an S-tier pole waiting to be claimed. As the sun sank lower, casting elongated shadows over the arena, it was Bakugo's moment to shine. The final exams arc was still in progress. My solo gauntlet had been an unusual occurrence, but the rest of Class 1A was engaged in paired or solo matches against their teachers to test their skills. Bakugo, always the independent fighter, had insisted on a solo match, and the faculty had obliged. His opponent, All Might himself, the symbol of peace, though weakened, still a formidable force. I leaned against the railing, my bandaged arm throbbing, 𝗬𝗵𝗶 stored in dimensional storage, and used due to my self-imposed restraint. 35 beans, along with other items, waited, but all fiction and my new pull were my primary focus. I planned to activate it after Bakugo's fight. For now, I observed, listening to Oceanus's voice rumble in my mind, the storm of rage meets the unyielding shore. Observe, young tide. Class 1A buzzed around me, with Kirishima cheering for Bakugo's manly spirit, Momo analyzing tactics, and Todoroki remaining silent but focused. Aizawa, nursing a bruised shoulder from my earlier actions, announced the match from the edge of the field. Katsuki Bakugo vs. All Might. Objective, defeat or escape within 30 minutes. Begin. The system's overlay flickered, no new quest, just a note indicating my challenge was complete. I was to observe my ally's trial for strategic insight. I would learn from Bakugo's fire, even if he would never admit he needed my perspective. The arena had been reset, but remnants of my earlier torrents left puddles and leaking pipes, giving Ocean a subtle advantage if I had needed it. For Bakugo, it was a mixed situation. His explosion quirk thrived in dry heat, but he would adapt. He stood at the center of the field, his hero costume singed from training, gauntlets gleaming. His scowl was fierce, crimson eyes locked on All Might, who stood opposite him, cape fluttering despite his gaunt frame. All Might's voice boomed, warm yet edged, as he urged Bakugo to show his resolve. Bakugo's response was a fierce declaration of intent. The fight began with Bakugo launching into the air, propelled by twin explosions, his palms blazing. All Might blurred forward, closing the distance with a single leap, fist ready for a powerful strike. Bakugo twisted midair, redirecting his trajectory with a blast, narrowly avoiding All Might's attack. The shockwave from their clash cratered the ground, sending debris flying. I gripped the railing, analyzing the situation. Bakugo's speed was impressive, but All Might's raw power was overwhelming. Bakugo needed strategy, not just fury. He landed in a crouch, unleashing a rapid barrage of condensed explosions that pierced the air. All Might absorbed the hits, his grin unwavering as he charged forward with a powerful strike. Bakugo rolled to evade, unleashing a massive blast that created a blinding light and concussive force. All Might was momentarily slowed, but his fist grazed Bakugo's shoulder, sending him crashing into a mock building. Concrete cracked as Bakugo coughed but quickly regained his footing, palms sparking with energy. I observed that Bakugo was not winning in a direct confrontation. Todoroki nodded in agreement, noting that Bakugo's pride was blinding him. All Might was holding back, but even a fraction of his power was formidable. Uraraka expressed her concern, hoping Bakugo could outsmart All Might. I silently agreed, sensing Bakugo's sweat, fuel for his quirk, but also a resource I could have utilized. However, this was not my fight. Bakugo adapted quickly, darting into the urban maze, using buildings for cover and explosions to propel himself from rooftop to rooftop. All Might pursued, slower but relentless, each step shaking the ground. Bakugo's plan became clear: misdirection. He fired a smokescreen of smaller blasts to obscure his position, then ducked into an alley, silencing his quirk. All Might paused, scanning the area, his enhanced senses straining to locate Bakugo. The young hero's voice echoed from an unseen location, declaring his determination to win. Bakugo's distraction was clever. He had rigged a decoy, his spare gauntlet stuffed with sweat-soaked cloth, set to detonate. The explosion mimicked his full power, drawing All Might's attention. As All Might rushed toward the blast, Bakugo emerged from a sewer grate, silent as a shadow, and unleashed his trump card, a point-blank howitzer impact. The spiraling blast hit All Might's back with tremendous force, causing the arena to shake and smoke to billow. All Might staggered forward, coughing, his weakened state evident. Class 1A gasped, with Kirishima cheering for Bakugo. I clenched my fists, impressed but anxious. Bakugo seized the advantage, leaping into the air and firing smaller blasts to keep All Might off balance. However, the symbol of peace quickly recovered, his grin fierce as he countered with a powerful strike that scattered Bakugo's explosions, sending him crashing through a wall. Bakugo rose, blood trickling from his brow, breathing but determined. With 20 minutes remaining, escape was an option, but Bakugo's eyes reflected a longing for victory. He vanished again, using rubble and puddles for cover, while I tracked his movements with my water key sense. All Might's pursuit slowed, his breathing 𝗲𝗄𝗧 as time ran short. Bakugo's final strategy unfolded. He had rigged multiple decoys, small explosive traps hidden in the debris, triggered by motion. As All Might charged, blasts erupted, disorienting him. Bakugo struck from above, launching a barrage of precise shots aimed at All Might's legs to slow him down. The symbol stumbled, one knee buckling, but his fist lashed out, grazing Bakugo's chest and tearing his costume. Bakugo hit the ground hard, barely conscious. The timer ticked down to 5 minutes. Bakugo staggered to his feet, defiance shining in his eyes. He fired one last howitzer impact, weaker but aimed at All Might's face as a distraction. While All Might shielded his eyes, Bakugo sprinted for the escape gate, explosions propelling him just past the boundary as the buzzer sounded. Aizawa's voice crackled over the speakers, declaring Bakugo's escape. The observation deck erupted in cheers, with Kirishima celebrating, Uraraka clapping, and even Todoroki smirking faintly. Bakugo collapsed, breathing, his glare finding me, asserting that this victory did not mean I was better. All Might approached, clapping Bakugo on the shoulder and praising his heart and cunning in battle. Bakugo shrugged him off, but a hint of pride was evident in his smirk. I exhaled, relieved. He had won, barely, through cleverness and determination, not just raw power. It was a lesson for both of us. As the faculty cleared the field and Class 1A dispersed for debriefs, I slipped to a quiet corner of the observation deck, the system's neon interface pulsing. An S-tier poll was available, and my heart raced at the thought of what it could mean after the recent challenges. I nodded, watching as the kaleidoscope spun, galaxies folding, blades glinting, portals tearing reality. It settled, revealing a sleek, obsidian sword in my hand, its edge shimmering with violet light, humming with otherworldly power. The poll result was a dimensional blade, an S-tier weapon forged from multiversal essence. It could cut portals to any dimension, location, or timeline I envisioned. No limits, no energy cost, no cooldown. I gripped the hilt, feeling its perfect balance, the blade singing as I tested its weight with a swing. A faint rift sparked in the air, revealing a glimpse of stars beyond, not Earth 616, but somewhere vast and uncharted. It closed instantly, heart racing. The absence of limits meant I could travel to Qiuo Academy, Earth 616, or even abstract realms. Synergy flashed in my mind, pairing with Ocean for portal-flooded assaults or All Fiction to erase dimensional threats. Oceanus rumbled, advising to wield the blade that could cleave the sea's boundaries wisely. I stored it in dimensional storage, its presence a quiet promise beside the vampire dungeon ticket. As the sun set, painting training ground beta in crimson, Aizawa gathered us for debriefs, his voice clipped yet approving. He acknowledged Bakugo's growth in strategy but cautioned against relying solely on tricks. He listed the matches for tomorrow: Todoroki and Momo versus Aizawa, Uraraka and Aoyama versus 13, but my thoughts wandered. Bakugo's fight demonstrated the power of cunning against overwhelming odds, reflecting my own. Title Gambit. With All Fiction and the dimensional blade enhancing my arsenal, I knew restraint was essential. I wasn't here to rewrite reality or escape to other worlds, I was you, 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 hero, the heart of Class 1A. Back in the dorms, Uriarika plopped down beside me, beaming. She praised our performance, asking how I managed to fight everyone. I scratched my neck, feeling sheepish, and admitted I felt the need to prove something. She laughed and nudged me playfully. Iida joined in, lecturing about strategic audacity, while Todoroki offered a rare compliment, acknowledging my efforts. Bakugo, passing by, scoffed, challenging me to keep up or risk being left behind. His words stung, but his glance conveyed respect. The final exams arc continued, and Class 1's next match was set: Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu versus Eraserhead, Aizawa-sensei. I stood on the observation deck with the rest of Class 1A, the morning chill seeping through my hero costume's torn seams. Uriarika bounced beside me, her breath visible in the cold as she expressed her confidence in Todoroki and Yaoyorozu's abilities. Her optimism was infectious, but I noticed Momo's nervous glance below, her hands fidgeting with her creation quirk book. Todoroki stood stoic, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on Aizawa, who adjusted his capture scarf across the field. Bakugo leaned against the railing, expressing his doubts about Todoroki and urging Momo to stop overthinking. Iida interjected, emphasizing the formidable synergy of the duo while acknowledging Aizawa-sensei's unparalleled tactics. I nodded, my mind racing. Memories of past exams flickered. Todoroki and Momo's challenge against Aizawa was a test of strategy over brute strength, with Aizawa's erasure quirk nullifying their abilities unless they outsmarted him. However, this Aizawa wasn't the cold, distant teacher I remembered. Over the semester, through the USJ Attack, Stain's Chaos, and my own resurrection of Tensei, he had softened, his care for us hidden beneath a gruff exterior. He had pushed me hardest yesterday, but his nod after my victory held pride, not judgment. Now, he faced Todoroki and Momo, and I knew he would tailor the fight to their growth, not just their success. The system remained silent. No quests, no polls. Oceanus, the primordial voice of my sacred gear, stirred faintly, reminding me that the sea watches over us. I leaned forward, my water key sense scanning the arena's moisture, leaking pipes, dew on rubble, ready if needed. But this was their stage. Aizawa stood at the center of the field, goggles glinting, scarf coiling like a living entity. His voice carried, dry but firm, as he set the objective for Todoroki and Yaoyorozu: defeat him or reach the escape gate within 30 minutes. Todoroki's left side flared briefly, frost curling in the air, while Momo adjusted her utility belt, her eyes darting as she calculated. The arena resembled a rebuilt urban sprawl, mock buildings, twisted rebar, and scattered puddles from previous battles, providing Momo with materials to work with and Todoroki with environmental control. Aizawa's erasure was the main obstacle. One glance could nullify their quirks, leaving them to rely on raw skill and teamwork. The buzzer sounded, and Aizawa moved first, his scarf snapping toward Momo like a striking viper. She dove, rolling behind a concrete slab, her creation quirk sparking as she produced a small shield, light yet sturdy. Todoroki reacted instantly, a wave of ice surging from his right side, aiming to pin Aizawa. The teacher's eyes flashed red, hair rising, erasure activated. The ice halted mid-formation, collapsing into slush, and Todoroki's fire side dimmed, leaving him quirkless. Momo's shield remained, but her next attempt, a staff, fizzled as Aizawa's gaze locked onto her. Aizawa barked, vaulting over the slab, his scarf lashing at Todoroki's ankles. Todoroki dodged, his training with endeavor evident in his fluid footwork, but without his quirk, he was merely human, strong, but outmatched. Momo scrambled, pulling a flashbang from her belt, pre-made and safe from erasure, and lobbed it. The burst blinded Aizawa momentarily, his eyes blinking as he adjusted. Todoroki's ice roared back, forming a jagged wall that forced Aizawa to leap back. Seizing the moment, Momo produced a net launcher, firing weighted cords at Aizawa. He spun, scarf deflecting the net, but the distraction allowed Todoroki to close in, aiming a punch without his quirk. Aizawa caught Todoroki's fist, twisting him into a hold, scarf tightening around his arms. He challenged Todoroki, expressing disappointment in relying solely on power. His tone wasn't cruel, sharp, yet laced with a challenge, as if he believed Todoroki could do better. Momo gasped, hesitating, her hand hovering over her book. I clenched the railing, urging her silently to act. Uraraka nudged me, noting Momo's tendency to overthink. I nodded in agreement. Momo's creation was limitless, but her doubt was the real enemy. Todoroki broke free, rolling away as Aizawa's eyes blinked again, erasure's limit, forcing brief pauses. Fire erupted from Todoroki's left side, a controlled burst aimed at Aizawa's feet, scorching the ground. Aizawa vaulted, using his scarf to snare a lamppost for leverage, swinging to flank Momo. She yelped, creation sparking as she hastily tossed a smoke grenade, clouding the air. Aizawa's goggles cut through the haze, his scarf wrapping around Momo's wrist and yanking her forward. Todoroki intervened, ice spiking from the ground, forcing Aizawa to release her or risk being caught. Erasure flashed again, ice crumbling, but Momo took advantage of the moment, producing a bow staff and swinging it at Aizawa's legs. He dodged, but his expression flickered, approval buried deep. Aizawa acknowledged their improvement as he lashed out with his scarf, targeting both students simultaneously. Todoroki took the hit, the scarf binding his chest, while Momo ducked, creation glowing as she formed a small EMP device. She hesitated, glancing at Todoroki, who nodded sharply, encouraging her to proceed. The EMP fired, sending a pulse that disrupted Aizawa's comms and goggles, forcing him to blink. Quirks returned. Todoroki's ice surged, forming a rampart encircling Aizawa, while Momo produced a grappling hook, aiming for the escape gate. Aizawa wasn't finished. His scarf shredded the ice, his agility defying his tired demeanor. He sprinted, closing in on Momo as she swung across the arena, Todoroki covering her with a wave of fire, not to hit Aizawa, but to obscure his line of sight. Erasure faltered, Aizawa blinking rapidly, and Momo landed near the gate, only 50 meters away. Todoroki caught up, forming ice to block Aizawa's next scarf toss. But Aizawa was relentless, vaulting over the shield and landing between them and the gate, stating that it wasn't over yet, his voice low and almost encouraging. His care was evident, not through words, but in the way he fought, encouraging them to grow rather than falter. Momo's hands trembled as she held her book open, but Todoroki's calm voice reached her. He expressed his trust in her, stating that she was the plan. Her eyes widened, doubt flickering, but she nodded as her creation ability ignited, producing a complex device, a sonic disruptor, specifically tuned to Aizawa's hearing range. She threw it, the high-pitched wail forcing him to cover his ears, causing his scarf to drop. Seizing the opportunity, Todoroki combined his fire and ice, creating a steaming mist that concealed them both. They dashed forward, Momo firing another grappling hook while Todoroki propelled her with an ice slide toward the gate. Aizawa quickly regained his composure, using his scarf to snare the hook's rope and yank Momo back. She gasped, but Todoroki's flames roared to life, scorching the edge of the scarf and freeing her. They were now just 20 meters from the gate, with Aizawa closing in fast, his eyes glowing red as his quirks were nullified. This time, Momo acted without hesitation, her creation ability sparked again, producing a simple cloth strip that she tossed at Aizawa's face. He caught it, but the distraction allowed Todoroki to tackle him, momentarily pinning Aizawa with his quirkless strength. Momo sprinted ahead, reaching the gate, with Todoroki just behind her. Aizawa broke free, his scarf lashing out, but the buzzer sounded. They had crossed the line. Aizawa, breathing and with his scarf now limp, acknowledged their teamwork with a softened gaze, stating that they had worked together well. Momo exhaled, tears of relief welling in her eyes, while Todoroki offered her a rare smile, giving her shoulder a reassuring clap. She had succeeded. The deck erupted in cheers. Uraraka was celebrating, Kirishima was fist-pumping, and even Bakugo grunted his approval. Izuku grinned, feeling his heart swell. Aizawa cared, pushing them to shine rather than fail. His nod to them mirrored the pride he had shown Izuku the day before, unspoken but genuine. After the match, The observation deck buzzed as 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝐷 and Momo rejoined their classmates. With Momo clutching her book, her confidence renewed. She expressed her pride in their achievement, while 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝐷 praised her leadership. Aizawa's voice carried through the comms as he debriefed, noting 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝐷's improving balance of fire and ice but cautioning him not to rely solely on power. He also warned Momo that her hesitation had nearly cost them, urging her to trust her instincts. His tone was gruff yet infused with belief in their potential. He cared deeply, even if he would never voice it. Class 1A dispersed for lunch, with the next matches, Uraraka and Aoyama against 13, scheduled for the afternoon. Izuku lingered, observing Aizawa adjust his scarf, his tired eyes scanning the arena. Aizawa fought to teach, not to crush, a departure from the harsher eraser head of the canon. Izuku's own fight the previous day, overwhelming the faculty with Ocean's Tides, felt like a distant memory. The dimensional blade in storage whispered of possibilities, portals to anywhere, paired with Ocean's floods or all fiction's erasure. But today, he was simply Izuku, the anchor of Class 1A, cheering for his friends. In the cafeteria, Momo sat beside him, her usual poise returning. She shared that his fight had inspired her to keep pushing forward. Izuku felt a flush of warmth, scratching his neck as he complimented her and 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁 on their performance. Momo smiled, a rare softness in her expression. 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 joined them, his quiet presence providing a steadying influence. Nearby, Bakugo snorted, teasing Momo, but his glance at 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 held a hint of respect rather than rivalry. The system remained silent, with no new polls or quests. Oceanus rumbled, affirming that the sea strengthens its allies and that Izuku's tide lifts them. He nodded internally, sipping his juice, his thoughts drifting to the upcoming camp, the looming threat of the League and all for one's shadow. His powers, Scion Physiology at 60%, Ocean matched, all fiction, and the blade, were ready, but Class 1A was his true strength. Aizawa's care, 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁's balance, Momo's growth, and Bakugo's grit would carry them through. As the afternoon approached, Izuku stood and stretched, ignoring the tears in his costume. No senzu yet, not for pride's sake. Uraraka bounced over, nervous yet eager, asking for tips on facing 13. Izuku smiled, recalling his knowledge of canon and his own experiences. He advised her to anchor herself against 13's black hole or use ranged attacks, assuring her that she and Aoyama could outmaneuver her. Determination ignited in her eyes as she nodded. Iida approached, lecturing about strategic preparation, while 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 observed silently, a flicker of fire dancing at his side. Aizawa called them back to the deck, his voice cutting through the chatter. He announced that the next matches would begin in 1 hour, urging them to prepare. His eyes met Izuku's, a flicker of trust passing between them. Aizawa recognized Izuku's efforts to push the class forward, just as he had with 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 and Momo. The final exams arc was not over, but they were forging heroes, one fight at a time. The final exams arc had everyone on edge, Izuku's solo rampage against the faculty 2 days prior, Bakugo's gritty escape from All Might yesterday, and 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 and Momo's strategic victory over Aizawa that morning. Yet, as Class 1A gathered on the observation deck for the next match, Izuku's thoughts drifted not to quirks or tactics but to Momo Yaoyorozu. She stood beside him, her ponytail swaying gently in the breeze, her hero costume, a sleek, form-fitting bodysuit of white and navy, fitting her perfectly, causing his cheeks to heat despite the chill. Yesterday's fight had ignited something within her, confidence, a spark in her dark eyes when she thanked him for the inspiration. They had shared laughter late into lunch, discussing her doubts about creation and his words about finding balance. Now, as Aizawa announced the match, Uraraka and Aoyama against 13, beginning in 5 seconds, her hand brushed against his, an accidental yet electric touch. She murmured his name, her voice soft yet firm, asking if they could talk somewhere quiet after the match. His heart raced, instincts flaring, and he agreed without hesitation. Below, Uraraka and Aoyama took their positions in the arena, a reconstructed labyrinth of mock streets, remnants of prior battles scattered like forgotten debris, puddles remaining from his earlier torrents. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃 bounced on her toes, her cheeks flushed with determination, ready to unleash her zero-gravity quirk. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 struck a pose, his navel laser glinting under his cape, but something in his sparkling eyes felt off. Too sharp, too calculated. Whispers had circulated in the dorms about 𝐒𝐽𝐫's late-night absences and evasive smiles. The shadow of the League of Villains loomed larger since Stain, and All for One's betrayal gnawed at him. He dismissed the thought. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 was one of them. Still, Oceanus rumbled uneasily, warning him to watch for undercurrents. 13 stood opposite them, her black astronaut suit bulky yet graceful, the helmet's visor obscuring her kind eyes. Her black hole quirk, capable of skiing in air, matter and life itself, made her a gentle giant turned formidable in combat. She encouraged the students to demonstrate their heroism, promising to hold nothing back. The buzzer sounded, and the fight began. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃 was the first to move, a blur of pink and determination as she touched a chunk of rubble, concrete the size of a car, and activated zero gravity. The debris floated upward, transforming into a makeshift meteor aimed at 13. She urged 𝐒𝐽𝐫 to act, her gloves gleaming as she prepared another touch. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 twirled, firing his laser in a cantilevered beam, his navel sparkling as the purple ray twisted midair to avoid hitting 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃, slicing toward 13's flank. The hero raised her right arm, her black hole humming to life. Air warped around them, creating a vortex that pulled the floating rubble into its grasp, reducing it to dust before it could make contact. 𝐒𝐽𝐫's laser curved, drawn toward the singularity, fizzling harmlessly at the event horizon. 13 advanced, her steps deliberate, left arm extended to control the pole's radius. She noted the good start but found it predictable. The vortex widened, tugging at 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃's feet, attempting to drag her in. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃 planted her hands on the ground, touching the asphalt to float a section beneath her, propelling herself upward like a skateboard in zero gravity. She declared it was not her day, somersaulting midair, touching 3 rebar spikes from the debris, and launching them like javelins. They spiraled toward 13, gravity null, silent, and swift. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 seized the moment, firing a rapid series of laser pulses, short bursts, each a glittering arc, aiming for 13's helmet to blind her sensors. The hero twisted, the black hole shifting to her left, skinging 2 javelins into oblivion. The third grazed her shoulder pauldron, clanging off. 𝐒𝐽𝐫's laser caught her off guard, one pulse hitting the visor directly, sparking across the opaque surface. 13 staggered, her pull faltering for a heartbeat, the vortex sputtering. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃 cheered, landing lightly and touching the ground again, floating a massive steel beam from a collapsed mock wall. It rose ponderously, then rocketed forward, end over end. 13 recovered, her suit's servos whirring as she amplified the black hole. The beam bent mid-flight, metal groaning as it was drawn in, compressing into a fist-sized nugget before vanishing. But the effort cost her. Her arm trembled slightly, the suit's power draw evident in the faint hum of cooling fans. She praised their adaptation, her voice steady but strained, noting that teamwork meant covering weaknesses. She lunged, closing the 20-meter gap with surprising speed for her bulk, retracting the vortex to swipe at 𝐒𝐽𝐫 with her left gauntlet. He yelped, cape flaring dramatically as he backpedaled, firing his laser point-blank into her chest plate. Sparks flew, scorching the fabric, but 13 pressed on, her gauntlet clipping his shoulder, sending him tumbling into a puddle. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃 dove in, touching 𝐒𝐽𝐫 to float him out of harm's way, his body lifting weightlessly, cape billowing like a defeated flag. She assured him she had him, setting him down gently, but 13 was on her, the black hole reigniting, pulling 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃's boots toward the ground. Asphalt cracked as 𝗬𝗧𝗃 slid forward, fingers scrabbling for purchase. She touched her own gloves desperately, floating herself upward, but the pull tugged at her ponytail and skirt, disorienting her. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 rose, shaking off the hit, his sparkle dimmed by a bruise blooming on his cheek. He remarked on how close that was, firing again, lasers crisscrossing to box 13 in, but she ducked low, the beams scorching the air above her helmet. 10 minutes in, the tide turned. 13 synced her movements, the black hole pulsing in controlled bursts, skiing in Uraraka's projectiles before they launched, compressing Aoyama's lasers into harmless plasma orbs. Uraraka breathed, sweat beading on her brow, her quirk's nausea creeping in from overuse. She urged Aoyama for a plan B, noting that 13 was too strong up close. Aoyama nodded, his usual flare cracking, eyes flicking to the observation deck. Too quick, too secretive. As the traitor planted by All for One, his loyalty was a fractured mirror, forced espionage for the League, whispers of U.S. secrets funneled to Shigaraki. But here, desperation clawed at him. They couldn't lose, not when the League of Villains' eyes watched from the shadows. 13 closed in, her visor cracked from Aoyama's earlier hit, revealing a glimpse of her focused gaze. She acknowledged their progress, asserting that heroes do not falter. She extended both arms, dual black holes forming, one pulling at Uraraka's feet, the other yanking Aoyama's cape, drawing them together like iron filings. Uraraka released her touch too late, slamming into Aoyama, both tumbling in a heap. The pull intensified, debris swirling around them, the air thinning as oxygen fed the voids. Uraraka gagged, nausea hitting full force, while Aoyama's laser fizzled, his navel gem overheating. It felt hopeless. 13 loomed, her suit humming with power, the escape gate 100 meters away, blocked by her unyielding form. That's when they played dirty, instinct, survival, the edge heroes rarely crossed. Aoyama whispered, his voice low and laced with cunning. It was time for Uraraka to distract and strike. She hesitated, her round eyes widening. Uraraka, the girl who would float puppies to save them, now facing the moral gray. But defeat meant failure, and failure meant no camp, no growth, no path to rescue her parents from debt. She nodded, stomach twisting. Uraraka feigned a stumble, crying out that she couldn't hold on. She touched the ground dramatically, floating a cloud of dust and pebbles toward 13, the debris swirling into a blinding haze. 13 turned slightly, the black hole shifting to 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐵, her focus split for a moment, visor scanning for the real threat. That was the opening. Aoyama lunged from the shadows of a half-collapsed wall, his pose abandoned for raw desperation. His boot connected with 13's helmet face, a sharp, metallic clang, the kick aimed at the cracked visor, spiderwebbing it further. 13 recoiled, a gasp escaping her modulator, her suit's balance servos whining as she staggered back. In that heartbeat of distraction, Uraraka struck. She released the dust float mid-pole, lunging forward on all fours, fingers brushing 13's boot. Zero gravity activated, the hero's massive frame lifting suddenly, weightless, flailing. 13's arms windmilled, black holes deactivating as she fought for control, her suit's thrusters firing erratically. She floated upward, 5 meters, then 10, the arena's ceiling looming. Shock laced her voice as she realized her own pupils were the ones attacking her. Aoyama capitalized, firing his laser upward in a sustained beam, the purple ray lancing through the air to clip 13's thruster pack. Sparks erupted, one engine coughing out, sending her spinning lazily in zero gravity. Uraraka touched the ground again, floating herself up to match height, then released, dropping like a stone onto 13's back, pinning her midair. She whispered an apology, guilt cracking her voice, but resolve stealing her. Together, they wrestled the hero down, Aoyama's lasers providing covering fire against any counterpull. 13 struggled, her gauntlets grasping for purchase, but without gravity's anchor, she was adrift, pulled toward the escape gate by Uraraka's clever redirection of a floating rebar pole as a makeshift tow line. They crossed the boundary as the timer hit 28 minutes, 13 touching down lightly once Uraraka released her. The hero straightened, visor fractured but intact, her voice steady despite the bruise forming under her suit. She acknowledged their unorthodox but effective strategy, reminding them that heroism has lines, don't cross them lightly. Uraraka landed, cheeks burning with shame and triumph, while Aoyama struck a shaky pose, his heart pounding with the thrill of deception. From the deck, Class 1A cheered, Kirishima exclaiming it was hardcore, Ida protesting about honorable combat, but Aoyama's eyes flickered with a deeper concern. Oceanus growled, "Shallow waters hide predators." Izuku felt a gentle whisper of her name, a soft caress that lingered in the air. Witnessing his fight the previous day, she found it impossible to stop thinking about him. Words eluded her as action took over. He closed the distance between them, framing her face with his hands, her porcelain skin contrasting with his calloused palms, as he leaned in for a kiss. It was not hesitant but rather deep and claiming. Their lips met firmly, and with gentle pressure he parted her lips, which yielded instantly. The sound of her gasp melted into a sigh, her mouth opening like a flower, inviting him in. He explored her sweetness, tasting the mint from her gum and the faint tang of adrenaline from the morning's battle. She responded in kind, their tongues meeting in a tentative dance that quickly ignited into fervor, twining and exploring the warmth of her mouth. Time blurred in that kiss, stretching like the moments in the zombie dungeon. He angled his head, deepening their connection, his tongue curling against hers in slow, deliberate sweeps, teasing the roof of her mouth before retreating, allowing her to chase him, only to plunge back in. Momo made a soft sound that vibrated through him, her hands clutching the collar of his hero costume, pulling him closer. Her body pressed against him, her curves yielding to his scion frame, their bodies instinctively aligning in rhythm. He gently essayed on her lower lip, nipping it before soothing it with his tongue, eliciting a sound that resonated deep within him. Their breaths mingled, warm and slick, as they synced in a ragged harmony. As the kiss continued, he trailed his mouth downward, nipping at her jaw and throat, leaving a mark just below her ear that drew another gasp from her. Her voice was breathy and pleading, and his hands roamed, expertly unzipping her costume's front, revealing the swell of her form, perfectly shaped and flushed with color. He cupped one side, his thumb circling the peak, before lowering his head. What followed was a devotion that felt endless. He began by claiming one side, his lips parting around her, his tongue flicking before he with a firm pull that drew a soft from her. She arched into him, her hand threading into his hair, holding him close. He lavished attention on her, swirling his tongue around, grazing with just enough pressure to elicit sweet sensations, then skiing again in a relentless rhythm. The flavor of her skin drove him, his scion's stamina boundless. After a while, he sucked sides, giving equal attention to the other, teasing and enveloping, drawing out her reactions. Her breaths grew heavier, and he alternated between them, his mouth hopping back and forth, his hands never idle. The room filled with the sounds of their connection, the creaking of wood, and the soft gasps that escaped her lips. As time passed, he buried his face between them, tracing the valley and skiing with a fervor that made her cries peak. Eventually, they collapsed together, her head resting on his shoulder, their breaths mingling in the aftermath. She expressed her awe at the experience, her hands trembling as she zipped up her costume. He kissed her forehead, a flicker of guilt crossing his mind, but joy quickly took over as he told her how incredible she was. The door opened to cheers, marking the victory of Uraraka and Aoyama. 13 debriefed them, her tone forgiving as she noted that while dirty tactics might win battles, true heroes win hearts. Uraraka beamed, her guilt fading in the face of triumph, while Aoyama sparkled, his hidden ties to the League a thorn in the back of his mind. Momo slipped back into the room first, her cheeks flushed, and she exchanged a knowing smile with him. The class swarmed around them, Bakugo's teasing remark about their luck drowned out by Kirishima's excitement. As evening fell, doubt crept in. Aoyama's earlier actions replayed in his mind, calculated and cruel. Oceanus had warned him that treachery often lurked behind shallow smiles. The looming training camp and the sharpening claws of the League weighed heavily on him. His powers, Ocean, Scion Ki, and the blade, were shields, but the fractures within Class 1A posed a true test. With Momo's warmth still lingering, he steeled himself. Heroes endure. The final exams arc had become a whirlwind of revelations and triumphs. His title conquest against the faculty, Bakugo's clever escape from All Might, Todoroki and Momo's strategic dance with Aizawa, and Uraraka and Aoyama's gritty win over 13. Each match etched deeper into them, forging Class 1A into something unbreakable, or so he hoped. 𝐒𝐻𝐈𝐺𝐼𝐺 traitorous glint from his knowledge gnawed at him, a secret buried since he overheard All Might's whispers weeks ago. But 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃. No shadows there. He was the class clown, the spark of levity amidst the storm, his electrification quirk a flashy counter to his dim-witted charm. They clustered on the observation deck, the chill air nipping at their hero costumes, his still torn from his earlier frenzy, while Momo's warmth lingered like a secret ember on his skin. Uraraka bounced beside him, her cheeks rosy from victory, oblivious to the undercurrents he sensed. She wondered aloud if Kaminari and Mina could outsmart Nizu, her optimism a soothing balm. Yet, his water key sense tingled, sensing faint electrical hums in the air, laced with something sharper. Oceanus rumbled low, warning him of hidden currents. Bakugo snorted from the railing, arms crossed, expressing his doubts about Kaminari. Aizawa's voice crackled over the comms, his scarf still frayed from Momo's traps, announcing the next match. Kaminari Denki and Ishido Mina versus Principal Nizu, with the objective to defeat or escape within 30 minutes. Nizu's high-spec quirk made him a tactical challenge, adapt or fail. Below, Nizu sat in his custom mech suit, a sleek exoskeleton of alloy and sensors, no larger than a fox but radiating intelligence like a supernova. His beady eyes sparkled behind the visor, paws gliding over holographic controls. He addressed the students, eager to make the experience educational, announcing that he would deploy every trick in his arsenal and encourage them to showcase their ingenuity. Denki struck a pose, his yellow-streaked hair wild beneath his visor, sparks flickering from his fingertips. He was ready to charge up, calling out to Mina to join him in their mission. Mina grinned, her pink skin shimmering under the lights, her acid quirk bubbling at her palms as she flexed her horned head. She was determined to help Denki take down their opponent. The buzzers sounded, and the arena, a reconfigured maze of elevated platforms, pressure plates, and automated turrets, erupted into action. Nizu moved first, his mech suit's treads humming as it zipped across the ground, holographic emitters projecting decoys, 3 identical Nizus, each barking orders in perfect sync. He commanded them to flank and contain their opponents. The turrets whirred to life, firing non-lethal RBB rounds in calculated patterns, forcing Denki to take cover behind a barrier. He dodged with a burst of electricity, shorting one turret with his quirk's impressive voltage. However, Nizu anticipated his moves, leaping to a platform and deploying a net launcher designed to ground Denki's charge. Mina countered by sliding on a trail of acid that corroded the net midair, turning it into sludge. She celebrated her success, but Nizu acknowledged her skill, stating that preparation was key. His mech fired countermeasures, foam dispensers releasing alkaline neutralizers that bubbled against Mina's acid, creating a slippery fog that hindered her movement. Denki broke cover, unleashing a wide-area discharge that fried 2 turrets and shorted a decoy. The real Nizu dodged with remarkable precision, his suit's AI plotting trajectories faster than thought. As the fight progressed, Mina melted a path through a barricade, her acid boots gripping the residue for traction, while Denki charged a concentrated bolt aimed at Nizu's sensor array. Nizu parried with a deployable shield, causing the bolt to glance off and temporarily overload Denki's quirk, leaving him dazed and confused. Mina quickly dragged him behind cover as Nizu advanced, deploying drones to scan for weaknesses. Nizu analyzed their situation, noting Denki's overload was predictable and calculating Mina's acid's pH level. He deployed alkaline foam that sizzled against Mina's skin, forcing her back as the drones swarmed, zapping them with low-voltage tasers and herding them toward a kill zone. With the escape gate 150 meters away, blocked by Nizu's evolving defenses, desperation set in. Denki realized that they were at a disadvantage, feeling the pressure of his past decisions weighing on him. He whispered to Mina, suggesting a risky plan to distract Nizu while she targeted his mech. Mina hesitated, knowing her acid quirk was typically playful, but the stakes were high. She agreed, understanding the importance of the moment. Denki feigned another overload, stumbling into the open and drawing Nizu's focus. The principal's mech pivoted, sensors locking onto him as Mina circled low, corroding a hidden seam in the arena floor. She sprayed a concentrated glob at 𝗍𝗂𝐻 treads, but he countered with a foam burst. In a moment of desperation, Denkhi threw gravel at 𝗍𝗂𝐻's visor, smearing the sensors and forcing a recalibration. Mina seized the opportunity, launching an acid vial directly at the mech's joint servos, causing one leg to lock mid-stride. 𝗍𝗂𝐻 acknowledged the unsportsmanlike tactic but was impressed by their adaptation. As 𝗍𝗂𝐻's drones swarmed to repair the damage, Denkhi surged forward, secretly recharging his quirk. He grabbed a drone mid-air, crushing it and jamming its taser prongs into the mech's exposed wiring, sending a surge of electricity back at 𝗍𝗂𝐻. Sparks erupted as the mech shuddered, systems failing in a cascade. 𝗍𝗂𝐻 ejected in a puff of smoke, landing unharmed but scrambling for cover. Mina took advantage of the moment, sliding in on the acid residue and tripping him mid-dodge. Denkhi followed, accidentally discharging a low-voltage zap into the ground near 𝗍𝗂𝐻, numbing his limbs. As they pressed their advantage, 𝗍𝗂𝐻 paused and conceded with a bow as they crossed the gate at 27 minutes. He acknowledged their ingenuity, albeit unorthodox, and encouraged them to reflect on the cost of such tactics. Mina high-fived Denkhi, guilt flickering in her eyes, while he sparkled with excitement, knowing he had secured another report for his secretive allies. As the arena cleared, a familiar neon flare appeared in Izuku's vision, the Gacha system, silent since the last trial. The system confirmed that he had transcended foundational challenges, achieving a new level of power. However, as the interface fractured, he felt a mix of panic and peace. The abilities remained, but the system that had guided him was gone. He found Achiko by the deck's edge, gazing at the stars. He called to her, inviting her to join him on his next journey. Somewhere peaceful, just the two of them. Her eyes sparkled as she took his hand, expressing her longing to be anywhere with him. The dimensional blade appeared from storage, its obsidian edge humming softly. He made a swift motion, creating a portal, a violet rift leading to an empty dungeon, a vast, timeless void echoing with the remnants of a zombie ticket, where real-world time stood still at 2 seconds while infinite moments awaited inside. They stepped through, the tear sealing behind them, granting them eternity. The dungeon was a perfect nothingness, a starlit expanse with a floor of soft mist, the air warm and fragrant with cherry blossoms he conjured with his lingering ki. Her eyes widened at the sight, her hero costume, pink and black, practical yet feminine, fluttering in the gentle breeze. He drew her close, his heart racing, feeling the system's ghost fade in her warmth. It was theirs, an infinite time without a world to save, just the two of them. Their kiss began slowly, then grew more intense. He cradled her face, his thumbs brushing over her freckles like constellations, leaning in for a tender touch of their lips before pressing firmly. She sighed, parting her mouth slightly, and he explored gently, teasing until she opened fully. Time melted away in a warm embrace, their connection deepening as he savored her essence, sweet and filled with her unique spirit. Their tongues danced together, first shyly, then with growing confidence, intertwining in a rhythm that spoke volumes. He angled closer, deepening their connection, exploring every inch with a sense of wonder. Their breaths mingled, her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. Minutes passed in a blissful haze, their movements becoming more fervent, the world around them fading into the background. Eventually, he pulled back slightly, their foreheads touching, both breathing heavily, her lips slightly swollen and shining. A new yearning stirred within him. He expressed a longing to cherish her, gently unzipping her costume to reveal her midriff, toned and inviting. She shivered in response, nodding as he knelt, his lips brushing against her skin, trailing soft kisses from her ribs to her hips. He lavished attention on her navel, savoring the warmth of her skin, eliciting gasps as he explored deeper. His focus remained on her navel, his tongue dancing in teasing circles, drawing her essence in rhythmic pulls. Time slipped away as he alternated between gentle caresses and deeper explorations, her breaths hitching in response. The connection between them deepened, her body responding instinctively to his touch. Finally, he turned his attention to her chest, peeling back her costume to reveal modest curves, her skin warm against his hands. He cupped one gently, his mouth descending to explore, savoring the taste of her as he lavished attention on both sides, alternating between them with fervor. Their shared breaths filled the air, the connection between them growing more intense. They collapsed into the mist, their bodies entwined. He whispered his love for her, feeling the weight of his emotions lift as he spoke. Her eyes sparkled in response, and she returned his feelings with equal fervor. Though they had infinite time in this moment, reality awaited them outside the dungeon, where challenges loomed. The final exam's arc had tested them in ways they never expected, forging bonds through trials against their faculty and peers. Yet, his heart remained anchored in the memory of her confession, the sweetness of their shared moments lingering in his mind. Love grounded him, but the absence of the gacha system left a void he needed to fill. His sacred gear thrummed with potential, his powers yearning for growth. He needed to push beyond his limits, striving for the pinnacle of his abilities. The exams were not yet complete, and the looming threat of all for one added urgency to his quest for strength. He slipped away from the dorms, the night sky dotted with stars, his hero costume clinging to him as he made his way to a secluded rooftop. There, he summoned the dimensional blade, its edge humming with energy. He envisioned it, void like the zombie dungeon, barren and infinite, a space for breaking limits. With a swift motion, he created a portal to a dimensionless expanse, stepping through as the rift sealed behind him, leaving the world of 𝗵𝘃𝗃 frozen in time. The dungeon was a vast, featureless plain, gray mist beneath him and a starless void above. The air pulsed with latent energy, resonating with his scion ki. No walls, no horizon, just an open space to unleash his fury. He centered himself, ready to embrace the storm within. Scion physiology at 60% granted incredible strikes, jet speed flight, and an internalized aura for sensing and stamina. The goal was to achieve the legendary Super Scion form, a manifestation of Broly's immense power, which was 1,000 times the base strength. The journey from 60% to 100% involved string control, unlocking the transformation, and reserving it for emergencies. This was a personal challenge, a battle against oneself. Phase 1. Aura calibration began with the fundamentals, internalizing a green aura to refine ki flow. With eyes closed, the energy surged within, wild and volcanic, the essence of Broly intertwined in the Scion BLD. At 60%, the energy fluctuated like a river bursting its banks. Focusing on slow breaths, 𝗕𝗫𝗄 was channeled into the chaos, weaving water ki through the green flames, creating a stabilizing thread. The aura flared outward, casting a green light that shook the misty ground. Overwhelmed, nerves stung and muscles twitched. Adjusting for precision, mastery was dialed to 65%, the aura steady and controlled. Hours passed unnoticed, with repetitions of flaring and retracting, each 𝗬𝗄𝐴 becoming smoother, the ki responding like a finely tuned instrument. Mock targets were summoned, ki constructs resembling Nomu, their jagged signatures etched in memory. Strikes at 65% created craters in the mist, shockwaves rippling outward. The raw power needed refinement, blending finesse, water ki-coated fists, transforming blunt force into slicing waves. Constructs shattered and control improved, 66%, 67%. Sweat poured down, stamina waning, but determination pushed forward, visualizing All Might's United States of Smash, Stain's blades, and all for one shadow. Each punch, kick, and elbow strike honed the aura's edge, sharpening the green ki to a blade-like focus. At 70%, the flow of BLD could be sensed, ki amplifying reflexes to dodge imagined counterattacks, the body a blur in the void. Phase 2. Power escalation saw mastery increase, but raw power lagged behind. The goal was to HRS Broly's fury without losing control. Flight drills commenced, launching skyward with jet speed bursts, breaking sound barriers at 60%. At 75%, the effort intensified, ki flaring to propel spiraling arcs, the void blurring like a cosmic storm. Ocean's torrents were summoned mid-flight, forming 60-meter waves infused with green ki, crashing against constructs, hundreds now, scaled to all might strength, shattering them in controlled bursts. The effort drained energy, muscles protesting, but a 𝗧𝗵𝗵 restored stamina and ki. Hybrid strikes escalated. At 80%, ocean's tendrils were woven into ki blasts, green orbs wrapped in water ki, homing in on targets with precision. Constructs multiplied into thousands, resembling a horde from a zombie dungeon. Diving through them, fists trailed water ki, punches splitting into tendrils that pierced through defenses. Each hit pushed mastery higher, 81%, 82%, ki efficiency doubled, stamina extended. Environmental control was summoned, creating 70-meter maelstrom, green aura spiraling their cores, shredding constructs in whirlwinds of water and ki. At 85%, ki fluctuations across the dungeon's expanse were sensed, dodging phantom attacks and countering with ki-charged kicks that leveled imagined cityscapes. Pain crept in, bones creaked under power surges, BLD vessels strained. Another 𝗧𝗵𝗵 was consumed, and mastery reached 90%. The legendary form flickered, green aura spiking, eyes glowing emerald, hair tingling with potential. Control was prioritized. Visualizing Broly's rampage, raw and planet-shaking, fists slammed into the mist, shockwaves cracking the void's fabric. Ocean's 𝗕𝗫𝗄𝗏 anchored the energy, water ki cooling the rage and keeping the mind clear. At 95%, strikes shook the dungeon like earthquakes, ki blasts vaporizing constructs in brilliant flashes. Speed increased to Mach 10, weaving through self-created storms, tendrils lashing from the aura like living 𝗕𝗶𝗍𝗄𝗏. Phase 3, Transformation Unleashed approached. At 98%, the barrier loomed, full mastery of the legendary Super Saiyan awaited. Standing amidst swirling mist, the energy erupted, the green aura roaring into a pillar, causing the void to tremble. The body burned, muscles swelled, eyes glowed emerald as hair spiked wildly, tinged with green light. The transformation hit, the legendary Super Saiyan form, Broly's essence, 1,000 times the base strength. Power surged like a tidal wave of raw ki, threatening to overwhelm. A roar echoed through the dungeon, summoning ocean's full might, 100-meter torrents flooding the void, water ki weaving into the green storm, anchoring sanity. Testing the transformation with restraint, a single ki-focused punch vaporized a swarm of constructs, the blast wave rippling like a supernova. Flight reached godlike speeds, the void blurring into streaks of light, the body untouchable. Maelstrom were shaped with thought, tendrils slicing with ki-edged precision, each move a fusion of Saiyan wrath and primordial flow. Mastery locked at 100%. The legendary form was now accessible at will, 1,000-fold power reserved for emergencies. The aura dimmed, the body trembled but remained intact. Oceanus boomed, declaring the connection to the sea's wrath and the storm's heart. Time in the dungeon felt infinite, yet only 2 seconds passed outside. Exhaling, sweat-soaked, the aftershock of the transformation faded. The goal was achieved. Saiyan physiology at 100%, the legendary Super Saiyan 𝗵𝗏, with ocean's balance as its tether. All fiction and the dimensional blade awaited, untouched but ready. The blade was drawn, a portal tearing back to 𝐴's rooftop, stepping through as the rift sealed, Mizudafu's skyline unchanged, stars steady. Returning to you, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗏. The rooftop was silent, the city's hum grounding. The costume lay in tatters, but the body felt reborn. Ki limitless, control absolute. The exams were not over, but the bonds of Class 1A and Izuku's love provided strength. Aoyama's betrayal loomed, and the shadow of the training camp darkened with all for one's threat. However, the legendary form remained an ace, reserved for crises. Not now, not yet. Slipping back to the dorms, classmates slept, unaware of the infinite grind. Tomorrow brought more matches, Kirishima, Sato, and others, then the camp. Lying in bed, the blade stored away, ocean hummed, Saiyan ki a quiet storm. The system was gone, but wholeness remained. A hero without a doubt. The next match approached, Minoru Mineta and 𝗵𝗏 versus Namuri Kiyama, Midnight, the R-rated hero. Her somnambulist quirk could drop armies into slumber. Mineta, The pint-sized character with his pop-off quirk sticky ball bounced on his toes below, his helmet gleaming. 𝗧𝗏, the laid-back tape dispenser, cracked his elbows, ready to swing them to victory. He expressed confidence, urging Mineta to act before Midnight could unleash her powers. Mineta, wide-eyed with excitement, viewed the match as a dream come true or a nightmare. Nearby, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 giggled nervously, her hand brushing against another's. She sought reassurance about their chances. But Kugo scoffed, hoping Mineta wouldn't let his excitement lead to failure. Todoroki nodded, while Momo analyzed tactics in her notebook. Aizawa's voice broke through the comms, weary from the day's toll. He announced the matchup, emphasizing the objective to defeat or escape within 30 minutes. Midnight struck a pose across the field, her outfit accentuating her figure, a 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 coiled at her hip, her pheromone missed a latent threat. With a sultry tone, she encouraged the challengers to show their skills. As the buzzer sounded, the arena transformed into a dimly lit mock red light district, complete with alleyways, velvet curtains, and fog machines, enveloping them in the challenge. The fight, Mineta and 𝗧𝗏 versus Midnight, commenced, with 𝗧𝗏 moving like a spider, launching tape strands to swing from a lamppost, pulling Mineta along in a makeshift 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐴. Up and away, buddy. Keep her at range. 𝗧𝗏's quirk elongated, adhesive tape stretching across a narrow alley, forming a sticky net to block Midnight's path. Mineta clung to his back, popping off purple spheres from his scalp, pop-off ball, bouncy and unyielding, hurling them like grenades to create a minefield on the ground. He declared that she wouldn't get past his sticky situation. The ball scattered, adhering to the asphalt, ready to trip or trap. Midnight laughed, her voice echoing off the faux brick walls, her 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐵 cracking with authority. She advanced with predatory grace, the air shimmering as her quirk began to seep, a faint, floral mist laced with sleep-inducing pheromones, invisible yet insidious. She remarked on the boy's enthusiasm, suggesting that she knew how to handle sticky situations. With a swift motion, she lashed her 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐵, slicing through 𝗧𝗏's tape net with precision, the strands fluttering down like severed threads. 𝗧𝗏 countered mid-swing, firing a fresh line to yank a street sign free, hurling it like a battering ram. Midnight sidestepped, her body twisting gracefully, the sign embedding in a wall inches from her thigh. Mineta detached, tumbling to a fire escape, launching a barrage of ball arcing toward her like purple hail. They stuck to her 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐵 mid-swing, gumming the leather and forcing her to shake it free. She teased him about the grape flavor, blowing a kiss as the mist intensified, the pheromone fog rolling thicker, carrying a sweet, hypnotic scent. 𝗧𝗏 inhaled shallowly, swinging higher to evade, but the mist clung to his tape, weighing it down. He struggled to breathe, feeling as if he were inhaling cotton. He fired a zip line toward the escape gate, 200 meters away through twisting alleys, but Midnight vaulted onto a balcony, her nails raking the tape and severing it with sharp precision. 5 minutes in, momentum shifted. 𝗧𝗏 looped back, tape forming a cocoon around a dumpster, launching it as a projectile. Midnight shattered it with a 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐵 crack, shards flying, but the distraction allowed Mineta to close in, scuttling low like a crab, ball popping to form a human ladder up a wall. He perched above, raining spheres onto her path. One clipped her boot, sticking to her heel, and she stumbled, cursing playfully. She acknowledged his cleverness but warned him that playtime was over. Inhaling deeply, she exhaled a concentrated burst of her quirk, dense fog billowing like a lover's sigh, the pheromones overwhelming the senses. 𝗧𝗏 swung into the mist first, tape pulling him across the alley. The sweet haze enveloped him mid-air, seeping into his lungs, and his eyes fluttered. He felt an overwhelming wave of tiredness wash over him, his body slackening as he plummeted, crashing into a pile of cushions, arena safety foam, but he was out, snoring softly, limbs limp. Midnight's quirk had claimed him, the allure of her power too potent for his casual defenses. Mineta yelped from his perch, urging 𝗧𝗏 to wake up, but his partner was lost in slumber, exam failure sealed. Midnight turned her gaze upward, her violet eyes smoldering, mist coiling like smoke from her lips. She announced that it was Mineta's turn to dream. Preparing for a full exhale, she gathered the pheromone cloud that would blanket the alley, ready to claim him in seconds. Time slowed as her W lay discarded, hands poised at her sides, the fog gathering at her mouth like a storm about to break. Mineta had no choice. Desperate, he leaped, firing pop-off ball in a chain, sticky orbs linking like a zipper, pulling him down in a controlled slide toward her. The arena's dim lights caught her form, her attire straining against her curves. As she inhaled for the surge of her quirk, Mineta collided with her midsection, momentum slamming him against her. She gasped, fog dissipating in surprise, her arms flailing to dislodge him. But he clung on, his head buried against her, hands popping ball to adhere to her back, pinning himself. In a moment of desperation, he drew closer, his survival hinging on distraction. His mouth latched onto her, lips parting over the exposed skin, the heat of the arena amplifying the moment. He 𝐒𝐻 insistently, the flavor blooming in his mouth, a mix of sweat and floral traces. Midnight stiffened, a sharp inhale turning into a low sound of surprise. As time passed, he sucked sides, alternating his attention, drawing beads of sweat that he lapped up eagerly. The pressure of his actions caused her to react involuntarily, the distraction absolute. The mist of her quirk dissipated harmlessly, sleep's edge blunted by the unexpected sensations. After a moment, he released with a final, slurping sound, leaving marks on her skin. Midnight staggered back, her breath ragged, her 𝗕𝗶𝗄𝐵 forgotten on the ground. She acknowledged his cleverness, dazed and off balance, but Mineta seized the moment, popping ball to snag 𝗬𝗏's limp form and dragging him toward the escape gate. He called out a playful farewell as he hauled 𝗬𝗏 across the boundary, marking the end of their exam. Aizawa's voice crackled through the arena, announcing the results. Midnight straightened, adjusting her attire with a smirk, retrieving her 𝗕𝗶𝗄𝐵. She complimented Mineta's strategy, hinting at a discussion about ethics later. The crowd erupted with reactions, a mix of surprise and laughter. As the arena reset, Class 1A dispersed, whispers of Mineta's tactics buzzing around them. Achiko squeezed a friend's hand, eyes wide in disbelief. They all understood that they would do what they must to survive, no matter the cost. Tomorrow would bring more matches, and the shadows of their challenges loomed ahead. Sometime later, the other matches, Tsuyu and Tokoyami versus ectoplasm, Kirishima and Sato against Cementos, Jiro and Koda facing Present Mike, had yet to begin. Aizawa had called for a late-night pause, his gravelly voice resonating over the comms, urging everyone to rest and not waste the time before the exams resumed at dawn. Class 1A dispersed to the dorms in weary clusters, Bakugo's explosions popping like firecrackers as he grumbled about pervy shortcuts, Todoroki maintaining his usual silence, and Momo burying her flushed face in her notebook. I lingered behind, pretending to stretch my legs after the day's chaos, but the shadows beckoned me. Aoyama's recent betrayal gnawed at me, a splinter in my mind. Whispers of his ties to the League of Villains had surfaced weeks ago, his sparkling facade cracking under the weight of Stain's aftermath. With Mineta's recent actions still fresh, paranoia blossomed within me. The sea whispered warnings of riptides, hinting at lurking dangers beneath the surface. I slipped into the underbelly of the training grounds, navigating a dimly lit maintenance corridor beneath the arena, the air thick with the scent of oil and recycled mist. My senses sharpened, ki internalized, a green aura cloaking me like a veil, allowing me to sense moisture trails in the air. Footsteps echoed ahead, light and hesitant, 2 sets. I pressed against a rusted grate, hidden in the shadows, heart racing. Familiar voices filtered through, laced with tension. Aoyama's voice, theatrical yet strained, spoke of a recent incident involving the principal. He mentioned how Nizu's mech had malfunctioned, and he complimented Denki's capacitor trick, suggesting that Shigaraki would find it ingenious. Denki's laughter followed, forced and brittle, as he acknowledged that Pinky's acid had done the heavy lifting while he merely zapped the right wire. He revealed that the League of Villains would appreciate the schematics he had slipped into the drone feedback, leaving USJ's defenses vulnerable. My heart sank as I realized that Denki, the class clown who always brought laughter, was now entangled in treachery, second only to 𝐒𝐻𝐫 in his connection to All for One. I gripped the grate tightly, feeling the weight of their guilt and fear in the air. 𝐒𝐻𝐫's tone dropped conspiratorially as he pressed Denkhi for details about the camp and One for All. Denkhi's voice cracked as he revealed that 𝗵𝗲 𝗃𝗏 had inherited the quirk and was currently at 50% control. He described how 𝗵𝗲 had unlocked the basics of Black Whip, Danger Sense, and Float, while other quirks remained locked until he achieved full mastery. The implications of this information ignited memories of 𝗵𝗲's unbreakable spirit and his ability to phase through solid matter. I leaned closer, concealed in the shadows, my ki cloaking me. They remained unaware of my presence. This burden, two traitors among us, was one I would carry alone for now. Confronting them could unravel everything before the camp's claws closed in. 𝐒𝐻𝐫 pressed for more details, emphasizing that Shigaraki demanded perfection. Denkhi sighed, reluctantly sharing that he had overheard information from a Big Three briefing. 𝗵𝗲 had been training intensely since the 𝗵𝗲 incident, with All Might's mentorship pushing him to his limits. He had reached 50% control during a mock villain raid in Ground Gamma. The air thickened as I envisioned the scene Denkhi described, my imagination bridging the gap. 𝗵𝗲 𝗃𝗏 stood at the center of the simulation, his hero costume, a white and blue ensemble, cape fluttering, showing signs of wear from previous battles. All Might observed from a reinforced booth, his presence a beacon of encouragement. He reminded 𝗵𝗲 that One for All was not just power, but a legacy to uphold. 𝗵𝗲's trademark grin shone brightly as he activated his base quirk, Permeation, phasing through solid matter like a ghost. One for All thrummed within him, a golden ember ignited by the quiet passing of the torch from All Might. Months of training had brought him to this moment, and today was the day he would break through the threshold. As the simulation began, 50 drones resembling Nomu surged forward, programmed to adapt mid-fight. 𝗵𝗲 blurred into action, phasing through attacks and delivering ki-infused punches that shattered circuits. But the overwhelming numbers forced him to evade, his breath ragged as he fought against the odds. All Might urged him to dig deep, his heart rate spiking as 𝗵𝗲 faced a drone that clipped him mid-phase, causing a painful graze. Yet, 𝗵𝗲 laughed defiantly, recalling All Might's teachings. He centered himself, feeling the collective strength of the previous users surge within him. At that moment he reached 50% control, and the dam of potential burst forth in harmony. The first unlock was Danger Sense, a tingling awareness that guided him as drones closed in from blind spots. 𝗵𝗲 deftly dodged their attacks, countering with a golden charged elbow that crumpled a drone's core. The sense enhanced his reactions, allowing him to phase with precision. Next came Float, a legacy of anti-gravity grace that lifted him from the ground. He soared above the drones, evading their futile attacks. 𝗵𝗲's optimism fueled his levitation, enabling him to weave through the air, delivering powerful strikes. The final unlock was Black Whip, tendrils of dark energy extending from his arms like living ink. As a drone latched onto his leg, 𝗵𝗲 felt the pull of will manifesting as shadow, ready to unleash his full potential against the challenges ahead. Black Whip unleashed his dark tendrils, wrapping around a drone's neck and constricting it with a powerful grip. He felt triumphant as he ensnared 2 more drones, slamming them into the ruins around him. 1 WHP anchored him, allowing him to swing like a pendulum and strike another target. His Danger Sense activated, alerting him to incoming blasts, which he deftly deflected mid-air. The 𝗵𝗲s were extensions of his will, stretching up to 15 meters and as strong as steel cables, yet he had to maintain control to prevent them from becoming unruly. The simulation reached its 𝗂𝗵𝗲 with 20 drones surrounding him in a spiraling formation. 𝗵𝗲 hovered above, his aura flickering as his hair danced wildly, eyes sharp with intense focus. Black Whip formed a web, capturing 5 drones and shattering them with a loud crack. Using his float quirk, he propelled himself downward, phasing through the center of the spiral. His Danger Sense guided him perfectly as he resolidified at the core, delivering a powerful punch reminiscent of a golden Detroit smash, which erupted in a radiant burst. The drones disintegrated, their circuits frying as the battlefield cleared in moments. Alarms blared, signaling the end of the simulation. 𝗵𝗃 landed gracefully, his float dissipating, and Black Whip retracting into wisps as his danger sense faded to a gentle hum. All Might burst from the observation booth, clapping 𝗵𝗃 on the shoulder, tears glistening in his eyes. He praised 𝗵𝗃's achievements, emphasizing the importance of mastering the other abilities like Smokescreen, FA Gene, and Gear Shift, which would only be unlocked at full power. 𝗵𝗃 beamed, drenched in sweat but undeterred, feeling a sense of accomplishment for everyone, driven by the longing to protect and uplift. The newly acquired abilities were not just raw power, they worked in harmony, Black Whip enhancing his grapples, Float increasing his agility, and Danger Sense sharpening his instincts. At 50%, One for All became a versatile toolkit, with 𝗵𝗃's permeation acting as the binding force. Back in the corridor, Denkki's voice broke through 𝗵𝗃's thoughts, expressing excitement about 𝗵𝗃's newfound strength. He noted how 𝗵𝗃 was now like a shadow ninja, effortlessly maneuvering through the simulation. However, he mentioned Shigaraki's interest in countering their abilities at camp, hinting at a potential threat. Aoyama's laughter was light but carried an edge of concern as he warned Denkki about Deku's recent behavior, suggesting that something was amiss. As they walked away, 𝗵𝗃 leaned against the grate, hidden from view, feeling a mix of emotions. He realized Denkki had betrayed him, and Aoyama was complicit. 𝗵𝗃 understood that he had to keep his own abilities concealed until he mastered them completely. His fists clenched, green energy flickering as he resolved to remain vigilant, knowing he would face challenges alone. The upcoming exams loomed, and he felt a sense of foreboding about the traitors among them. The observation deck buzzed with the energy of Class 1A, the morning chill cutting through 𝗵𝗃's worn hero costume. Achiko leaned against him, her warmth a comforting presence as she expressed her confidence in Tsuyu and Tokoyami, who were next to compete. 𝗵𝗃 forced a smile, trying to match her optimism, while Bakugo scoffed nearby, expressing his doubts about their performance. Momo focused intently on her notes, analyzing the situation, while Todoroki remained fixated on the arena below. Kirishima cheered for their teamwork, his excitement infectious. Aizawa's voice crackled over the comms, announcing the matchup, Tsuyu and Tokoyami against Ectoplasm, with the objective to defeat or escape within 30 minutes. Ectoplasm stood at the center of the arena, surrounded by a reconstructed urban landscape, his skeletal hero costume gleaming under the lights. He summoned 10 identical clones, each ready to engage. Tsuyu crouched, her frog quirk ready, while Tokoyami stood tall, dark shadow coiling around him like a protective shroud. As the buzzer sounded, the fight began. Tsuyu leaped into action, her frog quirk propelling her onto a scaffold. She used her long tongue to swing higher, evading 2 charging clones. Tokoyami remained steadfast, dark shadow surging forward to strike down a clone. Their strategy became clear: distract and restrain. Tsuyu's agility allowed her to create chaos, while Tokoyami's strength aimed to eliminate the threats. Tsuyu's movements were fluid as she bounded between structures, using her tongue to ensnare a clone and send it crashing into a neon sign. She coated her hands in mucus, allowing her to stick to walls and evade attacks. Despite the challenges, she remained focused, determined to find the real ectoplasm among the clones. Tokoyami anchored their offense, commanding Dark Shadow to attack, dispersing clones with powerful strikes. As the battle intensified, Ectoplasm summoned more clones, creating a relentless swarm. Tsuyu leaped to evade, but a clone's baton grazed her leg, causing her to stumble. She quickly adapted, using the arena's puddles to enhance her abilities. Tokoyami pressed forward, Dark Shadow shielding her as they fought against the overwhelming odds. The synergy between them was evident as they worked together to thin the ranks of clones, aiming to isolate the real ectoplasm. With each passing moment, they grew more determined, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The true enemy concealed himself, and the plan was set to blind him. The strategy involved distracting with quirks to scatter clones and confuse ectoplasm for the handcuff maneuver. They had prepared restraints, issue cuffs stored in Tsuyu's utility belt, designed to disable quirks through micro-EMP pulses. 10 minutes passed, with relentless clones, now 30, a wave of ectoplasms, batons crackling. 𝗬𝗠 leaped to a rooftop, her tongue lashing out to grab a clone's arm, pulling it into a skylight, the glass shattering as it disappeared. 𝗘𝗁𝗵𝗄 directed Dark Shadow low, sweeping through the alleys like a dark tide, dispersing 5 clones but taking electric shocks in return, his cloak singed, pain coursing through him. The real ectoplasm approached, baton raised, but 𝗬𝗠's mucus glob struck his boots, slowing him down. She urged 𝗘𝗁𝗵𝗄 to act, leaping to draw the clones upward. Dark Shadow lunged, a massive claw ensnaring ectoplasm's leg and dragging him into the shadows, but he spawned 10 more clones, breaking free as batons zapped the entity back. 15 minutes had passed, the gate 150 meters away, with clones forming a suffocating wall. 𝗬𝗠 and 𝗘𝗁𝗵𝗄 exchanged determined glances. Time for the final play, a nod to a half-joking plan from training, inspired by late-night movie marathons. Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 3, Bully Maguire's swagger. 𝗬𝗠 smirked, suggesting they put some dirt in his eye. 𝗘𝗁𝗵𝗄's beak twitched in agreement, recognizing it as a fitting tribute to the false. They unleashed their quirks in a calculated frenzy to scatter ectoplasm's focus. 𝗬𝗠 dove into the fray, her frog quirk at its peak, legs propelling her in impressive leaps, tongue acting as a living lasso, snaring 2 clones and slamming them into a neon billboard, sparks raining down to dim the arena's light, boosting Dark Shadow. She spat mucus globs in rapid succession, sticky and blinding, coating 3 clones' faces before they vanished. Her movements were a blur, webbed hands sticking to walls, flipping over batons, drawing clones upward like moths to a flame. She taunted the clones to keep up as she swung to kick one into smoke. 𝗘𝗁𝗵𝗄 unleashed Dark Shadow's full might, the entity swelling to an imposing size in the darkened alley, neon lights flickering due to 𝗬𝗠's chaos. He commanded it with precision, coiling tendrils to grapple, not destroy, pulling clones away from 𝗬𝗠, creating a path toward ectoplasm. The real hero countered, spawning 20 more clones, but the duo's distraction worked. Clones spread thin, chasing 𝗬𝗠's acrobatics while Dark Shadow's rampage split their ranks. Now came the decisive moment. 𝗬𝗠 landed near ectoplasm, 20 meters from the gate, her mucus-coated hands gripping dirt from a shattered planter, arena debris, gritty and damp. 𝗘𝗁𝗵𝗄 flanked her, Dark Shadow retracting to a dense form, stirring dust into a cloud to mask their move. They spoke in unison, voices dripping with Bully Maguire's venom. They were going to put some dirt in his eye. Ectoplasm paused, tilting his head, his analytical mind thrown off by the bizarre taunt. Spider-Man 3, a cultural reference even heroes recognized. Before he could respond, 𝗬𝗠 acted. She hurled the dirt, 2 handfuls, wet with puddle water, a gritty missile aimed at ectoplasm's exposed eyes. It struck, splattering his face, the real him, not a clone, his scar visible, grit lodging in his mask's islets, stinging and blinding him. He staggered, batons dropping as he clawed at his face, clones faltering as his focus broke. 𝗘𝗁𝗵𝗄 seized the moment, Dark Shadow surging in a controlled lash, pinning ectoplasm's arms to his sides, shadow tendrils tightening like steel cables. 𝗬𝗠 bounded forward, cuffs in hand, webbed fingers snapping them onto his wrists, EMP pulses flaring, his clone quirk faltering, remaining copies flickering out like dying stars. She celebrated her success, securing the cuffs with a twist, her tongue lashing out to stabilize ectoplasm as he stumbled, dirt still clouding his vision. Dark Shadow retreated, 𝗘𝗁𝗵𝗄 breathing but steady, declaring that the abyss claims its due. Ectoplasm coughed, wiping his face, a wry grin breaking through as he acknowledged their creativity. The buzzer sounded, 18 minutes, victory achieved through restraint, not escape. The observation deck erupted in cheers. Kirishima exclaimed how cool it was, Achiko clapped, and Bakugo grudgingly remarked that it wasn't bad. The narrator felt a lightness in their heart despite the weight of betrayal, Denki's ties to the League of Villains, Aoyama's whispers, Mirio's one for all at 50% Blackwhip's lash, Float's grace, danger senses prickle. 𝗬𝗠 and 𝗘𝗁𝗵𝗄 climbed up, her pride evident, his cloak billowing. The narrator congratulated them with a fist bump, and 𝗬𝗠 winked back. As the arena reset, Aizawa dismissed them for the night, with the final matches. Kirishima and Sato, Jiro and Koda, set for dawn. The narrator lingered, eyes on Denki, whose laughter was too bright as he high-fived Mina. Aoyama sparkled nearby, glancing over. Did he suspect something? The narrator's instincts tingled, sensing the tension. The tide waits, but predators circle. They remain silent, keeping the truth of betrayal locked away, determined to face the shadows alone.